Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with OVX 777. Today we're going to be discussing the Kybalion, this particular chapter on the principle of causation. And causation has everything to do with cause and effect. It also has everything to do with karma. If you're able to really dissect this chapter, then it starts to become clear that what's being described is a process of change, a process of growth, a process of evolution. And this is what is a defining factor of matter, a defining factor of what we've come to know as Prakriti or Shakti. Good afternoon. Magus 1346. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, today's topic is the principle of causation. And this should be chapter 12. Chapter 12 of the Kybalion. Hmm. So, how is you guys' Sunday going so far? Mine's pretty well. I don't have my Rujakasha on because I didn't get to do my meditations just yet, but that's life. I'll definitely hit those up after this. Greetings, Sunshine Chick. Good to see you. I didn't get a chance to check out that mantra book yet, but I just downloaded it and I passed it along to everybody in the group. So, yeah, looking forward to that. I didn't even know so many different books on mantras and yantra existed. Jeez Louise. Good morning, Chloe Nisi. How are you today? Okay. So, yeah, the chapter on causation. I think there's a lot of really important things in this chapter. And of course, I said that about every chapter of this book, but it's true, right? In this particular chapter, a lot of things were touched on that I saw that had to do with not only karma, but also free will. Um, but the main thing that was really being pointed out here about causation is that nothing just happens randomly, right? How many of us say to ourselves and to each other, everything happens for a reason, right? Nothing is by chance. Well, that's stated in here. That's also explicitly stated in the most ancient of texts, right? The Samkhya Vedic text, how it talks about pregnant within every effect is a cause, right? Just like within every tree is a seed, and within every seed is a tree. So there is no true beginning or end. The end and the beginning are manifest in all of creation. When we're dealing with understanding existence, it serves us best if we're able to look at existence in a lens of consciousness on the opposite pole of matter. And what there is to study is matter, because matter exhibits all of the different changes. Matter goes through time. Consciousness does not. Consciousness is a solid and undefinable thing. Consciousness just is. It can't even observe itself. That's what matter is for. Consciousness observes matter. So when we talk about these seven hermetic principles, we're talking about the different ways that matter behaves. Greetings, Aldiki. Good afternoon. probably still morning where you are. Good morning. So, looking here at the principle of causation, what we see that what we see is that nothing just happens. Everything that happens is an effect of a previous cause. And if you examine that previous cause, you'll see that there was a previous cause to that. So we've got this never-ending chain of events, right? Consciousness is eternal, but in this way, matter is eternal also, because there's no beginning and no end to matter. You can burn a tree down, but it's going to go into the future forever and into the past forever. What do I mean by that? When that tree burns down, what's left is the ashes and the soot, which will either go into the soil, float off into the sky, and recombine with other things, right? And when I say into the past, obviously that tree was once a seed, which was once within another tree, which was once in another tree, which once at some time was water and the stuff in the dirt that makes trees. So truly, even this material realm is eternal when you look at it from this higher perspective. So the difference is a mind that is engrossed in the five senses, locked in this experience, unable to see anything outside of sensory stimulation, has a very difficult time perceiving the cause of things, right? If we're in that state of just being locked in our five senses all the time and just, receiving that data and reacting to that data all the time, we're locked in a state of continually being an effect. What's good, useless, familiar? Greeting, stuffed dog. I didn't forget to send the link this time. Okay. So, yeah, there's an interesting chapter here. Um, and this is towards the end. I'm going to read that here real quick. But basically, um, in regards to the human mind, right, being an effect of a cause, I'm going to read this part. The majority of people are more or less slaves of heredity, environment, etc., and manifest very little freedom. They are swayed by the opinions, customs, and thoughts of the outside world, and also by their emotions, feelings, moods, etc. They manifest no mastery worthy of the name. They indignantly repudiate this assertion, saying, "Why, certainly I am free to act and do as I please. I do just what I want to do." But they fail to explain whence arise the want to and the as I please. What makes them want to do one thing in preference to another? What makes them please to do this and not to do that? Is there no because to their pleasing and no wanting? The master can change these pleases and wants into others at the opposite end of the mental pole. He is able to will instead of to will because of some feeling, mood, emotion, or environmental suggestion arouses a tendency or desire within him to do so. In other words, most people, everyone thinks they have free will. But if you really analyze what's going on, most people are simply reacting to their own emotions, to their own thoughts, or to other people's influence upon them, right? And it's very difficult for anyone to sit down and explain why they want to do something, right? I do what I want. Why do you want to do those things? I do what I choose. Why do you choose to do those things? So it goes on to say, and this is at the very end of the chapter, by the way. Greetings, Laura.
What's going on?
Yo. So that last part says the majority of people are carried along like the falling stone, obedient to the environment, outside influences, and internal moods, desires, not to speak of the desires and wills of others stronger than themselves, hereditary, environment, and suggestions carrying them along without resistance on their part, or the exercise of the will. Moved like pawns on the checkerboard of life, they play their parts and are laid aside after the game is over. But the masters, knowing the rules of the game, rise above the plane of material life and placing themselves in touch with the higher powers or their nature, dominate their own moods, characteristics, qualities, and polarity, as well as the environment surrounding them, and thus becoming movers in the game instead of pawns, causes instead of effects. The masters do not escape the causation of the higher planes, but fall in with the higher laws, and thus master circumstances on the lower plane. They thus form a conscious part of the law instead of being mere blind instruments. While they serve on the higher planes, they rule on the material plane. So basically, what it's saying in that part we get is that while most people are pushed and swayed by their internal environment, by their mental environment, or by some type of astrological environment, those who would consider themselves masters acknowledge that these influences are present and are able to polarize themselves against being in effect.
Hmm. They essentially understand their role.
Yes, they understand their role. We understand that because think about it, one who doesn't understand their role thinks that he is the king of the world with nothing to really back that up or support it. How many people have we met that aren't studying anything like this, but they really think that they're the top kingpin shit out here?
Yet something happens and they get swept away in their emotions, or they get involved in an environment that doesn't necessarily suit them for their cause.
Wrapped up and tangled up in some other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound like mastery to me.
No. Yeah, it's a an interesting journey, I think, because we're also part of the things that, at least from what I understand, that we're trying to do is master our gunas. We're really like that's really one of the major steps is learning how to balance out that the fiery passion and the anger with the sorrow and perhaps maybe the detachment, and then also the happiness. And we're really trying to balance all of these senses that we have to best serve us, so then we can play out in this life whatever we need to play out, especially when it comes to um situations that we find ourselves in, which can be extremely challenging, I think, um all the time, unless you completely remove yourself from society.
Yeah.
Right now, I think we give ourselves a really hard time. I know I give myself a hard time that I have to kind of step back and detach from, balance my gunas in that aspect, because we live in a society right now that is very unwell, not focused on advancing or making things um more balanced. We live in a society that's based off of insanity. So, and we're trying to find balance within that. But
Insanity.
so it makes things very challenging that, especially if you're not removing yourself completely from it. Like, how can you possibly expect yourself to be able to be guru all the time unless you're taking each moment as a lesson, um, and as an opportunity to balance yourself out? But I think, like recently I've realized just how easily my mind can get swept up in Raja. I saw a guy mistreating a dog yesterday, and it took all of my heart not to like to detach from those thoughts, um, from seeing those kinds of things and those kinds of actions. Not because it's not in my because it's I can't let something that happens all the time affect what I'm trying to do. And at the same time, there's this justification that comes up. Well, what happens if it's in my sphere of availability? What can I do to help? My immediate reaction is to beat the dude up, but obviously that doesn't balance anything out. This
Yeah.
just adds to the insanity, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, how can this be a teaching moment? So then if I see that again, or if I see something, how can I act on that in a way most balances me as well as the environment that I'm in? Um, yeah, and that's a challenge.
Yeah. It can certainly be a challenge, especially you know, when we are attached to certain ideas. You know, it's difficult to see something like that and not feel any kind of way, number one, and to not act upon those feelings, because the thing about attachment is it doesn't matter if it's a right thing or a wrong thing. It's still an attachment, right?
Right. And really, there is no right or wrong,
Exactly. No right or
which
wrong.
is like,
Right, because again, even dealing with this principle of causation, we don't know what happened before that. We don't know the events that led up to that moment. There's an
mm-hmm,
infinite number of causes. That this is why this whole thing about karma playing out, you know, that lady that put her baby in the oven, we don't know what was associated with that. We don't know what events came before that, and what came before that, and what came before that. So no one on this planet is in any position to declare something right or wrong. Nobody, because we don't even have the memory capacity to see the full story of anything. Now that doesn't
mm-hmm.
mean, right? That's not an excuse to not do what we can. Don't get me wrong, but that is an excuse to stop being so worked up and stressed out about everything that comes across our eyes.
Yep. And I think that at least in North America, and I know in other societies too, but I can only speak from growing up here, we idolize people who, or the reaction that's just super Mars, super Martian, like, ah, and just flip out. And, we have glowing fists of fury and take them out and all this kind of stuff. We idolize that. And no matter how patient and understanding we try to be, patience and really looking at things from a balanced perspective is quite foreign to us. It's very foreign. Like, I know within myself, especially as a martial artist, and then someone who's also been, in many, 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 many physical altercations where I've had to defend myself or anything like that, or others. You kind of get desensitized, so automatically that idolization comes up where that, like, you don't want to react, but at the same time you're kind of like, if anything were to happen, I would take them out or whatever, or like all these kinds of thoughts. You start talking shit in your head, right? Like, you're like, bring it, sucker, kind of thing. And that's totally Western culture. That has nothing to do with like real strength or balancing out your rajas or anything. That is
Absolutely.
totally the ego,
Absolutely.
totally ego.
Hell, it's the complete opposite of strength. That's just reacting to stimulus and emotions. That's not strength. Even a
Right,
monkey does that. A dog does that. A spider does that.
right. And so I think the real power to be harnessed or to train, the discipline is to be able to see past that in those moments,
Yes.
because they're going to come up.
Right. No matter how much you meditate and do mantras, those moments will appear. And it's all
Right,
about what we do. See, like anybody can be holy and pure and mystical when it's just them. But when you encounter life and something goes down, it's in that moment that you can prove if what you've been studying and practicing you've actually been taking to heart.
right. And sometimes, as hard as it is, I mean, like, for example, last night when we walked past the guy goes like, hey guys, and like I didn't say anything. I just stared at him. I gave him the mom look. And he stopped what he was doing for that time. And I spoke to my best friend about it, and he was like, I'm glad you didn't say or do anything, because I thought I was gonna have to kill a guy. like we really, like, we had this discussion, because when you meet Raja with Raja, you get a war. You get violence. And if you're next door neighbors, then that will just explode. So you have to handle things in a smart way, which is really tough, because that may mean that in this moment that's really bothering you, it may not be the moment that you need to put an action in yet. Like, you may have to wait to make an appropriate action. Or you may have to even let something just play out how it needs to play out. But you really have to think full circle with that before you say or do anything. Like, you really got to think about what you're saying and what your actions are doing and where they're coming from. And like we were saying, that's so difficult when we're sensory beings, and that's all that we're used to is reacting. and not actually thinking. And then when we start to think, we see people just reacting, and you just want to be like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
You know, or whatever. And you gotta whoo, take a step back. And
Meeting
like,
Rajas with Rajas. That makes me think of what you just described. That helped me to connect a dot just now. I learned that when you're sitting in meditation and you feel the pain in the leg or the scratch or the itch, by you know th- that is an example of a manifestation of some type of karma coming up in the system. And to practice non-attachment and ignore that feeling and finish your work, that is on a subtle layer overcoming that karma. So I can imagine the same process is happening when you're in this encounter and you choose to not meet Rajas with Rajas. Wouldn't that be the same as ignoring the itch in your meditation?
yeah. And then the thing is that when you ignore, and it's kind of the same way how you would deal with it too. So I've been practicing, um, like with those itches or twitches or whatever that comes up when I meditate, sometimes I'll get really sore. And especially when I train, God, I love training because it makes you face yourself. It makes you face that Raja and that itch, right? Or that want to quit. But really it's not that your body's giving up, it's that your mind is giving up.
Mm-hmm.
So when in those moments, I've been practicing eating the pain, like sending the sense all the way up into, like, almost like in a gaseous form into my mouth, and I eat it, and then I send it back to my muscles or whatever I'm working, and to my breath to continue to replenish. So I literally recycle the raja by becoming detached from it as pain, and instead using it as a tool to then create healing. So it's like a cyclic effect.
Hmm.
And I'm seeing that is how you also sort of want to handle those real life situations with other people too, because you can't speak logic with people who are not in that state, but you can give simple direction. And when you are detached from what they're feeling, they also sense that, whether they want to or not, they also sense that.
Yeah.
And there is a response then that is counter to what they are presenting that occurs, that then creates a different outcome. So um yeah, it's yeah, like there's you're right with like ignoring the itch. You kind of instead take it within for what it is, and then you transform it into something that is its opposite.
Interesting.
But you have to detach. Like, it's all of that method of detachment that has to take place first, I think, in order for it to become the opposite, because you have to separate it from yourself.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. That's like an example of polarization, on the mental and emotional level. And like you said, the other person that you're dealing with can sense that when they're very wrapped up in their emotional fervor, and you are absolutely not wrapped up in your emotional fervor. That there's a connection that's not being made. So in a way, somebody's gonna have to adjust. And when you see someone who's non-attached, not adjusting, that then naturally, if that person has no one else to bounce that energy off of, they inevitably start to calm down.
Yeah.
At least in the cases that I've seen.
Yeah, no, and I've experienced that over and over and over again when I'm dealing with a client who's, trying to break all of the car windows and do all this kind of crazy shit. You don't ever deny them what they're doing, because you, as a detached observer, are aware this is a power struggle. Instead, you give them that space, and okay, the car's going to be fucked up. Yep, that's going to happen. But you may be like, hey, go over here. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Simple direction, all of a sudden it takes them back to another point of being, not of after you, but oh wait, what am I doing to myself? It just for a second, and then that shock snaps them back into the start of de-escalation. But you have to continue it, and you have to be the one that stays consistent.
Yeah. Yeah.
You cannot rely on other people to stay consistent. You just can't.
Right. Right. A valuable lesson that I've learned. Consistency is power, because consistency builds momentum, it builds force. There's a lot of
Yes.
strength in maintaining your frame.
Oh my God. That's where it's at. That's only where it's at. Because it's all you.
Yes. Greetings to Curve. Greetings, Stuffed Dog. Greetings, Jason. Greetings, Junebug.
Hey, hey.
What's going on? What's going on?
What's going
Oh,
on, man?
I gotta go, guys. I'm at work, but hopefully I'll see you guys later.
All right, then, Laura.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I like what she was just saying about eating the pain, man. I've been practicing that too. I got a lot of pain in my body, and when I sit in those sadhanas, um, I it's hard because I mean it hurts. But yeah, I've been practicing exactly what she's saying. I thought I was the only one doing that, but like just sucking it up and making it through it. Remember, I asked you, Trav, if you if you felt pain and if you adjusted yourself in that process, because I was trying to figure out, what if I was doing it right, having those pains and all, but I can agree with what Alora's saying. You kind of can transmute that
Yeah.
into something, into something else. You don't have to manifest as pain. That's just what your mind is telling you. You're telling you that it is, but it's an energy, you know, and all energies can be transformed depending on your mind state.
Yes. I like to watch the pain, to analyze it, to pay attention to it. Sometimes. Other times when it gets to be a bit more unbearable, then I like to focus on something else. But, I guess it depends on the intensity of it, right? And where it's located.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely does. I've been doing this for a long time too. Like, I don't know. And my wife kind of calls me a masochist because I'll put cramps in my feet on purpose, and I'll just like to sit and watch how the pain almost moves, because if you can sit in it, you can see how the pain, how it moves. It's a fluent thing.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's a very fluent thing. It's not just static and it's just hurt. It goes from dull to all of these different sensations, and if you can sit there in it, it's so much in pain. You know what I mean? It's
Yes.
so much in it.
That's what I mean. But when I said I watch it, like, like you said, when you sit there with it, you begin to learn something new. Um, I think we find that there's a majority of people who, when the slightest bit of pain comes, we run, right? So when we sit in meditation, or we do things like you guys were talking about with the exercise, you get a chance to be in the moment of experiencing pain at a very fundamental level, and you're able to push through it, and that builds a certain kind of internal strength, so that
Yes,
when we go
sir.
into the real world dealing with situations that have pain, we know from experience we can endure it, right? We can push through it and see to the end of the goal. So if we're able to do that in meditation or in exercise, I can see how that can translate into daily affairs.
Man, you're 100% right, man. And I've been doing this for years, just because what I do, I experience pain on a. I mean, it's a part of my life. You know what I mean? And so I developed a very intimate relationship with pain, and people don't understand it. They don't get it because I'm like, the way I explain it is, there is pleasure. There is a very fine line in between pleasure and pain, and it is very fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can jump over that line to where the pain actually is a pleasurable experience. Now it may still be pain, and it takes a lot of like mental fortitude, because you do want to run from it because it is unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can sit there, like I was saying, if you can sit there in it, and just, you know, and just put your mind on it, you'll see so many different nuances in that that you never discovered before, because you always, at, like you said, at the first sign, you always tucked tail and ran.
Yeah. It's in moments like those that we really find a deeper level of who we really are. So if you never sit still, there's so much that you're missing about yourself. Some of us don't even realize from experience that we run away from pain like that. Like, this is just words, you know, run from pleasure, run towards pain. Those are just words until you actually experience yourself running from that pain. What's going on, Jason?
What's up, Trav? How you doing, man?
Doing very well. How are you?
Fantastic.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, Stuff Dog, were you able to touch on the chapter about causation in the Kybalion? Stuff, can you hear me?
Yeah, my bad, Trav. I had to step away for a second. Yeah, I was yeah, I got on the principle of causation.
Okay.
Hmm.
Did you see anything in there that reminded you of what was written in Samkhya Darshan?
Man, a lot. It was like I was almost like, you know, you were reading it was the same thing pretty much. You know, it was just, you know, talking about the just how things occur, you know, and the way they trickle down. Um, you know, from these from these subtle planes until, you know, our everyday life. And I'm still like because I'm just starting my study. I mean, my study, but my practice of samkhya I mean, I've taught with shooting. I'm just starting to practice because I wanted to finish the book all the way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's a lot of correlations in there, man. I mean, it's basically saying the same thing. It's just, you know, a different. Like, it's a lot more clearer in Samkhya.
Yeah.
You know, Samkhya made it. I mean, the way he described it was, you know, he broke it down pretty much like he didn't leave anything to the imagination.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. And I just finished Top with Shooty a few days ago, and the end, like the practice, I just got into it, and man, there's some serious shit.
Yes.
You know,
Yes. Powerful
so
practice.
yeah, very, bro, very. And I'm loving it because I'm an artist, so my mind works like visualization. You know, I've been good at that since I was a kid. You know, I can actually do like they say in the books and actually have a full-fledged color image in my mind of things, and I can transfer that to paper. That's what makes me so good at, you know, art and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
you know, doing these practices and building those images in your mind, man, it's great. You know, it's great.
It's also very helpful that those yantras are very basic, very simple. You know, we're
Yeah,
dealing with a yellow square, right? The top was a moon amidst a infinite ocean of water. That's pretty easy to imagine. You know, the flame. So I think with it being so simple to imagine, you can really add that extra emphasis with the rest of the ritual, the visualization, the meditation.
yeah, yeah. Because they don't like I was saying, they don't leave a lot up to the imagination, so they give the mind something to do,
Mm-hmm.
so it don't run, you know, run from different things to things. Am I doing it right? Is this right over here? No, you got a square, a yellow square with a dot in the middle, and that's what you focus on. That's easy. Anybody can do that, you know.
Right.
And you know, all of those things were simple, man. But you know, it's sitting in there, and I'm trying to get my times. right? And I know they put times in the book, you know, as to how long you should sit and visualize these things, you know, but everybody is different, you know, so I'm just working with it, working with the process, man. But it's awesome.
Yeah, man. Please
Yeah.
keep it up. Keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like with me at first it wasn't an everyday thing. I mean it's still not an everyday thing. But as I've as I started doing that exercise more and more, it became more frequent. And in my doing it more frequently, I began to pull stuff out of that ritual. I'm beginning to like download data, learning from that ritual. And I think that's the point of it. Because the way that I started doing the Tot with shooting meditation is I integrated it with my lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. Because really they're very similar. I'm not gonna say it's the same thing, but it's really similar. The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, if you do it and you pay attention, what you're actually doing is number one, you're harmonizing and balancing yourself with the center of the universe. And number two, you're cleansing those different aspects of your elements. Tot with shooting is doing the same thing.
How do you blend them, Trav?
The way that I blend them is that so we all know that you got the seven chakras up the spine, and we
Right.
also know that the planets of the tree of life line up with those chakras, right?
Correct.
Now also the tatwas line up with those chakras. So of course the earth being at Muladhara, the water being at the sexual chakra, the fire being at the stomach chakra, air being at anahata, ether being at the throat.
Mhm.
Om, right? Om, the eternal Om, that's at the third eye, and then Mahat, Buddhi, is at the crown. So when I visualize before I actually start the Ata part, I start
Mhm.
at Muladhara and I see that because if you look at Muladhara, like say on the cover of Tree of Life, it's yellow, the golden seed plus the red fruit around it plus the green and then the black around it.
Okay. Yeah.
So what I visualize at the very beginning of my lesser banishing ritual is that golden square, that golden seed, and then I have
Mhm.
it the red around it, then the green comes and the black, and then I zoom out a little bit more and I see the purple for Yasad. Then I come out a little bit more and see the orange, and I do that until I get to Kether. And as I'm
Okay.
visualizing that, I'm visualizing it going up my body too. Um,
Okay.
so the way that I integrate Tot Washuti with that is when I do the Atah and I come down, I'm I just picture or I just think of Mahat Bodhi. Then when I come
Okay.
to the third eye, I think Om and I say the mantra. Yeah, that is the mantra Om. Then when I get to the throat, I visualize the Akash element, which is the black circle with the black, and I visualize Hum. Right, I vibrate Hum because that's the mantra for that. Then
Right.
I get to the heart chakra and I see the symbol for the air, and I do Yam. Basically, I do the
Um.
mantra with it. Yeah, and then the fire chakra, I see the red triangle, Ram.
Um.
You know, I do that all the way down. Now with Tot
Um.
with Shoot,
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen Tot with Shooty yet, but in that ritual, one of the things you're supposed to do once you come down to those elements, you're supposed to visualize yourself going to this golden egg,
Ah.
right? And then basically what happens is you go back up because with lesser banishing ritual, when you go down to Malkuth, you come back up and then you do Vigi Bra Vigi Dula.
Right.
Before I do that, I finish Tot with Shooty. Then I finish lesser banishing ritual. So basically, um, I do the golden egg, and then earth dissolves back into water,
Mm.
Vam, then water dissolves back into air. I mean fire, Ram, and then air dissolves back into fire dissolves into air. Then air goes back into Akasha. Then Akasha dissolves up into Om again, and Om
Okay.
is pretty much all of vibration. And then that dissolves into the Most High, and then
Mhm.
that dissolves into Prakriti itself, which would be the all. So in
Mm.
Shooty, she says it's pretty much impossible to visualize that, but try your best. So
Right.
at that point, I just visualize myself as all of existence flowing together as one thing. No beginning, no end, just a ceaselessly changing thing.
Right.
And what I was doing is at that point, before I came back down, um, I would finish the lesser benediction ritual. So Vigi Bara, Vigi Dula, Leolam, Amen, and then the
Amen.
stars, then the angels. Then I came back and brought myself back down. And the premise of that is you when you're bringing that energy down, I'm recognizing that I am composed of the elements. Now, when I dissolve them back up, that's the process of me purifying them and sending them back up to, like I said, the Most High.
Mm.
And then once they're purified, then they come back down in that golden egg, but the golden egg hatches now, and you're refreshed, you're purified, you're cleansed.
Ah,
That's my
thank you,
general
brother.
synopsis of it.
That's a very powerful lesser banishing ritual.
Yeah.
I like that. See, but you always do. We've talked before. You always can visualize within that anyway. You know what I mean? I remember one time you were telling me about how you just pretty much made your temple, and then you would walk out of it holding the damsel, and everybody cheering.
Oh man, I forgot I shared that. Yeah, yeah. It would change sometimes. Sometimes I'd come onto the land and like I would cause like a shower of diamonds to come down, and everybody, gets some, and everyone's like, everybody eats basically. Just
Right.
I
But I
don't know.
like that connection of because you know what I mean. I like that connection and how you explained it. You know what I mean, throughout the chakras with it too, because you can slow that thing down.
Yeah. If you take your time with it and really resonate with the symbology there,
Right.
we're talking to the subconscious mind, so it only helps to slow it down.
Right. Right. And then charging that thing daily and just making that thing more powerful and creating those neurological pathways.
Yes.
And oh man, yeah.
Yeah, and it might seem like it's just like some imagination stuff, but this is some really powerful work because you're talking to the subconscious mind with primal symbology.
Right.
So it's like you're reactivating things that are present in your genetic makeup, right?
Exactly.
Since the beginning of any civilization.
And people got to remember that everything is some portion of an element. Even if you talk about thought, even if you talk about light, everything is some portion of an element. So like it gets heavy, you know what I mean? And you talk about replacing your electrolytes when you put Gatorade in your body, you know what I mean? You got to realize that everything is a spark and everything can build up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And not only is everything an element, everything is a figment of the imagination. Also, man, we here in the West, they it's a real stigma on imagination. It's almost like you're a child if you have a vivid imagination, man. But everything starts there. So I don't know. It starts there. Everything starts there. You know what I mean? So like, it's just a real messed up way of seeing things here in the West, man. And there's a lot of things vilified that is very, very powerful in one's life and in one's envisioning of one's life.
But that just makes it easier to see which way to go because things are so obviously wrong over here that it makes you make a turn if you're paying attention like you're supposed to. But you got to free yourself of things that are used to attaching you to keeping you dull. You know what I mean? And educating yourself does that. That does that a lot. That makes you lighter. That's more proton. That makes you lighter. That lessens the connection to this world, the magnetism to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, food too, because everything is elemental. You know what I mean? Everything. You know what I mean? Breathing, what you are putting in, what you're listening to on a daily basis. Maybe more classical music.
Maybe some mantras.
Maybe some mantras. Lam.
Right.
What do you want? And keep those teeth together so you can make it chatter and vibrate through your bones.
Yeah.
Hey man, this stuff is real though. As far as I got a real serious like example of how like real this stuff makes you as far as the changes that occur in your body. Last night I went to my friend's house to play some poker. We have a friendly poker game that we have a guys' night once a week, where we could get and decompress. Friendly game, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I left the game. It was about 12. about midnight. And where I live, it's hard to find something to, snack on that late. So I was super hungry. And so I went and I was going to try to just get me like some a potato or something, but the place that I went, they had ran out of food. So there's this like lounge club, like right next door to the place. And I've never been over there before, but I was like, man, maybe they serve food because I'm hungry as a motherfucker. So I went over there and I just stood at the door and I was just looking at the people on the inside. And I was just like, I don't even know what I was feeling, but it was such a disconnect. Like, I mean, and I've been there before, you know what I'm saying? I was one of those people in the club and all of that, but just seeing that, it was like, I didn't want to judge anybody, but I was just like, man, how lost is this entire place? You know what I mean? And I just turned around, but I tried my best to get out of judgment on that because I've been there before, and but it was just like, I had I guess I had an encounter with a change that has occurred within me. You know what I mean? Just because of the way that my mind reacted to that. And I just turned around. I was like, man, forget the food. I'm gonna be cool for the night. But it was just pretty interesting to see how, like, I won't say I was disgusted, but it was just like, why? You know what I mean? Like what are they getting out of this?
Yeah.
But that's great intuition, man. I applaud that, man. Because like your intuition is telling you what you vibing with, and you're making physiological changes. So you turned your ass right around, man, and got up out of there and said, fuck that food there, man. So that's applauded. How many times have you ran into a situation like that but still decided to keep going?
Man, bro, I mean, like every time. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I had to pat myself on the back too, because like the normal me, I would have fell all the way in there. You know what I mean? All the way, head first. But it was pretty cool.
I dig what you're saying. I dig that. Yeah.
So that change, that evolution, I mean, just little things like that let us know that we're definitely on the right track. We're definitely making progress, and that this is definitely heading in a certain direction. The type of things that I'm running into every day are way different than a year ago or 2 years ago. A year ago, 2 years ago, I was seeing unicorns everywhere. Now it still happens, but it's like, it makes sense now. It would only make sense that reality is adjusting to, or rather I'm adjusting to reality. You know what I mean? Like seeing the connection of everything. Of course I'm seeing what's on my mind all the time, because the unicorn isn't a thing. There's an energy that resonates. And from that energy, we get unicorns and we get other similar things. And I'm there too. So in other words, I find myself at a particular point, I want to say outside of space-time, but from that point, there are certain things that manifest into the material plane. So of course I'm going to run into them, because we're all, we're in tune, we're in sync. And I'm talking to more people, that are actually doing these practices, and the same things I see happening, whether some people are seeing octopus or dolphins or bees or owls, what else? Crows. Everyone, I like to stay away from the spirit animal thing, but it's almost as if the people that I talk to that are doing this, they're seeing a certain kind of animal symbol pop up on the daily. So I wonder if that's just part of the journey.
Yeah, man, it's gotta be, man. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. And just for the simple fact that I like how you said how you operate out of space-time a little bit, because you're realizing that it's just the energy itself, you know what I mean? And you're recognizing the pulsation of the wave right there too. You know what I mean?
Right. What we're seeing, yeah. Because before, that's what I'm saying. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So before, the difference was, oh, cool, it's a unicorn. I was thinking about that. It's not like that anymore. Now it's like I recognize, like you said, it's that pulsation of that vibe.
Yeah, it's more the pressure. You can feel the. I don't know if people ever heard when you walk into a room, you can feel the thickness of it or something. You know what I mean? Like it's almost. It's not that, but it's almost like that. You know what I mean? Whereas though you can feel a wave, man. You can just feel a wave in itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and I kind of relate that back to that 100 monkey experiment, and you know what I mean, same type deal. You know what I mean? Like it's not so much you, it's so much us. You know what I mean? The thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Critical mass.
So from that chapter, I don't know if I'm getting a little off topic, but from that chapter, the chapter of causation, I learned that through all these attachments that we have in this world, we would never see the true cause. But at the same time, there's no reason to even search for the true cause of everything, because how it trickles down so much, it would take so much time to even, try to fathom everything. But the cause sometimes just comes from the true seer, from the all, from that plane. And another thing through reading that, but also this week that I seen is like, I don't know why I'm just seeing it, but this whole culture, is like that we're living in now is the addiction culture. The one that's being glamorized on like social media and all that stuff, not the unseen. But everything is the addiction culture. Like we're okaying the amount of, the uncontrolled, like how we don't have control over, you know, our sexual energies or the way we eat or the things we eat. Everything that's being glamorized nowadays is to truly cause attachment and to not relieve people of seeing the true cause of things, even when Stuff Dog or whoever said they were in the club and they seen everybody, those people think they're free, but they don't know the true cause of even their actions, so even down to the free will stuff falls into all this stuff, man. Like people think they're free because these things are giving them certain pleasures, which is just more attachment to the gross levels of matter, to the five senses, which that really doesn't even matter. And like, man, I think this week I've been learning the true feeling of liberation in many ways. Like I'm not attached to finding someone to be in a relationship with, but I'm not attached to having to stay to myself. It is what it is, I'm not attached to becoming a billionaire, which was never a big thing to me, but it's just an example. I'm not attached to becoming a billionaire. I like the work that I do, but I'm also not. I also don't expect anything. If it happens, I'm just grateful. I'm just happy that the fact that I'm getting a result. I'm not attached to, the nothing outside of me that could cause happiness within, because then when it's taken away, I won't have that happiness no more. It's just like many people don't see the true causes of their suffering. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yes, I know.
So yeah, man. And even when you guys were talking about that pain that we all feel, through meditation, and even like, bro, when we're doing mantras, it doesn't seem like a pain, but that mental barrier that you have to break through, like when you're at like the 99th mantra and your mind's like, bro, you're good. You have to push through. That's a pain too. But what I'm seeing is that pain is the adjustment of a new paradigm. You know what I'm saying? That pain is what needs to be consistently dealt with, so it's not felt anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hell
So
yeah.
that's that
Yeah.
giveaway. Gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, life is a pain in itself. I mean, I was trying to describe this to my wife. If you really take into consideration like Purusha or your consciousness being like inert, it's just there, it moves nowhere. But the movement comes when it's disturbed. So life is almost like you walking around with a splinter in your shoe. You know, all life is a disturbance. And that's I have realized that, like, your senses, like when your eardrums vibrate, that's a disturbance. When light comes into your eyes, that's a disturbance.
Yes.
In the natural way of what you are, which is just there. You know what I mean?
Interesting you say that.
Definitely.
Life is a disturbance, because life is a disturbance. I mean, when we look at the tree of life, I related it before. Number one, tree of life is the study of Prakriti. But if you look at the tree of life, it is a drop in an infinite ocean of nothingness. Life is a disturbance. This is abnormal in comparison to the rest of reality. You're absolutely right. It's life is like walking around with a splinter in your shoe, a foot, but probably bigger than a splinter, or not.
Right, yeah. And it's just there all the time. You know what I mean? You cannot get away from it. You can't get away from it.
I like what they said here a little bit later on. There is no great, there is no small in the mind that causeth all. Greetings, Shango.
Peace, greetings.
So when you look at this cause and effect, and like you said, Curve, we don't even have the capacity to contain the origin of anything, because there's no origin. Everything has a never-ending loop of causes and a never-ending loop of effects. So when you take that into consideration, there is no action that is greater or lesser than anything. No person greater or lesser, no concept greater or lesser, because nothing stands alone. That's kind of what Dion Fortune, I believe, was trying to get us to see about reality, is that nothing works independently of anything. Just like none of the spheres operate independently of each other. Nothing in this reality works independently of anything else. Who am I to judge? I haven't been here long enough, and I haven't seen the full picture to be able to say that something is good or bad. That is why good and evil don't exist.
To be good or bad is to I forgot, I was reading this thing one day and it says to be good or bad is to be able to judge one thing and say that is bad or that is good, but you don't even know what the fuck that is. You have to be better than something to even say that's bad.
You have to be at a vantage point to calculate everything to make some kind of assessment like that. Otherwise, it's relative. It's based on your personal opinion of your personal perspective, which works for you, but there's absolute truth and there's relative truth. Let's be sure that we know what we're saying when we say it. Many people confuse relative truth with absolute truth.
Peace, everybody.
What's up, Shango?
What's up, Shango?
What's up, everybody? What's up, y'all?
Peace, bro.
I was just thinking when you was just talking that maybe, how we always say wrong, right, you know what I mean? And I think the ultimate discovery, once a person is really digging, once you start digging the hole and you start discovering all little things inside the dirt, you know what I'm saying? What you would discover is that you have to, you will discover the realization that each planet governs itself by its own law structure. So us being the same as a planet, we are individual planets. So once we come into this realization, then we realize that someone else's lawful existence unto their existence doesn't apply to you as an individual. So that's been the greatest detriment to mankind, is that everybody continues to place their lawful structure upon someone else based off of their own opinion or their way of living their own individual life as a planet, as a microcosmic structure within themselves as an individual. So as we read through the Kybalion, we know that it says the all is the law in itself. You understand? So we know that the all is the law in itself. So now we apply that to the Vedic astrology, meaning that once you go to the Patanjali is going to tell you that once you particularly meditate under a high-powered focusness and an intent to discover yourself, you'll see that you'll come to your own true form. So the individual true form is their individual lawful structure. So that's why it's important that we begin to look at our own self individually. Everybody has to do their own self-analysis. So once you become self-analytical, you realize that I don't even see anyone else and what they do. I only see the law of myself. So I start to see myself and everything else is within me. So there is no separation. So only time that I start separating is when I place my opinions upon something else that I'm experiencing that has nothing to do with me. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's the whole thing. Once we keep continuously going into this self-discovery, none of even what we're studying is applying to any. It's none of your business how anybody else applies it to themselves. It's the individual's business to make sure they maintain their own self. None of it, nothing else that we discover, it doesn't matter. That's the ultimate self, because everything is called self. Isn't it called self? Everything in Vedic astrology applies to what? The self, the self, the self, the self. So now when you look at the Kybalion, it's not a global application that's going to be reenacted or animated in the same way that it will be for another individual. So once the individual reaches self-mastery and self-realization, they realize there is no individual, and everything that's been applied to individuality within society collectively has been nothing but an illusion. An illusion is, instead of saying right or wrong, good or bad, illusion is unlawful activity. And lawful activity, do unto thyself as you would do unto others. The golden rule, ain't it? Treat people how you want to be treated. So that's basically letting you know right there in a nutshell that the individual can't treat nobody else any different because he's treating everybody how he treats his own self. So a person who we consider would be a total asshole all the time, he's an asshole unto his own self. He's not treating you any different than he's treating his own self every fucking day.
Yeah.
Facts.
So once you come to that mastery of understanding, you're supposed to just be like, oh, mommy. And it just go, and you smile. People are like, thank you for the experience of understanding what you just showed me. Every day, I'm more thankful for everybody's experience. If somebody was to roll up on me and pull out and say, run all you got, I'm going to give it to him and be like, thank you for the experience that you've given me today. Because I'm not going to fear death. That's what I'm not going to give them. I'm not going to give the experience fear. I'm not going to give the experience anxiety. I'm going to give you what you want. And what you want is going to be not me. I'm going to give you the items that you seek. You don't seek me. So the more we keep digging that fucking hole, basically all of us, the whole of discovery is the graveyard. You ain't doing nothing but digging. Your only thing you discovering is how to fucking die peacefully. How to not be afraid if a heart attack touch your ass. And that should only happen because you're living unhealthy. Other than that, you ain't gonna get no motherfucking heart attack or stroke. Right. If you're eating pork sandwiches and putting extra gravy on that motherfucker, then you should expect the artery to tighten up on your ass in one day. So I'm just saying that as we discover the individual self towards individual mastery, towards nothing being duality. That's even nothing being everything is nothing because the ultimate level of discovery upon the what the curve was, but he was saying that, you know what I'm saying, as like basically how we, I can't remember how he just said it, but basically this, all of this, the way people act, like, you know, people accepting what we call a drug culture and stuff like that.
Addiction culture.
It's more, yeah. So when we even look at that, it's always been a drug culture. Boy, don't we love Jimi Hendrix? Why we love Jimi Hendrix? Because he was stoned as a motherfucker. Their drug
No,
culture.
I mean even deeper than that. I'm talking about
Yeah, I'm
everything in
saying
general, not just
that's what
drugs,
I'm
but
saying.
everything.
There's a quintessence. There's a quintessence behind what we are calling and considering cultures, or what, you know what I'm saying, the actions, as we said, the causation. There's the subjectiveness to this causation that people are not, they haven't even begun to dig a hole into that grave and discover that those bones.
Right.
Remember, I was talking about that Treya. Remember, I was saying that culture, you know, is attachment. You know what I'm saying? And it's put on you from the time that you come into this joint,
And you
and
know what
you
that
have no
attachment is?
say.
And stuff. Let me interject. And you know what that attachment is, as you just said? That's
What's that?
somebody placing you under a law of their opinion.
Boom! That's exactly what I was just saying.
Attachment is unlawful action that has been placed upon you, and we call it changing your mind. So someone or somebody changed your mind, then they changed the law governing you.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
And you would suffer less if you would mind your damn business.
But that get deep though, man. That can get down to like language, man. Like even the language we're talking is just like because of somebody else and shit, man. So we only subjected, we under, to a certain degree, we're gonna be under some shit. You know what I mean?
Everybody is
Nothing escapes it.
You're
Nothing
right.
escapes it, bro.
Both of you are right. Everybody has been placed under the law restrictions of somebody else. We all under the rule of Nebuchadnezzar. Every fucking example that we had of some unruly king or leader that was ruthless, we all been born, as you just said, we all been born into that. But once you come into the aha moment or eureka, or I got it, or oh shit, I get it. You have liberated. You have experienced moksha, meaning that you discovered, oh shit, this shit don't got nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? Like this, but it has to do with you because you're resonating on the physical plane. But once you realize that the you is only who you personified as the physical form, and the observer is because you have to look at yourself as the object of observation. You're the object of observation in the physical plane. So then once you discover, well, who is the subject and the object? You are the subject and the object. But who is the internal observer of the object and the subject upon it? So once you discover all of that, you'll be like, moksha. You know what I'm saying? That's when you become thankful, because now, as all y'all just said as I was coming in, that shit don't apply to none of you. It's best to become, because the ultimate goal of the ultimate sages, because there's different levels of what we're digging into. Either all of us are trying to become sages, or we're just stuck in another illusion of becoming more intellectualized by the discovery of Vedic science. So if we're traveling on the road to become a sage, or to become or a sadhaka, if you're a practitioner of this, there's a purpose why you're practicing this. That the ultimate goal is to motherfucking become separated from all of this shit that we doing right here. Facebook, YouTube, your family, your mama, grandmama, your children, and your fucking personified self. So once we get to that ultimate realization of that, then we begin, so we can apply it. Because what I'm discovering is we the new superheroes, we the new sages. So that might not apply. I'm still trying to understand it myself. So that lifestyle may not apply to us. You may not have to go into complete isolation, which might be in older age when you're preparing to die. You might go isolate. But right now, we have to resonate this energy outwardly so other people can see it. Like, yo, man, if those individuals can become quote unquote masters of self-righteousness and action and activity, then maybe I can do the same fucking thing. And we can give out the whole techniques, tools, and modalities of how to do it. And not judge nobody and realize, like I said a little while ago, that if Trav is if he's Mercury and I'm Saturn, then I realize that I don't vibrate the same law structure as him because he's a whole nother planet. So keep going further into the subjectivity of that we all vibrate the same structure based off of a cosmological view of planetary energies as they are attached to each other.
Yes.
Are you Saturn? Are you Capricorn though?
I'm actually you talking about me, Jay?
Yeah, or Aquarius.
When it comes to Western astrology, I'm a Sagittarius. When it comes to Vedic or Eastern astrology or Jyotish, I'm a Libra.
Okay.
As far as ascendants.
I see.
So
yeah,
when you look at my moon and all, because I got it up here because I be forgetting, my ascendant is Libra, my sun is Scorpio, and my moon is a Gemini. So
okay.
so that's, you know what I'm saying? So when we align each other, I wouldn't, if me and you were born on the same day, same year, same time, we would still not have the same fucking birth chart. Because you will have your own individual destiny that you have to play out, as Christian said, as your own mythology. You understand what I'm saying? Because we wouldn't be born in the same place.
Plus, yeah, and that would change. I mean, just due to Coriolis effect, that would change. You know what I mean? Depending on the location of where you're born at, too. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Your longitude, and latitude.
Right.
And basically, longitude and latitude is timelines. So each womb that we come through is basically like those movies where they show the portals and it be looking like water and shit like that, or a mirror. Basically, the womb is the great cosmic mirror. All it is reflecting outward a spectrum of light called a human being that's fucking filtered down into matter and being gelled together to be a fucking meat puppet.
Factamonger.
But the whole thing of what I'm saying is each one of us should never and can never apply the law that governs you, that governs your individual self. You can't apply it to anybody else. All you can do is give your personal experience. Be like, you know what, this is what I did and this is how I did it. So I would suggest that maybe if you try that along with whatever else that you've been doing, you might discover your own self-structural law. We can never tell nobody what to do with this is how you got to do it and this is how it has to be done, because that shit ain't gonna do nothing but keep a person emotionally detached from, even because you have to become attached. You have to attach to shit.
You need a vessel. You need a vessel. You need a container for something.
You have to attach. You cannot escape the reality of being in the now. That if I was to fucking douse your ass with gasoline and put some fire on your ass, you ain't gonna sit there too in motherfucking deep meditation.
Right.
So we can't escape the reality of the physical. We can seek to comprehend it, and we can change the way that we perceive how we're interacting with it. And we is the internal self, and whatever we want to, you know, saying Brahmanas, Atma, Vishnu, we can call. That's why so many different names. Exactly. That's why so many different religions. the human being has tried for millenniums to fucking give people an understanding of this shit. Like, yo, man, I'm the cause, but I'm not the cause, and I'm the this, and I'm not that. And then
from
somebody
their own
gonna say,
perspective, from their own hood.
and the next person who has an opinion is gonna do what? They're gonna ask a question because they're not gonna either understand it or they're not going to follow or want to utilize it the same way that you're delivering it.
Because it's not, like you said, it's not in their energy structure.
It's not in their energy. It's not in their
energy structure. They gotta find out what works for them.
They have to go on their own.
Yeah, you have to go on your own journey, and you have to find out what works for you and what correlates with, like you say, your individual planetary structure.
Yes, sir. That's basically really the bottom line. So anybody that says that, you know what I'm saying, I don't necessarily want to continue to use even the word meditation because I'm not necessarily meditating. I'm more of I'm self-analyzing, you know what I mean, to discover what does it mean to me, to who is analyzing? What am I analyzing? You know what I mean? So I'm analyzing the actions of how I play out my daily activity and basically controlling the bhutas and all of the different particular mental activity that's going on. That's all I can suggest for each individual, is that you got to do self-analyses to comprehend every fucking thought. Everybody right now that's listening and that's watching, all y'all got individual thoughts that's popping up, whether you thinking about dinner, fucking drinking some shit, or saying to yourself, this motherfucker Shango will be running his fucking mouth. Everybody got a fucking thought right now. Where is that thought coming from, though?
Astro traveling like a motherfucker.
Where is the thought coming from, and what is the purpose of you having it? Is it even useful to you right now?
Data reception from one of the 5 senses, triggering a memory.
Having a reaction.
The Manas is getting hit, man. That Manas is getting hit.
It's all the time getting hit. And you know what it's like? It's like the fucking craters of the moon. Isn't the moon your mind?
Ooh. Moon represents Manas. Your moon sign governs your Manas.
It governs your mind. And the craters on the moon is motherfucking wild ass thought asteroids bamming into that shit all the time, putting holes in it. And the samskara is called an impression. That's why it's called an impression. Something that leaves an impression leaves a fucking print. It leaves a hole. It leaves a groove. They already knew what they knew what they was doing with this shit.
They did.
That's why they use those words. And half the shit we studying in Vedic science, applying it to the Kybalion, is really all fucking fucked up when you put it into English. The original teachers and sages ain't speak a bit of fucking English. So even in our discovery, we have to depend on a language that can't even Sanskrit. The word that for the color for red is not the same definition as the American definition of red. They should be having a life experience applied to the definition. It just don't be a color. It has to be a color anthropomorphized into an action based off of a fruit that tastes like this, that smells like this, that makes it fucking red. It just don't be, oh, that's the color red.
You're right.
That shit is flat. English is flat.
Just think about the Hebrew language, man. Like, they got so many meanings behind each one of those letters and stuff, bro.
Exactly. You can't. So even with that discovery, and I discovered that myself, you're like, you know what? I can't take anything that I read as an authority because it's always redefined through different cultural filters and different culture and its geographical areas. Why you think that if a Greeksman traveled from fucking Greece to Antioch, or he traveled to Heliopolis in Egypt, you think that shit gonna say the same thing once he got back to fucking Greece?
No.
And don't forget about the samskaras that shit got to filter through too.
his own mind, so he's gonna redefine it based off of his own opinions if he ain't in control of his mind. And then once you get back to Greece, you're gonna filter it through your own opinion, through the language barrier, speaking fucking from the speaking, because the ancient Cometians didn't. Most of the time, they didn't even speak. They drew pictures. That shit came later because the ancient Cometians they didn't fucking vocally speak anything. Shit was in sound or an example of a fucking animal or a beetle. Why do you think they got all these hieroglyphs? Hieroglyphic is not a verbal language.
I didn't know that.
So you see how they trick us, because us as like, I'm gonna take it to this point. Because us as Black people, we always want something deeper than what we was given. So the first thing that we do, a lot of us on our discovery, our self-discovery of culture, we go back to Africa. And then that's a trickery game right there, because a lot of people, you like fucking 25 million years from Africa. So you not even geographically and spiritually African. And you damn not fucking Kemetic. You might have been, because everybody think that everybody was like fucking Eve was in Africa, so every human being just blossomed out of that motherfucker. No, it's a global phenomenon. There's some Black motherfuckers only originated in Russia.
Hey, don't tell a Pan-African dude that.
So I'm just saying, because they ain't digging deep enough yet. You know what I'm saying? They're afraid to let go of something that makes them feel good. It felt really good to me when, I'm gonna take it back, how I got culture. I got culture through the hip-hop culture. When Jungle Brothers came out with that shit, when them niggas was talking about Africa and all of that, because that was a part of early hip-hop culture. Hip-hop culture gave you your structural culture zone.
Right.
Niggas was wearing green, black, and red. They called themselves the fucking Tribe Called Quest. Niggas, you know what I'm saying? All kind of shit.
Yeah, African Bambaataa.
So Africa Bambaataa and all that. So we got culture through based off of our music. So once we keep going from thing to thing to thing, it's basically something to make us feel better than what the last thing made us feel like.
Right. So everybody got attached to, I'm a king.
All of that. But although being there, like I said, you can't escape the physical existence of your reality. You had to go to that. You have to go to your emotions. So one day, rediscover a science, even though it's been filtered through English, it's still going to explain to you, like, yo, everything you've been feeling your whole life has been the motherfucking hocus pocus on your ass, right? Because basically, so once you be like, oh,
that
shit.
emotion, that's what Black people do, man. They drown in that emotion too much, man. They gotta get out of some of that water.
But that's why they call us soul. Don't forget, we was once called soul people. What's up, soul brother? What's up, soul sister? Blah blah. Because that's what it is. It's always like all indigenous people. They all deal with soul energy, and soul energy is nothing but cosmic energy that's acted out in earthly energy. That you become one with nature.
I think that's why they lost the world, though, man. I think they lost the world from an abundance of that, man. They should have been a little bit more. I ain't gonna say you should have, because it's just evolution anyway. But
that's why it's easy for unrighteous activity to hide its betrayal amongst the righteous, because all you really got to do as a physical form is throw on some fucking dashiki cloth or some shit like that, and know how to say some particular catchphrases, and you the next motherfucking internet phenomenon.
Right.
And most people right now can give a fuck about culture, because the culture is economics. People want money. And there's really nothing wrong with that, because without being actively in the causation of the subjective reality of economics here in America, none of this shit would be going down what we're doing right now.
Right.
So we have to utilize it. So even that, so like Curve was saying, you know, saying he made his one of his outcomes as his reality. He said he may not want to become a millionaire, but by him saying that, you already a millionaire, because that's not something that you're dying to fucking serve the impulse for. You're not gonna go out and be impulsive to get that. There's nothing wrong with putting that flash on your ass, because some people, that's their love language. You don't know. You gotta see. It's no different than Reverend Ike. If you ever watch Reverend Ike videos and know about them and shit like that, Reverend Ike was putting them diamonds on your ass, letting you know. And he wasn't shitting on people. He was giving science of that shit. So if you got to pay to play sometime. So he was basically teaching in a subjective way that, yo, if you want to get money, you got to look like money, motherfucker. You're not gonna attract money being always talking broke language. Who attracts money like that?
Right.
Clean up, refine yourself, and you would get shit that's more refined.
Yes.
If you still on some coarse shit, or you still woe is me, like feeling Eeyore from fucking Winnie the Pooh. People don't even know Eeyore is a racist fucking character, because he can't be him. Disney had to stop blackfacing motherfuckers. So the new face of that shit was the donkey face. So what he always doing? Eeyore is always in the fucking edge of the mountain somewhere. Oh, well, Pooh, I guess I got to go over here and nigga, that's why you broke, Eeyore, and you ain't got no fucking friends. Nobody fuck with you. You're always on some miserable shit all the time. Tigger is always lit. This nigga's bouncing all the time.
Tigger already, he right.
That shit was funny.
But you got to trick yet Saraya, man.
The energy science of it, don't girls, the girls always, they didn't really like Winnie the Pooh. They like Tigger.
Yeah.
Tigger came bouncing on your ass.
Energy science.
Putting some energy, so they already knew this shit. This is why I said a little while ago. They all of us is under the fucking subjective law of fucking Melchizedek or Nebuchadnezzar. Mm-hmm. We all been finessed. Mm-hmm. And anal raped and all of that shit. We've all been mentally raped. They done raped us. They ain't no virgins. Ain't no overly masculine niggas walking around, nigga. You didn't been fucking cheeked out. They didn't took your buns when you came out, nigga. And none of us escaped vaccination when our moms had to. You can't even take your child out the hospital without them putting vaccines in their ass, unless you know how to. You got some paperwork that's gonna take you a lot to get that shit. You better come with a whole file cabinet of paperwork.
I did. My kid ain't been vaccinated, and
you had an ass of paperwork, didn't you?
I did. I had to do the work, but my kid is unvaccinated, and I'm proud.
And they damn near almost wanted to motherfucking take your child, didn't they?
They did. Hell yeah. Everywhere we go, when they find out my kid ain't vaccinated, boy, they try to throw that shit on your ass.
See what I'm saying? So doing that science, that should come with a price. You got to be brave. So people always talking about the Moorish Science Temple. That shit ain't for the weak. That ain't for pussy niggas. Because you know why? Because them niggas are the fucking they'll take your kids and shit like that. Play that paperwork if you want and think you can drive around without no driver license and telling them that you're traveling on a commercial road and you're not transporting, you're just traveling. Try to use that terminology and all that shit with the wrong sheriff and see if that motherfucker don't say, can you step out the vehicle? Nigga, you see it on news, you'll be in the next, and I'm not trying to make fun of that shit. Go ahead and play around with these motherfucking steroid cops and see once your ass be a goddamn Black Lives Matter march some fucking way.
But hey, that's why you got to do the best you can within it, man. You know what I mean? You got to.
And this is all what we're talking about: causation. There's a vibration, a vibratory pattern that starts as a desire, because when you go through the science of how did, you know what I'm saying, like Atum was self-created, you know what I'm saying? So basically, if you would say like you have a fetus, how they show the fetus in the womb, that's always like this and it's just floating, and it's not doing anything. Imagine if the fetus starts wanting to stretch, be like, I'm tired of being, I gotta stretch. That's going to cause some outward vibration that's going to be demonstrated differently than the fetus being like this the whole fucking time. So that's basically what we are. We're a causation of an action that Shiva or Vishnu or God or whatever we want to term it decided to have the thoughts was coming so much that all of these thoughts just became things. And these things became people and places and blah, blah, blah. And the human being is the only one graced with the ability to do what we're doing, verbally intellectualize shit, to make it, to start, and with this ability and gift that we was giving, what we did with it. We do all kind of unlawful shit with it, don't we? That's basically what it is. It ain't right. It ain't what we call right and wrong, bad and good. It's lawful and unlawful. It's unlawful to mistreat women. So if you don't say it's bad, no, it's unlawful based off of the law that she's not on the same. So first of all, human life is born through women. That's the motherfucking law you need to recognize. Right? You might want to respect women a little bit more, because you'll discover that all the female deities and all the deities come from the womb, come from a womb.
There's a whole chapter in the Rig Veda dedicated to giving praise to the Great Mother, because everything
Exactly.
we do is through her. All the joy that we experience is because we have a body because of her.
And that's what the cause and the effect, the causation, gelling into something that can be observed from something that once was only observed by the individual's mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you get into a whole, that's the difference between a contemplative state and a meditative state. Once you get into a deeper meditative state, you're now going into this divine conscious cosmic mind, where you can begin to experience where the thought vibrations come from, that what we call reality becomes the Chitakasha. So that's basically, you know what I'm saying, where we at. So each, and it's an individual job. Nobody's gonna get it by listening basically to any, you get enlightened by listening to the wise. You get enlightened, meaning that somebody has given you a brighter light bulb than the one that you had. So now that you're able to see a little bit clearly into dark, a little bit more to yourself, it's now your ability to do your own due diligence to understand what just happened, and to seek deeper to figure out what else do I have to continuously do so I can stay within this enlightened state. Because it's easy. Don't you feel good sometimes? Like one day you feel like, damn, it feels good. You wake up, and then the whole next day you feel a whole different fucking way. Like you can't get that same, like you go from a Lamborghini to a motherfucking Volkswagen real quick. They both can be brand new, but they definitely got two different type of horsepowers going on. So one day you Lamborghini horsepower, everything good, focus, boo, you fucking shining. The next day, you turn into the old school 1975 Volkswagen Love Bus, sputtering up the fucking road. But like, damn, man, I just don't got no. What happened? You didn't let something come into one of your orifices and plant some shit in you, and now what would have really happened to Neo if that fucking bug that they put in his ass would have been able to do what it was supposed to do? What was the purpose of that bug that they put in Neo that they had to suck out of his fucking belly button? And why did it come out of his belly button? The niggas played something and they placed that shit was gonna destroy the womb of his consciousness. He was never gonna be able to rediscover a red or a motherfucking green pill again. That's what most people are at. They don't know, they don't even know there's a red pill or a fucking green pill.
Ooh, and the capacity to receive it is poisoned. So any
It's
knowledge now is shaded as evil or crazy or weird. So we don't even
everything, all abilities to, even as you said, to grasp the fact that I have a chance to change, even that has been covered up. So they become what? Just fucking they become a clip off, a shell.
damn. That's the clip off.
That's the clip off, yo. The clip off ain't necessarily right or wrong. You know what it is? Another form of law.
The shell.
Because isn't that what the clip off is called? The shells?
Yeah.
What is it a shell of? It's a shell of its former self. Because the clip off tree was first. Most people don't realize that that what became what we know as the Yitzhak Sephirah is basically a newer tree.
Darkness is always first.
Exactly. So Da'oth existed, was the original sun center before Tiferet became the sun center. That's why I said that's why what they mean falling from grace. So Tifereth is actually a falling from grace. It occupies it occupies the space. That's the second sun. The black hole, the black sun is always for. That's why they always have shit called the black dot. Remember Bobby Hemmett always used to talk about the fucking black dot all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That was Da'oth. That's the black sun.
Bendu seed.
Akash.
You know what it is? It's melanin. Ain't nothing but melanin.
I'd like to add in this, speaking of melanin, this interesting thing I found in the Rig Veda. There's like 3 verses back to back talking about how beautiful and brown skinned Krishna is. Not blue. It says specifically brown skin.
In the Rig Veda.
In the Rig Veda, which is the oldest text written down. I'm not panicking, Bobby, so I'm not gonna be out here, putting that at people's faces. But I seen it. You can see it yourself. He's not blue.
Some beautiful brown skin, they said.
Yes. It said it's back to back in 3 verses. So
I want to make sure you get it. You know what I'm saying? It don't seem like you got it the first time. So let me hit you with that shit again.
Yeah. Yeah. Amazing.
Damn, man. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm looking at right now the mystical, like you got the supernatural triangle, the ethical triangle, and the astral triangle. So once you apply those 3 to your life, you see that the supernal triangle is the subject. That's those 3 Sephiroths belong to you. You can't even define anything that's in the first 3 Sephiroth. That shit don't got nothing to do. So now when you get to 4, 5, and 6, the ethical triangle, that's where it gets to be more thick. That's now you in the clouds. That's why fucking rain only come down once dust particles start making the water vapor get heavy, and it distills down in the form of fucking water. So now the water becomes the astral triangle, not meaning this astral realm, meaning that you now be able, you can, if you was to level up your Malkuth consciousness into your side, you will understand that everything that's in Malkuth is not what it appears to be. So that's the whole thing that we got to do. We got to begin to really, really individually see and say when it applies to your life individually, this doesn't apply to me. This doesn't affect me. Not to say you become some cold person, like, poverty has nothing to do with me. This death has no, because if you're because you're still supposed to have love for humanity, the people, because if there's anything that you can do to help, then it's your duty to do it to help somebody. but you know, the train got to keep moving. Traveling a path don't mean that you stay. Once you stop traveling, you ain't traveling no more. Now don't the adjective change to a whole nother fucking thing?
Yeah.
Becoming a resident along the path means that you have now taken up residence. You are not a traveling observer no more. So a lot of people, they have stopped traveling. Man, they stopped traveling. They became complacent and said, well, fuck it. It seems like this is a nice place. I'll just live right here for a little while. And then next thing you know, you've been in the same fucking place for 15 years.
But you know something? So we're on the subject of causation, which I can't help but keep seeing karma everywhere in this chapter. I'm seeing that with karma as well. Like, we're talking about all these influences and previous causes that have more to do with the situation than we realize. Even in situations like that, where people only go so far and stop, or people hear this information and don't take it in, don't move on it. Like, our advancement also has to do with karma and previous causes. I keep referring to how Vivekananda talked about it. You can buy all the books that you want, but you only read what you deserve to read. In other words, you know, what karma you have accumulated that would point you in such a direction.
Right.
I just had to laugh at the truth of that. You know what I'm saying? It's really, like I said, all I can do is say the componentry of life. You got to become an engineer of life to be able, an engineer, a mechanic, a surgeon, and not just, you know, saying like, you know, like when I tore my ACL and PCL, you got to be a brain surgeon, surgeons that cut, that can go into the body and put back together a nerve. You know what I'm saying? You got to individually become that kind of a fucking surgeon.
Put back together a nerve.
Back together a nerve.
The amount of detail, the amount of granularity of attention that takes.
That would take.
That's essentially what we're dealing with.
Oh, excuse me. You even think about how Dr. Strange, he lost the use of his hands. His hands was his life. But it wasn't his hands that was doing it. It was his mind that was doing it. So the whole science of it, Dr. Strange, man, relax, dude. You ain't lose your mind. You just lost some physical, go do something else. That's not gonna call for you to have to take the brain apart anymore and put it back together. And what he did, the nigga became a fucking magician.
Where did he go to learn it?
He went to Sivananda and the homeboys over there and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga went to the Himalayas, and it was on some secret society shit. And because when you really do the science, a lot of this, even the Kabbalah, the Kybalion was a Kabbalah too. This was not exoteric knowledge. This was esoteric science. Before you even get to learn that shit, you might have to go through multiple different levels and stages of gurus to get to Sivananda in them. You might got to go through Homeboy, the dude in the golden motherfucking chair before you get to
Nithyananda.
You got to go to Nithyananda. He didn't had you flashed and cast for fucking 8 years. Me like, yo, I found out that this dude is really not the real fucking guru.
Yeah, man. My cousin.
Go ahead.
I'm saying my cousin, he's telling me all about Nithyananda, and I'm not gonna burst his bubble because I realize you got to start where you start, So
exactly.
Hey, I'm glad you watching and listening.
It's a different breed. It's a different time right now. You know what I'm saying? We ain't the same. That's why I can't be hitting young heads and jits out here with the same science of 1993. Them niggas ain't no fucking ain't downloading no shit from 1993. They got to see. They got to see something. They can't. They're not hearing that. They not. That's why hip hop culture. You think these young niggas out here respect KRS-One? I'm like, motherfuck that motherfucker, man. When did that nigga rap? 1950? Because they vibing on a whole different frequency now. You understand what I'm saying? It's like old school basketball. Michael Jordan only got money from sneaker endorsements. The niggas wasn't getting paid like that for dribbling that ball up and down the court. They wasn't making that. They wasn't making LeBron James money back in Larry Bird and Dennis Rodman, and the niggas was getting no contract for $337 million. You bugging. $100,000 contracts. Some of them had 90,000, 60,000, because that was a whole different frequency then.
So you say it's a different frequency, and these young folks, they need to see something. But we're talking about cause and effect. Mm-hmm. Maybe that has a reason that has to do with why even what we're doing is having such powerful manifestation and such tangible results. Maybe because in order for this message to be passed, the power needs to be upped. So you see what I'm saying here?
Yes. Because you know what they're doing? See, this is the whole thing too. When they spray all these chemtrails and shit like that, everybody thinks it's all about getting you sick and making you catch a cold and blah blah blah. Really, it's building a biosphere for sound resonance. So what these scientists do is they change the hertz of our atmosphere. We live in the atmosphere on the Earth, which is only like 1,200 miles high. It's not really that high. So if you think about an airplane flies can be what 5,000 feet in the air. So you think about 5,000 feet above the Earth's surface is a different atmosphere. You can go into the ionosphere, stratosphere, the different spheres all have a different hertz and resonance that could be heard if you're capable of attuning yourself. So what's happening is they've been changing the megahertz and the hertz of the consciousness that humans need to vibe with on a planetary level. So what they did, they changed or they stretched. It's no different than like I got a chart up here that go from gamma to delta. When you deal with gamma waves, that shit is like all up and down a whole bunch of lot. But when you deal with delta waves, delta is it's like slow, then it go up and then it come back down. So the whole thing is they didn't change the frequency to a gamma wave. So it's always motherfucker. That's why they changed the hip hop to where they put that hi-hat that's always it's hitting all over the fucking place. So that's why I said that these young cats between the ages of 17 and 25 years old, them motherfuckers ain't trying to hear a goddamn thing about no consciousness. Because they got their own consciousness. Their consciousness is called lit. Their consciousness is called turned. They are motherfucking artificial intelligences. They not trying to hear. My daughter, my daughter just turned. I have a daughter that just turned 16 yesterday. You think she trying to hear some shit about me when I was motherfucking her? They don't want to hear none of that shit. I don't even parent the same way my mother parented me. My mother tolerated none of the shit that I tolerate for my daughters.
You can't bring that strictness to these kids.
You cannot do it.
You will be a monster.
I'm not worried about them. And I ain't worried about them calling no authority on me. It just don't work on them.
That too, it don't work.
That shit don't absorb. Because they're what? Because they have developed an auric shield that nothing can penetrate that motherfucker unless I was to go into some heavy mantra that will break that motherfucking frequency shield and then I'll be able to tap into whatever particular consciousness. That's the only way you can break these energy shields. Because like I said, that's what the scientists, modern science has done that. Chemtrails is nothing but metallic particles that they're spraying and creating a biosphere, a containment unit for frequencies and hertz. That's changing the frequencies and hertz of the human body and human consciousness through at a cellular level. So when people be talking about, man, you heard that humming sound in your ear last night? Anybody had that? Or I was having these ringing in my ear. You picking up on whatever frequency they need you to pick up on. That ain't just a ringing. That shit's saying something. That's why every individual has to work on their own self to figure out what has been communicating with them as an individual, making them act out in the way that they act out individually, not collectively.
Individually.
And that's where people don't want to get. It's because of what? Because the human being is a mammal, meaning what? Meaning it's a communal animal. We love to be in groups. Aren't we in a group right now?
Yes.
Because we love it. We ain't no we not reptiles where the fucking a turtle or a snake lays the egg in a fucking hole and goes on about his fucking business. And you just born with the internal instincts of survival. So if you a snake, soon as you come out the egg, a baby snake begin killing something instantaneously, because that's a part of its instinct cycle. So we mammals, we love to be a part of things, but the that's the human being. The human spiritual human being knows that in order for me to be optimized to my fuller self, I need to often separate from other attachments to people, places, and things. The 3D world, third dimension, you got to get away from it. So fourth dimension and all of that. So you know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. We socialize creatures, and that's the deeper we go into self, we can separate ourselves from socialization, because socialization is indoctrination based off of what? Someone else's opinion done what? Lawfully and unlawfully against you. Think about how many laws. Didn't they tell people it was in Catholic Church, you can't masturbate. It's against God. It's unlawful. It's unspiritual. Why? Oh, because in the Old Testament, the man wasn't supposed to spill his seed onto the earth. Why? Oh, because it's God. God made you like that. That's somebody else's fucking they're indoctrinating you with the adverse law.
Opinion. Because that
an opinion.
Really, the script don't even say all that. But that's
what don't say none of that shit.
That was a one situation for a particular dude. Hey man, get the wife pregnant. No, I'm gonna come on the girl.
Isn't it 66 books or something like that in the Bible? Those were only the fucking pieces that they chose to put together. And the New Testament is the whole thing is fictitious.
Right.
And based off of, and so it's like a fiction, non-fiction type of book, because they took bits and pieces from the cuneiform and the epics of Gilgamesh and shit like that, and also some of the hieroglyphic stories in Egypt. So it's a mixture of all kind of shit. They're actually telling you it's a whole bunch of it's basically like I said, fiction, non-fiction.
That's what the Hebrews are, though.
Huh?
But that's what that area was anyway. It had to be a mixture, a little melting pot of everything, because it's in the middle of all of that type of stuff, man.
Yeah.
They had to do that.
Mm-hmm. So they know. So that's why we, and I'm saying we, And because right now we're amongst a collective of individuals who are listening and participating in this experience called Travis's 1 o'clock YouTube live. So we're participating in this. So we are attempting to resonate, and we're coming into a deeper consciousness that all the majority of what we've been experiencing and are experiencing does not apply to us. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. That shit don't apply to you. Most people was more emotionally wrapped up into how they felt, and half the people anyways don't even pay no attention to fucking politics, but they was all wrapped up into what Donald Trump was fucking doing.
Right.
Nigga, you don't
Dude,
even
I just got a revelation on that yesterday. I'm in my grandma's house right now, and I was down here talking to her, and they was talking about something about the Republican stuff on TV because her station stay on that. And so I was asking, I was like, well, what's going on here? She was like, to be honest with you, since they got Trump out of office, I don't even pay attention no more. I was like, my mouth hit the floor. I was like, what the fuck?
Now let's look at this. Now let's look at this as scientists, right? Let's use this as science. Okay. You said that was who? Who said that? Your grandmother?
Yeah, that was my grandma. Yep.
Okay. Who are they using right now as the face for getting the vaccine?
Black people.
They're using somebody grandmama, right?
Somebody grandma, yeah.
Wasn't she on the news the other day saying, I don't care what's in it.
I ain't asking no questions.
I ain't trying to ask no questions.
I don't want to see the ingredient list.
See, you see, this is a fucking science that they do on people, man.
Beautiful.
Man,
This ain't no. Okay, let's go back to the Kybalion. It says here, this is the page with mine because I got the digital 73. It says a careful examination will show you that what we call chance is merely an expression relating to obscure causes that we cannot perceive, causes that we cannot understand. The word chance is derived from a word meaning to fall, as falling of dice. The idea being that the fall of the dice and many other happenings are merely a happening unrelated to the cause. And this is the sense in which the term is generally employed. But when the matter is closely examined, it is seen that there is no chance whatsoever about the fall of the dice. Each time a die falls and displays a certain number, it obeys a law as infallible as that which governs the revolution of the planets around the sun. So when we saw her up there doing that, somebody placed her up there based off of a vibratory law that they was trying to put in people's minds. She was just used, and then they do the same thing. Who else did they have as the face of the vaccine when it was created? Didn't they have an African lady, the doctor?
Yep.
It's not about the black, it's about the energy, the feminine energy being unlawfully utilized to mislead people. Because who ain't gonna listen to their fucking grandma? Who ain't gonna listen to some older, and I'm not being disrespectful, I'm just using it, I'm looking at it like a science now, an older, dark-skinned, overweight mother. Isn't that who raised white men anyways? Don't they call her? Ain't that mammy?
That's mammy. That's mammy.
So why? So don't you think they still got mammies right now?
Yes, they do.
They just replaced them with, and this ain't no tag. There's a lot of Jamaican mammies out here.
Sure is.
They always got West Indian or Ecuadorian or Latino. They always using some indigenous person to be the cosmic mother source of their fucking energy. And when I say they, I'm talking, and all I can do is say sorcerers and wizards who control the infrastructure of what's called America. They know how to fucking manipulate the laws and structure of the human being in their mind. So they put these mother figures up there because they want to say, well, shoot, if the black woman or if these women support it, then it must not be nothing wrong with it.
The same thing happened back in slavery when they would whoop the family of the mamas, and that's how you got Big Mama, because she would bring everybody else in line because she didn't want to see anybody be abused like that. So she would bring everybody else in line. So and that's where you get that Big Mama. That's where you get that Gone with the Wind.
All of that because when you ever watch Gone with the Wind, whatever she said to them was fucking law. That she wasn't, and now then the obverse structure of that was in Django. That motherfucker was Samuel L. Jackson's character. He was the one who put Mr. Fucking Monsieur Candy up on the fucking fact like they ain't coming for no fucking slaves. They came in for that girl.
Yep.
Because there's always an undercurrent of somebody who's always putting some science in here. To go back and look at Aladdin, the cartoon one. Jafar was awfully brown skinned.
Yeah, he was.
And it basically just means somebody in the shadows who's capable of doing what? Changing the consciousness of your fucking thoughts. And that's what all of this shit that we experience is, a changing of people's thoughts. And what you can do, go back through the timeline of hip hop. Everybody do a hip hop analysis. Go back to 1995. Okay, you got to think Tupac died in 1995 or 1996. So think about what hip hop was. Think about Onyx, Wu-Tang Clan, DOS Effects. Think about the type of hip hop it was. Wasn't no nigga walking around with no fucking tight jeans and pants hanging down. Everything was about baggy pants because you had to hide the motherfucking gap. That's how you can know that all of this tough talk that these young boy hip hop dudes talk about is all nothing but illusion. Because first of all, nigga, you can't tuck nothing away in them tight motherfucking pants that you wearing. So that right there is a myth. Now they're talking about they got the Draco and all of this right here. So all they basically doing is driving by a motherfucking corner where they didn't heard that the op is at and spraying off something that you don't even got to aim. You just hold it out the window, hold the trigger, it's spraying off 30 round shots at your ass, 100 round drum. It don't take no science to that. Everything is based off of somebody, these people out here scientifically experimenting with the consciousness of people. And now they're doing it. They're not even doing it covertly. They're doing it overtly. People are willingly taking something into their body that has not gone through the scientific process.
Madness.
And you got people out here that will take the vaccine and talk about that they vegan. How the fuck is you worried about? How the fuck you worried about whether you drinking a Sprite or you drinking Coca-Cola, but you just not let them shoot whatever it is into your body?
Well, you got people identifying now as animals and, made up things. So, hey.
I saw a Facebook post that somebody asked something about a binary person identifying with a transgender or something like that. I don't even understand that shit. And I had to leave it alone. I'm just using that as an example how this is where our world is at right now. That a 13-year-old kid can make the decision for themselves to say, a 13-year-old boy or girl can make the decision for themselves to say, I don't want to be a girl no more. I don't want to be a boy anymore. I'm not So they're saying that the self within the form is a different gender than what's being displayed on the outward. If you was that, then you would have been that. There ain't no fucking like, because it ain't no chance rolling the dice that a mistake. So really, when you look at the science of life, there of everything that's in existence is not a mistake.
Right.
Nature don't make mistakes.
Right. Right.
See, that's another illusionary opinion of a consciousness of man, to think that nature is going to make a mistake and physically make you into a boy, but internally you're really a girl. No, you didn't let something mislead your mind. Maybe maybe the little boy's been around a lot of women, and he became his actions became associated with the feminine more than it has been with the masculine. That don't make him a girl. It makes him confused in his role as a human being. Just like I had a dog, I took a puppy, I had a puppy, and it didn't grow up around the rest of the puppies or nothing. So it was a boy dog. Do you know that it didn't know how to piss on a tree like a boy and lift his leg up? You know why? Because it never seen an example of it. But eventually, it didn't like pissing on his motherfucking feet. So instinctually, that shit kicked in, that he started lifting up that motherfucking leg. Now, see how that, if that happens in an animal, that an animal has an internal instinct as a boy dog, that you're going to keep pissing on your motherfucking feet and not like it, because only a girl dog squats to piss. But a boy dog does it because he ain't see the outward example, still has the inward potential to be a boy dog, to lift his fucking leg up to piss. You mean to tell me that nature that made a mistake in making a little boy into a girl? You got the whole world fucked up.
And now, if it was just down to that, it would be so much more simpler. But I dealt with a lot of these type of people, and I see that that's not even the real issue. Really, the issue has a lot more to do with social acceptance. I don't know who I am, so I want to be accepted as something. It has more to do with that kind of thing and attention. Unfortunately, it has more to do with emotional shit.
It has a mental illness, what you said, like an emotion, and the mental illness is only a misfiring of their emotional centers. Like you need to get you're not centered, you're not balanced. So you need to go to a person who's able to communicate that. So you tell me when Dwayne Wade's son decided to start thinking like that, he didn't say, well, maybe we can take you someone you can sit down and speak to someone about this and figure out what's really going on. No, he said, fuck it, I accept that. Why you think these people don't be around their family? You ever notice that where's Dwayne Wade's aunties and shit at like that? They don't be showing you their family because it's not so, because them all of those are just their pieces that they just place. Remember on the old school Clash of the Titans, when when he was taking, when they was able to go on the wall and take clay figures and they put it there. That's basically what Hollywood and entertainment does. They always have someone on the shelf. That's why it takes certain artists. We may know thousands of independent artists that's not in the mainstream, that's way better than fucking Beyonce, way better than Jay-Z and all of these people, but they just don't, they're not putting them in the game yet because it ain't time. We still have to exhaust this vibratory frequency that we got going on. Didn't they shut Beyonce's frequency down? She came out with I Am King. It was a beautiful fucking documentary movie concert she put on. A week later, it went straight to WAP on your ass. WAP overtook I Am King. They washed that shit out of here. Because that's was, and you think that shit happened by chance? No, it was purposeful. Everything you see on TV, here in the radio is on purpose. None of that shit is by mistake.
So Could it be that what you're saying here about this is that when movies and music is being released, it's not about the artist came up with this cool creation and we want to celebrate it. It has more to do with tuning the frequency of the nation and the planet, like radios. So different art pieces,
Basically,
different movie pieces, and different events even happen to tune the consciousness of the general public.
can't we retune ourselves, Trav, with singing bowls?
Yes.
What makes you think they don't got some motherfucking artificial machine that they didn't made that's like a singing bowl and sending a fucking frequency through the fucking air that changes thoughts that they need to change the frequency? How do we know? Think about when it's riot time. They didn't turn the frequency on, and now they done made motherfuckers overly hype and aggressive. They did the same thing with weed. You can't go to a dispensary. They sell genetically modified cannabis. They didn't genetically modify that shit so high that the potency level is through the roof. That ain't reefer. That's that ain't them old. You can't go to no. Of course, you can get some naturally grown plants and fields that's gonna put your ass to sleep, but it ain't gonna be this overly aggressive type of motherfucking medical strain.
Man, you 1,000% right on that. And that shit don't do you like the cannabis from like 10 years ago.
It
Like
don't,
it's
man.
super high in THC, but the effects are gone in like 45 minutes.
You almost can't even get comfortable. Like you get so motherfucking high, you're too high, and you're like, God damn, man, am I having a heart attack or am I feeling good? I don't know which way to go with this. And like you said, give it 30, 35 minutes, you ain't even high no more. You be like, yo, that shit wore off like that's like cocaine.
Yep.
So the whole thing is they know how to put different frequencies into play. So whenever you see, so when the new artist is gone and come out, don't these artists be getting killed? Think about XX Tentacion and King Vaughn. Don't they always got another artist that they throw right in right after the one gets killed?
With the quickness.
People forget about that. That should be over. Because they know this shit is what that movie. You can't handle the truth, motherfucker. You can't. People don't want to handle. They be like, man, that's shit's conspiracy. That nigga talking crazy. All right, it's all good. You will see it. You see it. Like I said, some people have been so deprived. They have been turned. Their frequency is turned. All their volume turned all the way down that they can hear nothing good and they can hear nothing bad. They don't even operate under any particular law. They are computer generated players in the game. They just a character that just walks by and you can't interact with them and they not interacting with you.
They're just obstacles. And that's what I came up with that when we're talking about NPCs. They ain't nothing but like bumps in the road when you're driving down, potholes. If you ain't woke yourself up to a certain level, then you are on the status quo. And you pretty much just like the rock that I gotta walk around.
Even a roach has purpose. You may not want no roach in your house, but it has a purpose. It's there to clean up crumbs and shit that you fucking lay around. It's doing its fucking job. Maggots got purpose. Decay has purpose. Isn't that alchemy? That's alchemy. It all has a fucking purpose. The human being is the only fucking creature that grows and don't even be having no fucking purpose for itself. Or let somebody else turn their purpose off. They be having you, man, I don't even want to speak about that and make people angry. I'm just saying it'd be so much artificial expression that it leaves, you know, it just leaves you bewildered if you get caught up in it. You're supposed to be blind. How many motherfuckers didn't realize that Denzel's character in the Book of Eli was fucking blind until the end of that motherfucker? That's how people going through life, totally fucking blind. His purpose was to go bring this motherfucking book, the Bible, to the library that they didn't build to restart over humanity all over again. But the book got lost. But who was the book? He was the motherfucking book based off of what he remembered. So now these people had to go by what he said word for word and made it into written form. And that's why I said it was the Book of Eli. He was the motherfucking book. You know how much shit that he didn't change? And well, damn, I think it said it was, you know, this and that. No, he didn't change. That's what they do to us all. They rewrite the book of our own individualized consciousness. And your book is your natal chart. So if you was to get your own individual natal chart, you can develop your own mantras for your own frequency. You'll know what planets that you rock with. You'll know what planets that you don't rock with, or they're called detriments, meaning that they don't lawfully fit into the structure of yourself as an individual being, so they won't benefit you to use those mantras. Everybody can do that. You might need to be rocking with Mars. You might want to rock with Mars. So if I know that Mars, if Mars was in the sign of Libra when I was born, and Swati is the nakshatra, and Vayu is the lord of Swati, then I know that Vayu is wind. So meaning that now I can utilize elements to reorganize myself. I can now do Vayu meditation, Vayu mantra. I don't have to use the same as somebody else. Everybody has their own individual tree of life, which is basically your fucking Bava chart, your Lagna chart.
Yeah.
So it becomes to the point where as an individual, you begin to have no opinion about anything. My opinion means nothing to anyone else. I have no opinion on that.
Right.
It's called being indifferent. Well, what do you think about that? I don't. What do you mean you don't? It doesn't apply to my particular journeys. It doesn't apply to me. So having an opinion changes nothing. Now, if they say, what are you prepared to do regarding this and this situation? Well, I'm prepared to A, B, or C. Not what I think about what somebody else, boom, boom, boom. Opinions don't lead to nothing but more pain and suffering, meaning that the individuals become offended. You're hurting someone's feelings by your opinion, or you're triggering some sort of reaction in somebody else because you got a fucking opinion about something.
And that's the thing about opinions. You don't have to have them, especially if you study what's already there. Then you don't have to form an opinion. You can just rely on the data that's present. Why would I have an opinion or feel some kind of way about something when I can just rely on the data of reality?
Exactly. The source information is right there.
That's why I don't care about opinions, because it's just a statement of, I don't know the facts behind this, but these are my feelings about it.
Yeah.
Well, if you get the facts, then your feelings will become in alignment with reality.
That's like I made a post about opinions. Just because you have an opinion does not mean you have to offer it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey.
You see that, because that takes you back to self-responsibility. That's what, now that goes back until I said we're social creatures. So sometimes doing it on your own is harder than a person doing it with a group. It's easier to do it with the group for some people because they don't have to be totally responsible themselves. They might have somebody else that they can blame for their shortcoming. Well, if I wasn't a part of that group, I could have been doing something else a long time ago. You see what I'm saying?
And that gets deep too, right? Because we're talking about causation here, and there's so many different causes attributed to so many different things. And one of my favorite parts about NLP is that it shows me that there are different kinds of people. There are people who need groups to progress, and then there's people who need to do it on their own, and they might dip into the group here and there, just to compare notes or whatever. But there's so many different kinds of people. We're like mostly in the conscious community. We shame people for following or worshiping a leader or whatever, but some people need that to advance.
Mhm.
So the whole thing is, it's beautiful to see the causation behind people's actions. And again, that starts to eliminate opinion, because I don't need to have an opinion about people who follow, because for them that might be they might be doing the work in following, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with more data comes more understanding,
And you
hopefully.
know what we all are? Like this is like um when your car don't start, you ask somebody, will they give you a jump? You don't ask them, can I have your car?
Yeah.
No, but like, y'all think my battery needs to be jumped. So they boom the couple either they from first you ask them, do you have any jumper cables? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So you gotta have the tools. So now well, do you have the tools to give me a jump? Yeah, I got some cables in the back. So now they pull up, boom, they hook it up, make sure you make sure you got the positives to the positive, neck, boom, 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 to give you a jump. What they do after they give you a jump, they unhook the tools and drive the fuck away. You don't follow them all day long, like fucking being like, well, shit, but I wanted to follow you now. You gave me a jump. You never know if my car may turn off again. So I want to be. That's what people be doing. They start worshiping and following around the people that only gave them a jump start.
Damn.
Dude, your car is started. Fucking get the fuck out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't we read about gurus and certain sages up there in the Himalayas throwing rocks at people when they don't want them around? They're not the nicest guys sometimes. That will be considered, they will be considered in other people's opinions as rude.
Right.
No, they're not
Okay.
being rude. You're violating the law of their land because they don't want you to come over here and observe them. They ain't never asked you to fucking validate them as an ancient relic and put a fucking tag inside their house and shit like that. They ain't never asked for that shit. It's cool and everything that you say, yo, man, these people are living ancient relics, and we want to like, you know how they designate a building on a historic district and shit like that. That's all cool, but they never asked for it.
Nope.
What they trying to do with that shit is re-govern and make some kind of legislation for them type of people. So they can come in and say, well, you know that being that you are on the registered list of living ancient relic, that we have to now place insurance on this part of the Himalayan mountains, that, we have to now consider this a safe zone, so you can't eat these turtles and birds over here no more. They're like, what? We've been eating this shit for 50 million years. How the fuck you gonna come over here tell me I can't eat turtle eggs now? Well, they're endangered. Says who? How do we know half of the shit they say is an endangered species really being endangered species? They didn't found some other shit over there that they don't want nobody else to go over there and fuck with, so they just designate this as an endangered species. And who
Man,
made it? And who made it endangered? You did, motherfucker. Don't y'all love going to hunt white buffalo and all kind of shit like that?
man, that shit gets so crazy, man. I don't believe none of that shit.
They feed us. That's all. Like I said, that's all frequency. Purusha. I'm gonna give another example. Purusha operates on a particular frequency that Prakriti does not operate on. They're two different fucking radio stations.
Indeed.
Whatever is the local radio station in your city and state, I can't catch that motherfucker in the state of Florida. That's just how the frequency works. But shit that's changing, that's giving people to be so opinionated and so emoted, meaning that they're all energized off of some shit, is something that they call it. They want to say harp. See, but people, they miss the mark. They want to say that these machines only control weather. You're not saying they controlling your fucking thoughts. Harp controls thought. It's not about rain and hurricanes. It's about rain and hurricane consciousness that is creating within the human structure.
Do we want to say control or do we want to say influence?
Influence. That's okay. Well, let's say influence. Let's say manipulate. Or let's go back to this and say they're applying a law to you that would not necessarily be there if you was healthy and strong enough to defeat it.
That makes total sense too, because I mean, don't the weather control your mood?
The weather controls mood. And what really controls the mood? The moon. They put up the most fugazi video the other day talking about they have a video of the International Space Station showing the other side, the dark side of the moon. That shit was so animated. I was like, they expect us to believe this? It was crazy, man. This shit is out of control. They're changing the whole frequency of people's consciousness within a microscopic level of themselves based off of what's called trends and influences.
People should get a sense of how much respect they got for you for putting that bullshit up. Just like you said, you was like, they really think people believe that, but that's a real level of disrespect, because they don't think people have to have the ability to discern whether that shit is right or wrong, and most people don't.
They don't even care.
NASA gets $50 billion a year still. So,
and you know who also gives money to NASA? The Vatican. Vatican scientists control more airspace than you would believe. So you got to think the Vatican has their own scientists. Why ain't the motherfucking Pope coming up talking about he taking the vaccine? I ain't hear. I mean, maybe I missed that news story. Is the Pope taking it? Let's line up all the Vatican motherfucking fairies and shit like that, and let's let them niggas take the goddamn vaccine. Is Joe Biden taking the motherfucking vaccine? Has Donald Trump came forward and said, I'm taking the vaccine?
See, people insane if they do that shit. In my family, they've been buzzing about it. I mean,
because it ain't for the elite.
Crazy.
That vaccine is not for elitism. It is for the common people. That's a common people vaccine, which ain't nothing but a motherfucking. They might as well go back to Tuskegee and start giving the motherfuckers all syphilis all over again. So let's not be fooled to think that they haven't done that shit before, because they did do that shit. Where do you think gynecology get their science from? They was fucking doing that shit during motherfucking antebellum slavery times, where these motherfuckers was fucking look what they did to Venus Hottentot, traveled her all over the world so people can look at how big her butt is and how long her labia was. That shit was science to these people, man.
Sure was.
This shit ain't nothing new, man. They've been doing this shit. They follow the same fucking protocol and plan for fucking thousands and hundreds of years, man.
I was reading on the dudes you talking about, the dude, the father of gynecology, man, and they was talking about how many women he killed in his, and because it was something that was happening to women when they would have babies, they would go into like this shock or something. And he killed like hundreds of women,
Hundreds, man.
hundreds of women trying to figure out this, and they was all pretty much melanated women. They was all pretty much like slaves at the time. So the father of gynecology, all of that shit happened according to black women and him doing those horrific experiments on them.
And if we want to go global, it wasn't all black women. You know, I mean, it was, the majority of during that time when it comes to the American Western gynecology, we know what it's going. Let's go to Hitler. Let's go to the Nazi scientists. They was cutting off heads of Jews and trying to put the head on a motherfucking dog body and shit like that. These niggas, they was doing these it's about scientists and science doing this shit to people. So science controls everything. The Food and Drug Administration is one entity. Food and drugs? How do you got that shit mixed? How is that showing you that the food is a motherfucking drug is what they're saying? They didn't make food into a drug. Why do you think they got these shows, My 600-Pound Life? How does a human being even get to the point where they get to be 600 fucking pounds, man, without their mind being modified by some shit?
That shit is amazing.
That shows a sickness. That means that something has altered their consciousness, that they can't turn off the part of their brain that controls eating and the desire to eat. So we know that by us studying this particular science, we know what these, these desires and shit come from, but it also exists within not just the mind, but it's a part of the brain, that this shit is in the neocortex and in prefrontal cortex, controlling bodily function. So something has modified and shut off their ability, that their brain can't even say, stop eating right now, I can't take no fucking more. No, they eat until a motherfucker be 800 fucking pounds.
And then they glorify.
And how amazing is the human body to even get to be 800 fucking pounds?
Right.
That's amazing within his own self, to show the beauty of the human structure, how deep that shit is. So everything is being consciously modified based off of whatever particular science that they're using to speak into the minds of people. So don't think that everything is just happening just because that's just the way it is. No, that shit is being made to happen that way. You know what I'm saying? It's being scientifically programmed into people based off of frequencies. So just like this chart, if it says that gamma waves, they operate between 30 and 42 hertz, right? And it's simultaneous processing of information from different brain areas, perception. So right now we're in the gamma state. We're in a state of perception. We're perceiving the reality, cognizance of this moment of now. So right now we're looking at the screen, we're talking, blah 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 blah. But if you was to go into the delta wave state, which is restorative deep sleep, healing and regeneration, delta waves operate from 1 to 4 hertz. In between from 1 to 4 hertz and 30 to 42 hertz, you got theta, alpha, and beta. That's where they fucking with us at. They fucking with us, changing the frequencies of our minds based off of that. So when you say, so now when you get into the science of mantra and you om bu bu va sva tat savanu, that right there changes your whole fucking frequency to restructure your cellular self to be on a mastery level.
Wait a minute. Are we saying mantras might be the only safety from external vibrational manipulation.
That's don't affirmations make people feel great? See, affirmations is exoteric, and mantras are esoteric.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
You see how they fuck with us? They fuck with us, yo. That's all they doing. That's all they do is they screw with our mind, right? So when I go back and I doing so I've been when I look in um the Dharana Darshan and you get into the Bayaka Kasha Dharana, it says that in Sanskrit, the material universe around us is called Bayakasha. The word Baya, Bahya, means outer, and Akasha means space or ether. So Bayak Akasha Dharana is the exploration of the external space or ether, not in a rocket ship, but in a meditative way. While the body remains grounded, the consciousness soars into outer space, viewing the planets, the stars, and asteroids. In this practice, we experience ourselves as part of the great space of the external cosmos, through which our own individual being and all other beings, both sentient and insentient, have come into existence. So once we start utilizing these type of practices like that on a whole, you can't be controlled by any other frequencies no more.
Right. The masters rule on the lower and serve on the higher.
But it also has to do with diet. You can't be doing these techniques and still think that you can eat 8 pieces of pizza out of a whole pie and think that you're good. You're gonna go into Chitakasha dharana in meditative state, and your
Right.
stomach is so motherfucking full that prana can't even fucking flow into that area of the fucking sacral and navel chakras clogged up now.
Right. See, the
Because your eating is
purification.
supposed to be threefold. As far as what I just learned from the Ayurvedic science, you're supposed to only eat so only one part of your abdomen is filled with some food. It's supposed to save enough room for water in there, and then the rest of it is supposed to be just an empty space. You're not
Right.
supposed to ever fill your abdomen up to the motherfucking rim.
1/3 food, 1/3 water, 1/3 space.
Exactly.
That's
And then that applies back to what also? Earth, air, and water.
mhm. And
So
fire would be the digestive process.
the hierarchy of the digestive process. So that's the whole thing. So that's why I said this shit is an individual process. That's why you want to go to the Bible and people want to quote that the war is not fought with flesh and blood, it's fought on and the principles and higher powers and all of that shit. This is where the principles and higher powers motherfucking exist in your mind. So the war is fought in flesh and blood, but that's the dietary part of the Ayurvedic science. That's why the yoga, the Indian people had a total scientific lifestyle that dealt with the totality of man and woman as a being. So as I said before, the Kemetic, they didn't their science. See, a lot of people only don't they go by the dynastic periods of Egypt. I'm talking about when you go back to ancient Egypt, where these people weren't they didn't you can't even motherfucker they ain't show you exactly what they was eating. You always see wheat shoots. So what they was doing, eating motherfucking wheat all the fucking time. No, these people weren't even eating like that. Their science was a spiritual science. They were so highly spiritually, technologically advanced that you can't even comprehend them not eating food. So when they started traveling outside, because like I said, we're a global phenomenon. Indigenous people are a global phenomenon. People travel through multiple areas to learn and advance their societies. When you get to where India and shit like that is, now the people they start because there's always a shift and the structure of a person's physiology based off a geographical area. So once you get to these particular areas, now the science of yourself has changed. You now do need to apply a different type of science to basically what you're eating, what you're drinking, along with internal practices of aligning energy sources based off of you being aligned with planetary forces. That's how these gurus don't have to eat. They go into meditation for fucking 8 years straight, and they only may eat once in a while because they're going into these etheric spaces where they're being fed energy, where this energy don't need to eat no apple a day to keep the fucking doctor away. I think you muted, Trav, because I can see your mouth with it. I think you muted.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Soma, and even this process is talked about in the Rig Veda. So the Rig Veda is a collection of hymns and poems and mantras, but each one is kind of designed to keep you in alignment with the Most High. And there's even one section that's talking about, I want to dwell, I don't remember it exactly yet, but it was one of my favorites, talking about I want to dwell where there is plentiful food and plentiful drink, whatever, but it's not talking about on the terrestrial realm. It's talking about in the heavenly realm. And at the end of that verse, it says, flow for me, Soma, or flow for Vishnu, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it says that twice. And it's hinting at the fact that, like what you said, there is a state where you go so high that you're not fed on material substance. You're fed on a very subtle substance, Soma.
Mm-hmm. And don't they have a condition that they call psychosomatic?
Yeah.
So we get the word Soma. So we know Soma is the Lord of, I got it on my chart, Murgasira.
Ah. Do you have Murgash? You don't have Murgashira in your chart.
I do got Murgasira on my chart.
Yeah.
Saturn is in Taurus and Murgasina.
I got that as my son.
I guess I'm saying it right. Mrigasira.
Mrigashira.
Mrigashira, yeah. But that whole thing, man, is, I mean, man.
But yeah, you're exactly right. As far as this, the big thing I'm seeing here is non-attachment and also harmony, right? We gotta have non-attachment in order to experience harmony. But the physical vessel has to be harmonized. And like you said, that food, you know, even if you are going to eat, there has to be a certain regulation. I was reading in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. It's not about celibacy as in you can't have sex, and it's not about fasting as in you can't have food. There's a regulation on what you intake with a higher understanding. Like what you said, the prana has to be flowing in a certain way in order to even reach these higher states. So if there is going to be food, the ratio needs to be kept in mind: a third of physical substance, a third of water, and a third of empty space. And also the amount of times that we need to eat should be reduced. And it's not so much like a torture, like, oh, I got to give up food. But when you are meditating and you are reaching these higher levels, thanks, Maxine, you start to become fed by these subtle essences. So it works all together. You shouldn't be suffering. You're not giving up anything. It's an evolution that's happening.
Because what really are you?
You're
not the physical body. Even though you are. So let's keep it. Let's be real. You are the physical body, but you're not the physical body. We are an energy source existing within this form. You know what I'm saying? So once you go into these contemplative, meditative inner states, it has nothing to do. That's why you have to practice pratyahara, sensory withdrawal. So once you disassociate yourself with sensory input, you don't need nothing to fucking eat. Because eating is a part of the senses.
Right.
It's a chemical response to your body. Your stomach is bubbling based off of the acids flowing through the stomach, and basically when your stomach growling is basically a shifting of air components, prana, being able to go into areas where it had no place to go into. So once you separate yourself from the hunger, like who is hungry right now? Why am I? You have to begin to question yourself of the reasons why. Am I hungry, or is my body in need of anything? Am I depleted in my fuel source, or do I just want to put something in my mouth?
Right.
It's like a baby. Don't babies they start off with putting everything in their mouths? That's where they get most of their information from the sensory of taste. And that's where we begin to feed the body, which is called Ranu Bandha. You begin to feed memory into your body senses based off of what your mommy and daddy put in your mouth when you was a fucking baby. So if they only gave you sweet Gerber food and sweet corn all the fucking time and shit like that, you wonder why when you're older you're eating all cornbread and barbecue sauce on every fucking thing, and you only like sweet shit. Because you're responding to the memory that has been encapsulated within your body based off of somebody saying, you know, well, boy, my son don't like Brussels sprouts. Well, maybe if you gave them more Brussels sprouts, they might like it. Boil them and mash them like mashed potatoes and put a little butter and some sea salt in there. They love them.
Delicious.
So that be all based off of the opinions, and just like somebody like people be see, that's the whole thing too, where I said it goes back into a science of that. We know that a lot of families right now lack the man that got the woman pregnant, so we're missing these males in family structures. So that means that the conscious mind and the brain componentry is missing a certain part of interaction that you need coming up as a human being, so you can know the distinction between masculine and feminine, hard and soft, right, left. That right there has to be a componentry of that. So a lot of women are left to raise children by themselves. And what do a lot of women do? Not all, but a lot. They pass off their fears and judgment onto a child. No different than a man does the same thing.
Yes.
All men talking about they want to have a boy, man. I want to have me a son. So what? So you can make him a fuck nigga too? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can walk around and dress your kid. The whole outfit is motherfucking Michael Jordan, but you ain't reading to your infant. Fuck out of here. The whole it's craziness. Like I said, I go back. It's frequency. People their frequencies are screwed up. So that's the whole thing, man. We are, because people they gotta learn to place up sound barriers to block out these communications that don't have nothing to do with upward mobility.
Yeah, and if you can't afford to place up sound barriers, then the next step is to use your natural resources and learn how to non-attach to what's coming to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a distinction should always be made continually between the difference of non-attachment and being detached, right? Detached is more or less just avoiding it, running away from it, just saying that I'm not this or whatever. Non-attachment is realizing that it does exist, it is there, but it really, like you said earlier, Shango, it has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with you.
Exactly.
I identify and see what you mentioned. I saw the same video of the older Black woman talking about, you know, I don't care about the ingredients. I'm not going to ask who made it. I'm going to take the vaccine because they told me to do it. I see that, and a part of me gets a little bit triggered, but not enough because I don't care. I know it's perfect. I know that's divine. I know that's supposed to happen. Let it be. That's my non-attachment. Whereas detached, you know, is more like, you know, fuck them.
It was horribly just it's really, because like I said, we are mammals still. We're still in the physical form. It's disheartening to see the actual action of sorcery upon the mind being acted out on live television for millions of people to see. Like, geez, man, like this is You can't get no more magical than a person saying they don't care. Well, mom, let me go ahead and shoot some Hennessy up in you and call it a vaccine.
You don't care, right? You
don't care, right? Let me put some battery acid in this thing and shoot you in here. And because you just say you don't care what it's in it.
Better yet, before we do all that, go ahead and empty your bank account into mine, since you don't care about
you don't care about anything else, because I'm getting ready to put the AIDS virus in this vaccine as well. Let's see if your body can trigger from not catching this motherfucking AIDS. Not even, we're going to bypass HIV and put the whole acquired immune deficiency syndrome inside of you.
Yikes. I'm not going to ask no, who says that? Who says that in front of national TV?
An automaton.
Bro, I told you, bro, like I've witnessed that stuff in my own family, man. And they're all like that though. And it's like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Like you can I don't even want to.
And you know what that generation is?
Those
generations of people, those are the civil rights. And them people been through, the grandmothers, they've been through so much trauma. Think about the trauma they've been through with civil rights during that time.
Yeah, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Causation.
So another causation. So now it's no wonder they're easily manipulated. Look what y'all did to these people.
Right. So I understand to a degree. I don't agree with it. That's my useless opinion, but it is a reality, and I see
it. You have two water fountains, Trav. One water fountain says white only, the other one says black only. But the water source come from the same city department.
Yikes.
How more manipulative than that can that be? What makes the water white and what makes it black? It's the opinion of a person that then put mental magic, neuro-linguistic programming into the minds of society, making them have a triggered reaction to an individual whose skin may be a little bit more tan than I am. And just because a person has melanin does not make them more deeper than any fucking body else. There's a lot of idiot melanated motherfuckers walking around the street.
To keep it honest, the significant or spiritual impact that the amount of melanin has is not something that somebody's going to consciously do and be consciously aware of. For the same reason that you just mentioned, there's so many layers of humanity that, the average person isn't going to be able to tap into this stuff intentionally. But where it does count is on the subtle realm, on the subtle layer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I heard you mentioned you were mentioning the Gayatri mantra earlier. I just got a little PDF off of Kindle. I want to share the title of it here real quick. It's not a long book. It's only like 20 pages or so. But it shares the significance of the 3 moksha mantras, they call them. I'm just going to share this real quick. There you are. It's one of them books that's like, this one right here. The three great moksha mantras.
Yeah.
By Vishwamitra and Markandeya. So sutras on the meditative secrets of Gayatri mantra and Mahamrityunjaya. And it, like I said, it's not a long book. It's actually pretty darn short. But anyways, it goes into the deeper significance of the Gayatri and the Mahamrityunjaya. The 2 mantras that I say found me, that I've been stuck on lately.
I just downloaded a book. Now you got me. Let me go back and look at the title, because I just downloaded one just last night. This one is called Gayatri. This is just called Gayatri Mantra. And this one is 32 pages, and it breaks down to 2 pages.
Who's the author on that one?
This one. I gotta go back to the beginning. This is It says Aja, AJA, Gayatri Mantra, the sound of divine light. Gayatri Mantra, the sound of divine light.
Greetings, Aaliyah.
Greetings, Leah.
Greetings, Trav.
Got a little bit of an echo there with you.
Can you hear me?
A little bit of echo.
It's because it's connected to my car. But greetings, everyone.
Peace, greetings.
Hopefully, everyone can hear me. I don't
Peace,
know.
greetings.
We can hear you.
Peace, peace, sis.
Peace, sis.
How y'all doing? Oh my God.
No, not jiggy with it.
The radio came on. Oh my goodness.
Speaking of these mantras, Aaliyah, I think last we talked, you were getting into the mantras as well. Have you
Yeah.
gone with that?
I've been doing the one that I've been doing every day is what is it called? Hold on. The Tribecum Yamaha Gadam,
Mahamrityunjaya mantra.
that one, and boy, like that one is some serious stuff. And
Absolutely.
you were scolding me the day before yesterday in a dream. You definitely were. And then it's crazy because I've been saying that I've been doing the daily ones. The only one that I've been doing every day for my personal nakshatra is the Justa.
Yeah, Jesta. Nakshatra.
Yeah. I've been doing that. Because the other placements, I was a little confused about it because my exact chart, I think I need to go to a actual astrologer and have someone do it for me, because I believe I got 2 different results when I did it online. But that's the only one that's like I know for sure.
Yeah. What placement in your chart is Jesta?
I believe that's my rising.
Your rising.
Yeah, that's my rising. And I don't know. I usually but the dream is crazy because the dream that I had about you before I had a dream where we were in a field, and the nakshatra I was doing for that one, the mantra was it was Gemini, because the moon was in Gemini, and I did that. And then you were scolding me, and it's crazy because it was like something with my tongue. My tongue, I don't know if I had like bit my tongue or something like that, but I'm talking about in like physical life now. Like I woke up, my tongue was bleeding. And I was saying that mantra like all damn day, like while I was doing my makeup, while I was dancing to it and all that. I was doing it all day, and my tongue was bleeding. And then I had that dream, and you were scolding me. I can't remember what you were saying, but you did give me something. And then I don't know. I found that weird. I don't know what that meant, but I don't know.
So I wonder if you could analyze the significance behind a field. What type of energy does a field denote? And also keep in mind the nakshatra from Mula represents the root of something. Not only that, but if you look at the tongue can also be seen as a seed, because out of the mouth, the words that we say and whatnot creates a lot of the things that happen in our lives.
That's probably what you were scolding me about. I believe it was something along that lines. It was probably something that I said. I probably said some dumb shit and you saw it. I don't know. But since have been like major things have been happening, and I told you with the first one that you had shared, because I'm getting close to my Saturn return. And a lot of things in my life has been just correlating with that. There's a lot of big changes going on, and everything has been gearing me towards like preparing for more serious stuff, like planning my death, working on my credit, like making big purchases. Is like all Saturn stuff. But and and then, well, that was the first one. That was the first one that I was doing. And that was correlated with like the responsibilities that I had to take on and getting serious about, because I told you I was looking into Ayurvedic stuff. And then like everybody that's surrounded like with me, like especially older people, they've been coming to me about more serious life matters and, you know, preparing me for, you know, when they leave and asking me questions about health and about stuff. And it's becoming more serious now than what it was before, as to where it was just like, oh, maybe I should do this. Now it's like really like pushing me in that direction, you know, and I kind of felt unprepared, you know, I kind of felt like you know, like I wasn't like ready, but now things are just moving in my life to where it's like, no, this is what you're doing. And it's just becoming so much more clear, like everything, as far as my direction. So that's the effect that it's been having on me. The way I deal with people now, I notice that they're more like when they come towards me with their natural reactions to stuff, I'm able to get them like to be more level-headed and see behind whatever said situation is going on, and basically, you know, get to a level of detachment so that they can get back like in the controller seats. And it's been with a lot of older people too, that's been in my life, like coming to me, and I just found it weird. That's the main thing that I've noticed. But I also noticed that when I say it, because at first I was saying it wrong, and then because I was confused. I was saying it wrong, but I was confused because the way that it's spelled, like a lot of these mantras on YouTube, and you listen to them, is like they're not saying exactly how like it's spelled out. Because when I'm mimicking them, I just stopped trying to follow the letters and just actually started mimicking them.
Right.
And then my tongue started to bleed. I'm like, what the hell? But
Well,
I
mean,
don't know
so
if it's because I was doing it. Like I was doing it for a few hours. It was the first time that I did it for so long. That last one that I told you. And my feet, when I was like in a meditative state, and my feet, like my whole body started to vibrate, and my feet, I felt it in my feet, like it got really hot, like just hot, to where it started getting numb, and then it started at my feet, and then it just started traveling up my body. Just weird sensations. I don't, especially with that specific one, the Tribeca Yamaha Sugad, that one.
Mrityunjaya.
Yeah. But I don't know what any of it means. So I don't know what any of it means. And as far as with the verdict, I don't know where to start as far as books are concerned. Because I've been studying the astrology mainly, just trying to undo my chart, but I think I need an actual astrologer. And I'm just kind of, the only thing that's been a staple for me is the mantras. Everything else, I've been studying here and there, but I still need to piece it together to where it can make sense for me.
Gotcha. And I guess naturally it will come with time, but if you do need you know, a boost, then I could help you with that. Also, Kristen. And I mean, there's even people in the group that have gotten pretty advanced with it also.
Yeah.
You're not in the Instagram chat, are you?
I
No.
didn't know there was an Instagram chat. I don't think so.
Okay. Message me on Instagram so I can get your handle.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. But I don't know what is different about that specific one, because I looked up the meaning, and it was saying that it's just different parts of it is for different things. One part of it, and then what else I noticed while I was doing it, because I had looked up the meaning, and it was saying that one part is for it's for abundance, and then another part is for like clearing your heart, or something of the sort. And I noticed that the ones that I had the most trouble pronunciating properly, like the urva ukmik, and then that part. I think that was the most, whatever it means and how it correlates to my life. When I do recall looking it up, is what I was having trouble with. It's so funny, like the stuff that I was pronouncing with no problem. That's typically, an aspect of myself that I can deal with no problem. And then the stuff that I find a hard time pronouncing, and is the parts that's that's more challenging for me. It's funny. And I was looking up Indra and his story, and a lot of it correlates to my life specifically, and from captivity.
Urva Rukamiva. Urva Rukamiva.
Urva Rukamiva. And then the accent too is like the way they say it. Because and then my voice was kind of hoarse because I started like sounding like my dad, and I started like using those lower like sounds weird when I do it.
Urva Rukamiva Bandhanan.
Yeah.
Do you listen to just one, or you listen to multiple ones?
So multiple ones.
Multiple versions.
So, no, that's the only version of that one that I listened to, because then no, that's not, I'm lying, because then I looked up the 32, because that's a part of like a whole book of like a set. Is a Bible, I believe, or something of the sort.
Where that mantra's from?
Is it 21 hymns?
That mantra's from the Rig Veda.
Because there's 21 of them.
Yeah, it's from a particular chapter of the Rig Veda.
Right. So
I just I sent a playlist in the chat if you can see that. That's got that's the different versions that I listen to on a regular basis. It's even got one that is sung by Swami Satyananda.
Okay, I see it now.
This is one that he used as well.
But have you experienced like those sensations? Because I got numb, like my body started to get numb from the feet up, and then the bleeding of my tongue. That was after the dream though, so I don't know what that means. Like I don't know what that means. We were in a field, and it was just men in the field, honestly. And then the next day, like the day after that, like I bought a car, and like my finance guy, he was Middle Eastern, and then he told me, and it's crazy because I've been doing the etymology of my last name, and I was having problems with like a certain part of it, and then he told me like the meaning of my last name, and because Sawaro Bahab, that's my last name, Sawaro Bahab, and is like the creator, and he was telling me that of gold, like the sowar, so like sower or like sewing or creating, like a web, and then Dahab, he told me, means gold. And then we were in the field, but it was only men, and it was just different correlations, like in my everyday life, where I was just being guided by men. So it was very Saturnian, like I can't really explain it verbatimly because it's just little nuances, little synchronicities that's just constantly, like I can't sit here and explain every single one because it never stops.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I can't put, sometimes I could put meaning to it, where sometimes I'm like, am I reaching, or is this actually it? Like the meaning behind it. But sometimes I'm just trying to take the pieces and put them together and make sense out of it.
So here's the thing: how do you know when is it and what is it that lets you know at that final moment whether you are reaching or whether it's real? What is the trigger that lets you know that something is a reach or something is actual?
It just everything lines up. Like in my everyday life, like it leads me to a conclusion about something that probably I've been struggling with, whether it's to understand or something within myself, like it just clicks, like it makes sense. Some stuff don't make sense though. Like, why was my tongue bleeding? Like, what, I mean, certain things, because the symbology, the symbols in my subconscious mind, like I'm not always able, sometimes, I'm able to like piece it together, like, oh, that's what that was for, that's what it was trying to relate to me. But other times it's like, what was the point of that? But always, after time, like if I study, keep the question in my mind after a certain amount of time, like it clicks, whether it's through a person or watching an ad, the stuff, it lines up. So that's a difference. And if I don't get an answer for it, then like I just let it go. But when I let it go is usually when it comes back to me, and then and then it comes round circle.
Usually when you let it go, it comes back.
Right.
So I wonder, you've got this dream about a field, which is typically where things are planted. You got men tilling the field, working out there, tilling the field, most likely, because they're males. So that's the active principle. They're probably working that field. And we're dealing with mula. That's the mantra you were doing, which has a lot to do with the roots, right? So we're staying in this whole, gardening, seed and harvest type thing. And as far as a bleeding tongue, that's not always a bad thing, because there are some parts of the body that go through a bleeding process when it's time for renewal. Am I right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, just to kind of put all those different clues together, it very well may be that there might be some type of gestation period preparing for a renewal and a rebirth. We're dealing with planting. And like you said, sometimes answers don't come to you or make sense until after you leave them alone. Maybe after you plant them, walk away from it for a minute, let it come to you.
Right.
And even this this Mahamrityunjaya mantra is considered it's composed of several seed mantras. So the mantra itself is almost like a big packet of different seed selections that you're planting. This is known as one of the great moksha mantras. It's one of the most powerful ones of all the collections.
Yeah, because you know what? I was obsessed with it. It's like I said it one time, because at first I was like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to say what they're saying. And then once I was able to do it perfectly, I kind of became obsessed with it. And then I tried to go back, because I would usually do the moon, like you said, and for the day, but I just didn't want to do it. Like I just, I didn't want to do it. Like that was the only one I wanted to do. And then I just did it all damn day. Like I couldn't stop saying it, no matter what I was like doing.
Same thing happened to me. And it was, the way I started out was I was doing different mantras. I was doing a different mantra every day. I was doing one for the planets. First I was doing from my birth chart, then I'm doing them for the planets. But once this one popped up in my feed, it stayed and it grew and it outgrew the others. So at this point in time, that's the only one that I've been doing daily. And I've got it playing all day long, whether it's in my headphones or my speakers. But yeah, I'm with you on that.
And it's crazy because even on my way to work, like I had it playing on my way to work, like in my car, and I was just blasting it. And it's like it sends out like a freaking signal. Like I'm pretty sure if the cops was around, they probably would have pulled me over. Like, hey, Mace, can you turn that down? But people like they start to act like when they hear it, like they I don't know, like it's like something comes over them, and it's just like a weight of serenity or something like that. Like,
do they comment on your aura? Do they comment on something about your presence being peaceful?
No one has commented on me, but I've seen the effects that I've had on them just hearing it. I've not with the other ones. Like people have kind of got annoyed with the other ones. Like at work, they wouldn't say they were annoyed, but I could tell. But like when I would say the other ones, but not that one. That one, like, it's just permeated everything. Even like lights were just magically turning from it. Like I don't know. It was just weird.
Harmony. Things were falling into place.
Yeah.
That's a big part of that mantra, harmonizing. Yeah, and you'll get different definitions for it. Like you said, some people say it's about healing. I've seen where it says about harmonizing. The first definition I saw was about immortality. And it is all those things. in order to get to the point of immortality, an aspect of harmonization has to take place first. From what I'm observing and seeing so far is that mantra is about harmonizing all aspects of self so that you come to a point that even if the body dies, you realize that that's not you dying. I think that's the ultimate end result of this mantra, a type of immortality where you recognize what and who you are cannot die.
Right.
See, that harmonization is lawful, and a lawful existence. A lawful existence is a harmonious existence. So
Yes.
unlawful existence is an inharmonious. So that's what. So if Alea just said that she's noticing that playing this mantra is changing the energies of people or even herself, that goes back to what I said about that there are scientists who change the frequencies of people. So they're using mantric sounds. And we know that it's the mantra, of course, but it's more of the sound of the mantra that's really what's doing it. It's the vibratory tones of the words. So the words are all put together in a particular way that when they're recited verbally or non-verbally, they vibrate to change the frequencies within the individual self. So if we know if a mantra can do that, you don't think these same globetrotters that then already discovered this stuff years ago know how to change the fucking energy of people with an unheard mantra throughout the society?
I mean, that's probably where the inspiration for that type of science came from.
They're using it in an unlawful way.
To us.
Inharmoniously.
As far as we know.
As far as we know. Allegedly. I'll say alleged.
What I'm saying is, as far as we know, it being inharmonious, as far as we know. Because it is happening. And, dealing with causation, there are causes that we don't see because we don't really know their intentions. This could be the best thing for the planet.
You might
Vaccines.
be right. You might be right.
All this stuff might be the best thing.
So we know that mantra. Is theta waves or delta waves. From the first three, which are the alpha, those are awakens.
Hey, Aaliyah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to mute you when you're not talking. Because that's a lot of feedback.
What was that?
I said I'm gonna have to mute you when you're not talking. Because that's a lot of feedback.
Okay. It's probably because I turned the car on, my bad. But mute me. Let me mute myself.
I mean, by all means, continue. But I'm just saying.
Am I muted?
No.
Wait.
Okay, now you are.
No, I muted you. What? Can you mute me on your end?
Absolutely.
Now I can.
Okay, we're here. What I'm seeing about these mantras is there's multiple layers to them. There's a sound that it happens in this physical realm, but the reason, as far as I'm seeing so far, right, I'm not an expert by any means, but I'm studying a lot of data on this. The main thing with these mantras is that when they're said in succession multiple times, hundreds of times on a consistent basis, it begins to point your particular aspect of consciousness in a certain direction. And that direction is towards an unheard sound. Remember, Dharana Darshan spoke to us about Shabda, which was the original type of vibration, which is unheard or unwitnessed by any of the other five senses, because all of reality is vibration. And we have these tools, these five senses, to pick up particular types of vibration. But there's a vibration that cannot be picked up with the five senses. And the recitation of these mantras multiple times on a consistent basis tunes us to the Shabda point. to the point that is unwitnessed, which is why they cause an effect, because now we're tapping into frequencies that we normally don't access in our day-to-day lives. That's why they work so effectively, because we're introducing new elements into our reality. Not only that, but there are scientific studies shown that working with mantras and memorizing Sanskrit verses actually increases your brain capacity. I meant to share a post that Tree Marie shared with me yesterday or 2 days ago. They literally did a study on these people who are studying Sanskrit and memorizing the Vedas. It increases their brain capacity so much. And that gives me a new light about Niranjan Ananda. Remember, he went to go study. They took him at 4 years old. Well, guess what he was doing all his life up until 4? He wasn't just playing with Tonka toys. He was memorizing the Vedas at that young age. They have these kids memorizing the Vedic scriptures as youngins as soon as they can talk. So if it increases your brain capacity, and he's doing this as soon as he can talk, this is why he's able to write so clear. This is why they're able to access what they access, because their minds are they are built different, literally built different. And that's what's happening to us as we continue to work with the tools that have been given.
You know what? I was in reading the Upanishads, right? In the Amrita Bindu Upanishad, it says that hold on, let me what you was just talking about. It says one should duly practice concentration on Om first through the means of its letters, then meditate on Om without regard to its letters. Finally, on the realization with this latter form of meditation on Om, the idea of the non-entity is attained as entity. That alone Brahman, without component parts, without doubt, and without taint, realizing I am that Brahman, one becomes the immutable Brahman. So that's basically when we do these. So the sound, we hear the sound, we can see the actual mantra, but what really is to be, as he said, meditated on is the actual non-letter, which goes back to the vibratory essence of what this mantra is doing. What these mantras are doing is reconstructing your whole mental essence from physical to non-physical. You become Brahman. You just don't think, oh, well, Om is a part of Brahman and Vishnu and shit. No, you become that shit. You actually say, I am Brahman. So when you really chant Om, you are basically vibrating Brahman energy into yourself. You are Brahman. You are God. You become the realization of not the personification of you, but the actual personification of what you are actually meant to be harmonized with, and that's Brahman reality.
Yes. When you come into contact with the cause, you realize that the cause is evident in the effect. You being an effect, that means cause is evident within you as well.
Exactly.
So it's not just Om. Om is your cause as well.
Damn, that's deep, track, because I think it mentioned, hold on, let me go back. I think it just mentioned, it's okay. So it says that alone Brahman, without component parts, without doubt, without taint, realizing I am that Brahman, one becomes the immutable Brahman. So then it said, verse 9 says, Brahman is without doubt, endless, beyond reason and analogy, beyond all proofs and causeless, knowing which the wise one becomes free. You see, that's hard work for people who don't work hard towards anything. They work hard towards causes of all things that are physical. A lot of people don't see any good in working towards their inner self by doing inward work. They think the outward is always good for the essence. Just like a person can look really good and internally be rotten like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like their whole attitude, everything about them is rotten.
As we start to witness a new description of reality, right? With all these levels, it's an awareness of how reality is structured. You talked about the inside of a person being rotten, right? The outside looks great, but it's the essence behind all things that is what we consider as spiritual scientists, as occultists. The surface world is illusory because everything that is manifested here is a fruit. It's not a seed. So we're getting into the science of recognizing seed, because seed is the cause, and the seed is also witnessed in all of effects.
And think
Even
about
dealing
what
with,
you said. You said the seed. And what are the most powerful mantras?
that's what I was going to get to, the seed
Seed
mantras.
mantras, the ones that ain't long.
Right, the bij mantra.
The bij.
So,
And bij
so
means seed.
right, bij means seed. So that's what we're tapping into here. When we do the bij mantras, we're planting new seeds into our vibratory awareness, into our matter. Matter is composed of layers of vibration. There's the dense layer. I mean, this is obvious, of course, but I'm just explaining it again because it's on YouTube. We got the dense physical vibration, but that's not where reality ends. The subtle layers are stacked on top of it. So to introduce these mantras into one's life, you're planting seeds on those subtle levels. The dense physical layer, because it's inside out and upside down. The physical layer is where the fruit sprouts. It's where the plant blossoms. So to plant these seeds of the bij mantras, you're planting them in the subtle realm by repeating them over and over, accessing that shabda sound. It has to blossom in this reality. It makes sense. It's not woo. It's not crazy. It makes sense. Real words of power.
Don't they mention, I was trying to go back looking through the Kybalion, I think it kind of mentioned something like that. Doesn't it mention something about rocks and
Um,
I think that was just talking about the chance effect or something.
hey, Aaliyah, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I recommend getting that PDF that I showed. It's not long. It's a quick read. It's probably about 20 pages, maybe. But you said you got it?
The one in the chat.
I think I posted it.
If I click on it, it's gonna go away from here, I think, because I'm on my phone.
Got it. Oh, okay. In the chat, I posted my playlist for the Mahamrityunjaya mantras. That's just a collection of the ones that I use. But there's a book that goes into detail behind what the verses mean.
Can I get it on Amazon? What's the name of it?
Yes, that's where I got it from. It's just a PDF, and it's only like 99 cents.
Oh, okay.
It's called the Three Great Moksha Mantras. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I screenshotted it. And it breaks down the meaning of each or of each.
This just in particular breaks down three of the most powerful mantras, including the one that you and I are doing. That's called the Mahamrityunjaya. And there's also the Gayatri mantra, which is also a very powerful one. Both of those are found in the Rig Veda. And there's a third one, of course. But I'd recommend getting this. It's not long, but it does have some really great points on that specific mantra.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Cool.
And one thing that's good about the Gayatri mantra is not, as they would say, it's not just a mantra. It's like a mantra and a prayer at the same time. So it kind of like really like Trevor was saying, that seed. So you kind of do these particular mantras. So it kind of is like just like lifting heavy weight. You know, like the heavier the weight, the more resistance, but the more you you get a more intense workout.
I realized that because it's forcing me to deal with things that have with my closest things that have been, just festering or just needing to be dealt with, like all the stuff that you just don't want to deal with, whether it's, with relationships or with um, stability, or it's just making me you deal with the root of things,
And that's good. And that's good that you say that, because most people don't realize that you have to, you just don't, a lot of times it's not, I don't want to say it's not good, but you have to prepare yourself to go into these states. You have to prepare yourself to be doing these months. These are tools. So once you know what I'm saying, you might get tools but don't know how to use it. A person may be able to afford a chainsaw, but that don't mean they know how to cut a fucking tree with it. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand how this thing work and what angle you're gonna cut at, so when it falls, it don't fall back on you or a house. So the whole thing, like you said, when you're doing these mantras, you can feel that thing taking you there. There is nothing that's going to be hidden with you. It's not going. It's taking you beyond the illusions. It's taking you straight, as you said, straight to the root source of where these actual swirlings are coming from. You know what I'm saying? So when
why
like those
and why
memories.
Yep. Yep, definitely. A lot of childhood memories. And like for me, shadow work has always been a staple in my life. I've always done it, but there's some things that slip through the cracks, right? There's some things that you don't know until you know. And it's like different aspects of the way my mind works or the way I react to things. It has me questioning, like, when did you start reacting this way to certain triggers, or and how, like, when did it begin? And it's like, well damn, like, I mean, this is when it began for me, but then it's like, you know then you have to really get to the source, and it's everlasting, because it's like, I could talk to my mom about certain things, and then she can tell me about what happened in her childhood, and you just see the cycles, like you see the cycles so clearly now. Like now, I can only speak on my behalf, but I see the cycles so clearly now, and it's like I'm just staring at them as I'm in it, as I'm doing it, just watching everything play out, and then it's like it kind of just gives you a different perspective on of life, on every aspect of it. Really, it's like you kind of zoom out. Like, at least that's how I've been seeing things lately, and it's like, my mind just runs on this system, and it's just like, wow, it's just fascinating to watch, and then it helps you detect from certain things, like,
That's what they kind of say that is what's called a samskara, like our memories is our mind is like a pool of water, right? But the samskaras are pebbles that's basically been thrown into the water, and it causes the ripples in the water. So that's the vibration, that's the energy of the memory. But eventually that pebble gonna sink down to the bottom, and it's gonna settle there. It ain't, and it's until something else triggers it to come back up. So what you're doing and what you just explained is that only you can go deep enough within the water to actually uproot where these pebbles are laying at. So it's not like they get thrown away somewhere. They just get uprooted, and you basically file them away. So there's no need for them to even have access to just coming in and doing whatever it feel like they want to do, triggering us into some outwardly emotion. So with the whole practice of mantra yoga and stuff like that, that's what organizes each one of these thoughts, compartmentalizing it into basically a file, or like a zip file. If you put that shit in a zip file, and the only way that it's gonna open back up is if you unzip it. But once you put it in there, once we get the balance and we have the harmony within ourselves, it's no need to even allow that to even show itself no more.
Right, because you know, like the purpose that it serves.
Exactly.
Where to place it.
And most of the memories do what? They don't even serve no purpose. You experienced it already. It's over. Move on with your life. Only time them things pop back up is in an individual that has not controlled their self. They're always triggered by something, like a person who hasn't gotten over grief, like somebody who hasn't gotten over grief. So they'll hear a particular song and start crying or go into this depressive state because they believe, man, my father used to love that song right there, man. You know what I'm saying? Every time I hear that song, I think about that's a samskara. That's a memory that has not been told that you are no longer needed right now.
Right. Right. It's not something that's automatic for you. Like
yeah. And you don't even want it, and you don't even want it to be automatic, because that's what most people become.
Like it comes up and you can just view it and choose like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying, it's good. Yeah, that's that song. Okay, that's it. And you can choose, because you can change the frequency of how it communicates with you. It's either going to communicate to be like, you know what, that song, my dad always loved that song, man. That shit made me feel it's good to hear that today. I ain't hear that in a long time. Or you're gonna fall into that depressive state. Man, my dad, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you change the frequency of that shit.
Yeah.
I have a question. Has anyone had this experience at all? Now, this is not like the first time I've had this experience. Like it always used to happen, but on a more subtle level. But now it's not so subtle. Like when I look at things, like say I'm looking I'm looking at the sheet right now, or like a pattern, like a bag of mine, or things are like animated, or like the statues that's in my mom's house, like it's like they're almost like alive. Or like on like I'll see things, shadows and stuff like that, and like they're sentient almost. Or is that anything you experience?
I see shadow beings all the time.
Well, yeah, shadow beings, but also and just inanimate objects being
that could be an expansion of your consciousness, because you can place your consciousness in inanimate objects. So that can be right there, being that you're, for lack of a better word, you know how I talk crazy, being that you're screwing around with your inner componentry, you're jump starting yourself. You're becoming awakened and activated. So that means that you're outwardly activating things that may be inanimate. So it's no different than when you read the when they have these Shiva lingams or stones that they utilize to represent the deity. They actually put the deity first goes into them, the actual practitioner, and then they do rituals to put that inside of the stone. So it don't even be a stone no more. It's actually Shiva that they see. They wash it, they groom it, they do all of that kind of stuff. So that can be that kind of energy where you're seeing these, and you're actually seeing the vibration of the energy that is encapsulated within what's called an inanimate form. You know what I'm saying?
That makes sense. I guess the difference is that there was like it was nothing that like it just be random. And sometimes, because I drift off a lot, I've always done that, but I guess I was questioning whether it was my imagination or if it was like real, because usually when stuff like that happens, like for example, right, I'm at work right now. Let me turn my camera on. I look crazy, but hold on. I want y'all to see something. Okay. So I don't know how I. All right, I'm turning it on. So I'm at work right now, right? And I take care of people that have developmental disabilities, and this is their backyard. Now, in this backyard, like the experience that I've had here, that stuff has made sense. Is that I was just sitting here one day, and you see, it's these two trees. It's like two trees right here, and if you sit from this angle, it's like an opening, right?
Mhm.
And one time I'm sitting here, and like I told you, like this wasn't the first time this happened to me, but one of the branches, it formed, and it looked like it was dark too, and I believe it was full, 'cause I had just charged like my crystals or whatever, and there was a bird. It would look like a bird, like the whole branch looked just a huge bird or something like that. And and they were saying like, and it was then a few of them appeared in both the trees, and I kind of just be questioning like whether it just be me, or whether this or whether it's like actually real, but then what's actually real. And then they started talking to me, and they were kind of like elders, and they were explaining to me that this is a portal. And it was raining. It was raining, and I started hearing music. It was like a flute. But then I discovered this here. And I don't know if you can see, but it's like people that had this house beforehand. I guess this I now
Oh
this was
wow.
saw this. And then this is when I look up this guy, because
Really?
I was hearing music and stuff like that. And one of my clients, I take care of people that have developmental disabilities. And one of my clients, in her mind, she's pregnant. In her mind, she's pregnant. In her mind, um, she has a family. She's pregnant, and like sometimes she loses her babies. Like she goes through the whole process of getting pregnant, and then having her babies, and then getting pregnant. So that's going on. And then I looked him up. His name is Coco Pelli.
Mhm.
Turns out he's the and then he was just talking to me, vibing with me that night. I was going through something, but he was just vibing with me that night. And I found this once I had that experience, and then I saw this the next day. And then I looked him up, and then he rules over music. That explains why, and rain. It's crazy, like the correlate, like it's crazy. He rules over rain, music, and I believe pregnancy. I believe he rules over children and pregnancy.
And let me interject something to you. You know how you said those two trees, the elders told you that was a portal? That
Yeah.
Acapelli is inside of a womb.
Mm.
It's not just about him, it's about that whole shape thing that he's in. That's a womb.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like a circular. Like, look at it.
It's a
It's like
womb. They put
right.
they always put Virgin Marys and stuff like that inside of those in Catholic churches.
Wow, and they just grow like that. And then here, like I had because I drink out of copper.
What direction are those trees?
I don't
Like,
know.
have you
I don't
do you,
know.
you should
It's
download a compass and see what
Yeah.
direction are those two trees.
Yeah.
okay. They smell sweet. And you see this? I don't know what this is,
A
but
womb.
I oh you see this? I don't know what the people were doing before here. They probably was like, I don't know what they
It's
were doing.
magic.
But I give offering like to this tree here, and out of my copper, because I have like a copper bottle, because it helps me with my vitiligo. I've noticed, like, so I consume a lot of copper now. And like once I started doing that is around, I guess, the time where I had that experience. And
I would love to know what direction is those trees, and I also want to know what particular direction that they have um
Cocopelli.
that Cocopelli in as well. Because they know what they was doing.
Yeah.
so that's what I was saying. So am when stuff like that happens, like you see that whole ordeal, that was a purpose. Like he helps my client and help me help my client as well as
Have you ever brought the one who thinks that she's pregnant to that actual symbol outside?
oh no, in her mind, wait, is she what?
Have you ever brought her to come look at that out there?
Yes, and it brings her peace, this backyard. When she's, because in her mind, you know, I'm like trying to steal her baby father, yada yada yada. So
Wow.
she, sometimes I'm the enemy. Like she said that, you know, she puts me in hell and takes me out. She, you know, it's like they're family at this point, my clients, but they have their ups and downs, and is a whole storyline in their head. And I'm pretty sure they're living it out on their different realities and planes that they're on, but it's only but so much I can do, because you understand how it is, and you know, the system, and they have to take medications and stuff like that. I wish I could help from a more natural standpoint, and I do in my own way, but not exactly as much as I'd like to. But damn, what was I gonna say? Oh, the whole point of me bringing this up is because, like, in instances like that, I understand the purpose of it. Like, I know that I'm not bugging, like, because it's just too much coincidences. Like, I know I'm not bugging. But when I started, but now the inanimate objects coming alive, and like seeing, I've always saw shadow people and stuff like that, but it's just now I interact on a different level. And I don't know if it's because of the mantras, or I guess it doesn't matter why or what it's because of, but it's just distinguishing, like, how do I know my imagination just don't run wild? Like, how do, you know, I'm very creative in my mind like that sometimes, because you see how this has correlation and a purpose. It's not always that. It's not always, you know, I can't always find a purpose for it. But just because I can't find a purpose for it doesn't make it any less meaningful, I guess. But I don't know. I can't always find the meaning behind the symbols. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, do I need this? Like, what's the point of it? Is it useless? Because like, I don't want to just ignore it and then it goes away and it turns out I needed to use it for a specific purpose. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, it seems like you are using it, right? I mean, looking at this mantra work, the mind of an occultist, like I mentioned earlier, is one who doesn't just pay attention to the surface level stuff, but identifies the seed that's beneath it, that's causing it. And what it looks like here is you're tapping into seed type energy. As you're already explaining, just from the symbols alone, because look, the symbols themselves aren't anything but the representations of the energy that they are manifested from, right? Kokopelli is a symbol. Hell, two Kokopellis
Two of
is
them.
a symbol. Within a womb, that's a symbol. Because I mean, just look at, like Shango was talking earlier about hieroglyphs. It's not like they have a textbook definition, because Webster's textbook definitions, even that's only pointing you towards, it's pointing you towards a concept, right? Because we can't really define anything. That's the left brain thinking that we can, but really we come to a collection of ideas. So the language of symbols is a lot more like mathematics. If we know what a Kokopelli represents, or at least we grasp an idea of what a Kokopelli represents, we got two of them facing each other, right? And we got them in a womb. What Shango mentioned, what direction they're in, that will add to the equation, right? And you look at the trees, what a tree represents, the archway. I've got two trees in my backyard that are just like that. I mean, they're extremely tall, taller than the rest, but they kind of touch each other at the top, and they make some of this big ass archway.
They touch each other. They touch each
Yeah.
other at the top, and it's so crazy because I just came out here and I was just dancing like out of nowhere. I wasn't playing no music, and then I heard the flutes. Then I heard the flutes, and then I saw the symbol.
So look, what I'm saying is, it's not so much like there's this new thing that's suddenly calling out to you. This is something that's already been there. Matter of fact, you more than likely got this job, this particular position, this particular client. You feel me? Because you're connected to that energy, right? This live today, we're talking about causation, cause and effect. So the cause didn't happen when you recognized it. That's an effect. The cause is going way back. And analyzing these symbols helps us to identify the cause that's emanating here. You're already connected to it. So the whole thing now is really just figuring out, what you're doing, where you are using it, right? But just maybe even how to amplify it, or just to see what it's pointing to in your life.
Right.
Like what I was mentioning earlier about the unicorn. Maybe a year or two ago, I was super excited because I kept seeing them everywhere. Oh my God, unicorns everywhere. Oh my God, they're trying to communicate with me. But now that I know much more at this point in my life, I understand that the unicorns are just a symbol of a representation of a type of energy, a type of seed energy that I've always been connected to. They're just an outward manifestation of something that I'm an outward manifestation of. So what you're experiencing right now with the lady that you're working with, her situation, all those are manifestations of that seed energy that also the Kybalion, the tree, emanate from. That's what we mean when we say it's all connected. They're all coming from the same source.
Right.
And for you to be there and to be involved with this experience means that a part of you is coming from that same source. That's how we have a lesson in everything in our life, because we wouldn't be in these situations if we weren't connected to the energy that manifests the situation. Does that make sense?
Right. I guess sometimes I get frustrated because I don't feel like sometimes I don't feel like it's doing anything. Like sometimes I don't feel like I'm like, okay, this is great. Like, you know, I found all this and but sometimes I don't know, I guess I don't know how to apply it because it's but so much I can do.
Right. That's assuming that you're supposed to be doing something other than what you're already doing.
Right. Yep.
And
Who
you're
says
doing
there's
it. And that's the whole main thing. Whatever you've discovered and you're intaking, you're doing it. You're utilizing it. Only time ourselves may go into questioning, like, am I supposed to be doing it? Because that's just the samskara. That's what it is. That's the memory bubbling up to the surface because we all been used to that. We always question everything that we do. Sometimes we even question ourselves when we're feeling good, like, damn, do I deserve to feel good? You know what I'm saying? Instead of letting it be as it is and let it grow and develop, because it is seeds of yourself. The seeds is what's going to manifest into a different birth. The seed grows into something. So right now you are discovering the seeds within yourself. So now you just have to nurture your ability not to doubt what you're discovering, but nourish it so it can grow into what it needs to be. So as you're discovering those two trees, those true trees may represent that's what you're going to blossom into. You're going to blossom into a tree.
Oh, that's so funny that you say that because just before I joined this, I was talking to my aunt and she, like we were talking about like funerary stuff and she was asking me like, oh, like what do you want done? And I was like, I want to be turned into a tree because they could do that now. And I was just looking it up right before I came onto here. That's so funny.
Have you ever meditated? Like just taking, when you're in your own, wherever you at, your home or wherever, and you do your contemplation practices and your meditative practices, only thing you want to see in your mind is those two trees. You take those two trees and you bring that into your inner conscious state of contemplation and contemplate the meaning of those trees. Contemplate you even having the opportunity to experience them. Take the visualization of it into your mind, because you said that you have a good imagination. So if you take, that's the theta. So if you think about a theta state, delta state, the theta state is deep meditation. It's also where imagination and intuition, they call the theta wave state is called the shamanic state. Excuse me. The delta wave state is where you regenerate yourself and or is what they call deep sleep. So you can take those into your theta, take that into your theta state, which is the deep meditation, deep into intuitive state, and it will, and the answer that you look for, the answer that you seek will come to you because you have the answers already inside of you. You wouldn't experience that. That wouldn't be a part of your experience if it wasn't for a purpose. It's not just haphazard. There is no, that's like in the reading this Kybalion, there is no such thing as chance. Everything is supposed to happen.
I don't believe in coincidences.
Yeah, there is no such thing as that. You're supposed to have experienced that. You're supposed to saw that on the wall. And also the other thing, that figure is another form of that figure on the wall, which is the Pied Piper. It's the caller of sound. So now that you're dealing with mantras, you're dealing with sound.
This was way before So this was before I started. Now with this whole ordeal, and it happened like twice. It was a whole, and it is more. I'm just like giving you a surface level of the whole situation, but because I can't remember every little, like nick and cranny of it, but it was happening before as well as after, but it's just amplified now that I started the mantras. But with the trees, now I never meditated specifically on these trees. Now I will come back here and just go away into that portal, but it's usually not by like by my own will. Like when I don't meditate as much as I should. I don't. Because a lot of the times my mind won't shut up. But when I do meditate though, and that's the crazy part about it, because when I do, most of the times it's involuntary. Like a lot of the times it's involuntary. And then I guess depending on, the time I have, then I'll let it just take me fully. But a lot of the times I have to actually stop myself or like ground myself, because I could just like, I don't know, like just go away. But my experiences with trees started like way before this. The first thing I remember is, excuse my language, but I was just taking a shit one time in my bathroom. This is back home in Brooklyn. I was in my bathroom, I'm taking a shit, and I'm looking at the bathroom door. It was a wooden bathroom door, and I started looking at like the details of it. Then I started looking at for some reason, I was just enamored with my damn fingerprints. And then I'm looking at them, and then, and then they were the same, like the little circles, the prints. It was like the exact same, the one that was on my finger that I was fixated on for whatever reason. It was the same thing that was on the door of my bathroom, like the door. Just, and then once I like make that connection, it started talking to me. And then I had the same thing with my headboard. Like my headboard is also wood, and this happened like recently, not too long ago. And then so it's wood, wood, it always like, speaks to me in a way.
So that
But
right there shows
I guess
your inability.
the purpose hasn't come yet though, and I guess that's something that I need to, because when I do like let go and forget about it, then it comes back in full circle. But a lot of times I get frustrated because I'm trying to figure it out. It's like, what's the point of this? Like, am I able to like
the point is your self-discovery. You are able. Think about how you just said you're easily. You have the natural ability to go right into a meditative state, a trance. I'll say trance state. So by you looking at your fingerprint, you went into a trance state. You went into the intuitive side of yourself. So I'm not going to try to say that, or answer the question like, what is your purpose for that? You use it for what you are. You're capable of utilizing what you have already to discover your purpose for the reason is why, because you wouldn't even be dealing with this stuff if it didn't have a particular purpose. You know what I'm saying? And the particular purpose is self-individuated. Everybody has the individual purpose. So it could be for the purpose of keeping you from doubting anything. So as you said that, you get to the point where you doubt and like, well, what is really the reason for that? The more you take that into contemplation, you will eventually eliminate that even being a reality attached to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like the doubting.
The doubting is just because doubt has to be eliminated. Doubt is something that is a particular aspect of self that is not needed. Caution is needed, but caution is not doubt. Caution lets you know not to just fucking walk right out in the fucking traffic when the cars come. So we need caution, but doubt stops you from going forward. Doubt is almost a birthing of fear, a fear of change.
Yeah.
With that comes also because it's different levels. So you have the doubt. You have the doubt, you have the fear, and then you would also have what can lead to complacency. Just being like, you don't want to become, you don't want that thing to birth into being complacent with the situation. You always want to grow. You want to outgrow yourself.
I've definitely. Nah, I get what you're saying. No, I understand. I guess it's because it just boils down to trusting. Like, it'll all be revealed in due time. If I needed
to, and the
now,
biggest person you got to trust is yourself, right?
Right.
Trust yourself. That's it.
I mean,
Aaliyah,
honestly, we're learning about the fact that there is a higher intelligence at work. And that may not necessarily mean there's some big dude in the clouds with a big ass beard, but there's a higher intelligence at work. Wow, what is going on with your hair?
This is, yeah, the air's,
oh,
I don't know, it wasn't doing a moment ago.
Okay, I see. I thought it was some kind of effect. But anyways, we're dealing with something that is much more intelligent than us. And not, when we say higher intelligence, it's not even like it's smarter than us. There's hell, it's not even it. We're talking about the totality of data, all the information. There's living information at work. And what we're experiencing in our personal lives are a fragment of that information, right? I've got some information, you got some information, he got some information. But when I say there's a higher intelligence at work, I mean there is a consciousness that has all the data. And that's what's really running the show here. So really, the way that I see it, and I've probably said this the last 3 lives, it would be disrespectful for me to have doubt. It would be disrespectful for me to fear. That would show that I'm not even believing in what I'm doing, working with these subtle energies, right? Before getting into this, I thought I was the master. I thought that I was some kind of great sorcerer who's able to control the powers of the unseen. But in all actuality, there's levels to this thing. And at some point, my understanding of data has a limit. My personal physical embodiment, incarnation into time has a limit. So there's an aspect of myself that goes beyond that limit. And me knowing about that by default means that I have complete trust in that ultimate awareness of all data. I can't doubt anything. I can't fear anything. There's no there's no enemies. It is all put together in order. Everything that I'm learning, all the books that I get, all the experiences that I have, all are leading to a specific direction. And it's perfect.
And the whole thing about what Trav said, it goes into, especially with this Vedic science, you can take each aspect of the science and you can do your own yogic self-awareness. You can do your what is like when Trav has said something that made me pull out this notes that we got 5 states of mind. Okay, so with these 5 states of mind, you can have a Kshipta mind, which is the disturbed, just like it says, Kshipta mind is disturbed, restless, troubled, wandering. This is the least desirable of states of mind in which the mind is troubled. It might be severely disturbed, moderately disturbed, or mildly disturbed. It might be worried, troubled, or chaotic. It is not merely the distracted mind, which is Vikshipta, but has the additional feature of more intense negative emotional involvement. Then it goes on, it has the Muda mind, which is a stupefied, dull, heavy, forgetful mind. So once we begin to study each component of the science and we study the mechanism of us as a human machine as it applies to our mind, you can begin to discover what particular state of mind that you're actively in. And with that discovery, then you will know what to specifically target your pinpointed focus on so that you can eliminate it or change it or alchemically reformat it. You know what I'm saying? So some people may be in a Kshipta state of mind where their mind is always disturbed and restless. So if a mind is restless or easily distracted, then that right there will lead one person down another path. So if a person is in a mood of mind, is stupefied, dull, heavy, forgetful, with this state of mind, there is less of a running here and there of the thought process. It is dull or sleepy state, somewhat like one experiences when depressed, though we are not here intending to mean only clinical depression. It is that heavy frame of mind we get into when we want to do nothing, to be lethargic, to be a couch potato. So that's what I mean when you get to this level of doubt. That level of doubt can lead to a person to be fearful to even moving forward. So now they become lethargic. They become stagnated, where they're not even going to move forward no more because they may feel, well, shit, every time I do move forward, I get these feelings of anxiety. And like Trav said, there ain't nobody outside of you making you doubtful. It be our own self. Our own self be really what we're really saying is our conditioned self actually fears the true self because it's hey Rue fighting Set.
Because
Set
it's like,
fears hey Rue gonna kill him.
I understand exactly what you're saying, because it's like, all right, well, but I gotta stay in control. Like, I have to stay in control. Like, I have to figure out what I'm doing. Like, no, I don't want to go there or go here. But every time I go here and go there, it leads me to where I need to go anyway, or to what I'm trying to do anyway. And it's like, just like let go. Stop trying to like control everything, because you're not really in control. Not from this vantage point, you know,
So
from this aspect of like physical reality.
You actually have it. You got to figure it out. That right there was the ultimate science that you said, let it go. That's the whole thing about yoga Naruda. It's letting go of everything that I've ever felt, letting go of what I'm feeling right now. There is no truth in my self-doubt. These are things that we got to speak to our own. We have to speak to our person. The person is the individual that's become modified and conditioned by life's experiences. All the shit that somebody else done told you, all the shit that somebody else done made you feel bad, messed up relationships and left these impressions on us. And now I've personified these things into character traits of myself. All of that shit goes.
It's just, you just gotta like take that shit.
I am only Brahman. That's the ultimate reality. There is no person. There is only self.
Reflection.
There is only Brahman.
Yep.
The more you go into that, the more you don't become anything that's identifiable by the person. There is no more titles. Only thing that's titled and defined is the physical realm. Once we go out of that, there is no way you can define it. That's why I can only say it's individuated. Everybody has to go, you only experience it. Things you experience within the outer realms of self cannot come back, and me can sit on this YouTube live stream and come back and tell you exactly what happened.
Right. It's very difficult to do so, if at all possible.
It'll take we'll be on one of them shows traveling and be having Wednesday. It'll be 15 hours trying to explain what was in the Akasha realm. And still when people get off, like, man, I ain't really get what he was saying, man. And
it sounded good.
Subjective, man. Subjective, man. You can't explain subjective experiences, man. Can't do it.
Look at how it points also to there has to be a reshaping of the mind. How a lot of this, the main thing about this Vedic stuff is non-attachment, but also how the tools have to be precise now. It's not good enough just to say the vibes and the frequency and Akashic records. You got to be specific. You can't say the mind. You can't say subconscious. The tools have to be refined. So we're talking about an experience of reality that doesn't have description.
Yeah.
Right? You can't describe it. So your tools have to be precise and refined to even perceive it. Hence why you have to sit still and learn how to expand beyond the five senses.
And the person who cannot think abstractly will not grasp this information until they're able to think outside the box. until they get out. Because you can say, they can say, because a person who doesn't think abstractly would say, I'll be having troubles in my mind. The abstract individual said, well, what part of your mind are you having trouble in? The person who doesn't think, but what do you mean what part of the mind? There's only one part. They don't get it. I just said there's 5 states of mind. Then it goes so much deeper. So the tools of the Vedic science teaches you to break this shit all the way down. And it's the mechanicalization of you as a human component. Look at yourself as a fucking laptop or your cell phone. When your cell phone drops and you get it cracked, you can bring it to an individual. They can take your phone and they can take your screen and fix it. You know why they can do that? Because they got those little freaking fancy screwdrivers that can take out those little teeny screws on your phone. Do you know you can buy them yourself and buy the screen for like $5 and fix it yourself? But the whole thing is, that's the same way we have to do us as individuals. Have to figure out what's broken or out of place or out of harmony within myself that's being outwardly displayed in my actions, and I have to go in and I got to fix it. Psychiatry is not going to fix it.
Nope.
Psychology is not going to fix it.
That $30 reading ain't going to fix it.
Weed ain't good ass weed ain't going to fix it. None of that shit. Right. All the money you get, you can be guapped up, racked up, stack racks like rappers, all on the arm. That shit don't fix none of that shit. Only thing that's gonna fix it is the individual sitting down and facing the reality. Like how you said, Alea, that your thoughts come. That's a beginning stage of a meditative practice too, is being able to let those thoughts come. Sit down and let them come. Let them tear your ass up. And then eventually, once you get strong enough, your mind will start being like, I'm bored with this. Now I need to slow down these thoughts, because now you become aware.
I get amused now. Like I just get amused because I like once I stop reacting to it, like I could just look at it. Like,
yeah, that's the whole thing. And women,
it is.
Women are the ultimate intuitive tool. I don't want to call y'all tool, but y'all have the deeper potential to go into that theta state than a man. It's just something about that. Even though man can be in there, if we talk about Shiva Shakti, Shiva ain't even aware of nothing that he's doing. Shakti, fully aware. Everything. She's energy. She's inertia. She's movement. So you as this Shakti prana energy, the mother goddess energy, of course you're going to be able to go into the internal womb of self, because what? You're a womb woman. You're a womb man. You are the living essence of a man wouldn't even be able to fucking become a sage on this planet if he ain't been, I don't care if it's Vivekananda, any of the Nandas, all was born through wombs. So the whole thing is,
I guess it's like, for me, the thing is that now, like, I have to learn how to do it intentionally, because it happens like involuntarily. Like when I sit down and I actually like try, like, okay, like I need to really make a schedule. I need to sit down, I need to meditate. It's way easier now with the mantras, but I'm talking about like before I got into this Vedic stuff. Like it just would not work for me. I would get distracted, or I would just not get to that place that I usually get to when I'm not supposed to be there. Like when I'm in the midst of doing some shit or working, and like I just go like there to the point where I have to ground myself. And it's like, damn, why I can do all these great things, or like go to all these places and experience stuff that I can't even put into words when I'm like not supposed to be. And then when I really wanted to sit down and create a ritual out of it and do it every single day and meditate, and so that I could, be in a better state of mind and handle like life better, is like I'm not able to do that.
You are able to do it.
Ain't that when it comes like what I was talking about? You can't, once you actually like see it, it goes away. So it's like something that you can't even, almost like you can't even look at it. You got to look away from it, you know. You can't even look at it when you in that state. I experienced that too. As soon as I realize that I'm in that state, it goes away.
That right there is just you could train yourself um to be able to control that, because you are aware of the fact that when you are in them states, once you focus on it, boom, it goes away. So the more, like I said, it's like lifting weights. It's more like running. It's more like it's like being it's like in sports. The more you run the route, the more you got that shit down packed. So the whole thing, you keep running that route, and you'll eventually get it. But you also to reinforce it, you have to set times for your physical self where you say 11 p.m. every night. I sit down. I don't care. You don't give that time to nobody else. Whatever time it is you choose, you only give it to yourself, and it's for the prime purpose of sitting still and doing a conscious effort to meditate and practice in mantra. And you do it non-ceasingly. Because when you read the Patanjali, that's what it is. You're not going to benefit from any of these practices if you do not do it unceasingly. You got to do it all the fucking time. That's the only way, that because we're hard head.
Right. And it's like getting out of your regular rituals and creating new ones. But with the nakshatras that I was doing for my specific placements, like I would do 2 or 3, well, no, not even 2 or 3 a day. I'm lying. I would do just the one, because that was the only one that I was for sure was from like my place. I have a lot of Scorpio in my chart, just way too fucking much. And that's
hard
the one
head.
Every day, but I wasn't even doing it every day. I would do it like every other day. But and then I would do the one for the moon, and I believe it was another one, but it was not consistent. It wasn't every day. It was every like other day or when I had time. When I started that one though, that other one is not even for any of my placements. It's just the what is it called? The Mula mantra. I could not stop. Like no matter what I was doing, like I was just became obsessed with it. Like I couldn't stop saying it. Even when I stopped saying it, I was humming it. Like, and it was just replaying in my mind, like nonstop. Once I figured out how to say it, like that's, and that the rest of them, they didn't have that effect on me, which it should, because that's supposed to be my specific placements for my chart. That's why I feel like I need to go to an actual Vedic astrologer so they could do my chart for me. But because I don't know how accurate like the online ones is, but that's
also to keep in mind also as far as what you're aware of, because there's a lot of things in our charts that may not need any active work. You know what I'm saying? So if that particular mantra stood out, it may be that's one that needs active work. For the rest of them that didn't stick, don't necessarily need active work, because that's how you said that you that's how you know whether something is real or something that you're just kind of making up, is if you actually have that feeling. Right. So that's an indication that might be a part of your chart that does need active work, where the other parts may not need any active work at all.
And that's a part of the Bhagavad Gita. That's a beginning stage. I'll try to find it and read it, but it actually tells you that's the beginning stage of a sadhaka, is that you're going to feel good about these things that you're doing. And of course, that's going to have to eventually, you have to move beyond just making you feel, but you are experiencing the inner joy. That's not just happiness, that's inner joy, meaning that it's bringing you to a balanced sense of harmony within yourself. So if you know that, if that was the only mantra that was doing that, you're not supposed to do no other one. You're supposed to do that one, because like Trav said, that's the one that's communicating with you on an internalized microscopic level. That is changing, that is developing in actual science, that's developing neural pathways. So the more neural pathways that you develop by doing that, the more electricity, because you said earlier you felt the vibration through your body. That's electricity. That's what you're feeling. So when you're doing that and you're doing that mantra, that when you feel that vibrating, what happened is you're building neural pathways that have started communicating with each other, meaning that now your nervous system, which is in your spine and all through your body, is now firing electricity. That's not the full flame or force of Kundalini, but the Ida and Pingala is now going a little bit faster in its communication. So it's sending sparks of what's called Kundalini, which is basically Shakti energy through you. So that's why you should stick. You can't doubt or say, well, maybe I need to do something else. Because no, because you've actually found something that's working. So once you now develop, it's like I use sports a lot. It's like you went from high school sports to college sports to now you in the league. Once you reach the league, there ain't no higher than the motherfucking league. You understand what I'm saying? You can't go backwards. So right now you at a college level of your experience. So you got to keep using what you got. So once you get to the doctorate degree in the mastery level, now your system is going to now be attuned for higher levels of mantra yoga. You know what I'm saying?
That makes so much sense. And it just all, it comes around circle because with my vitiligo, when I search it up and stuff like that, it like most autoimmune disease does target like nervous system and stuff like that, and I would feel, and as I'm saying it, I would like feel that vibration. But when I was like, I don't know, when I started doing it in a trance, and I was like doing it for hours, that I started feeling numbing like from my feet, and then it started to travel up my body. But even when I stop, like walking around just feels like I'm like gliding or something. Like it feels weird. But that makes sense that I would target my nervous system because my nervous system does need work.
And by you saying that it automatically you keep doing it, you singing, that's jop. That's jop. You going into automatic zone. So you actually are more powerful than what you're really giving the self more credit for. You're more advanced than what you really are actually realizing. So now you have to really take everything that's being said and really go into that and be like, damn, am I doubting the power of myself? Right. And then you figure out why, because that's the healing. You got to ask yourself those questions. Like I said, it's a battle. You actually got to go to battle. That's what they call the guardians of the crossroads. They're not fucking nice. We didn't build up a lot of shit that we got sitting like it's like a fucking mean ass dog that's sitting at the front gate. You know you got to get to this fucking gate, but you know they always got a mean ass dog over there. You're gonna have to figure around to get around the mean ass dogs of self that always guarding some shit that you need to get in there, but all of a sudden here comes doubt. The dog name is doubt. This nigga always coming barking and shit every time you're doing something. Kick that motherfucker in his ass and walk right in the yard.
The battlefield of a range.
Yeah. You're right. So that's the whole thing, man. You got the potential because everything that you said, you have the tools. You may not even have heard. You might got to go back and listen to this video all over again and be like, yo, I was given the whole motherfucking tools the whole time I was talking. But the thing is, take your intellect and your reasoning, take it into the intuitive nature of yourself to make sure that you're not just trying to rationalize things. That's the left brain activity that which is a masculine energy. So that could be something too. Your masculine force that's within you be trying to outweigh your feminine aspect of yourself. And like Trav type, you know what I'm saying, these things be dealing with the four elements as well, earth, air, fire. It could be that too. You got to now figure out what element is playing more within the mythology of yourself. Like you said, you have a lot of Saturnian energy. So that's dealing Said, did you? No,
I
you
don't
said,
have a lot.
you said Scorpio. You said Scorpion energy. So that right there is knowing.
Yeah.
So that right there is letting you know that you have to. You got to find a balance even with that. If you just look at the Scorpion, you look at the Scorpion
A
insect
lot of water.
within itself. The Scorpion is almost. It's not even almost an insect. It's almost like a reptile. It's multi. It's multi-layered. The shit is like a. It's like a It has claws
Hybrid.
and it has a stinging tail. You know what I'm saying? So you got to realize that we're detrimental to ourself. We sting our own self. We become our own worst enemy. We got to be able to redirect our inner poison. You know what I'm saying? We got to sweeten the poison up sometime. Not that we're gonna get rid of it, the scorpion poison, but we have to learn to sweeten it up so it's more digestible. Kind of like how Shiva did. You know what I'm saying? He drank. If you read some of the story, he drank poison for us. So one of the deities actually to cool the hot bubbling effect within his being from the poison, they gave him cannabis water. So that's how he became associated with being the Lord of Bang or herb. So we have to know what herbs that we can generate within ourselves, which is basically our chemicals. What chemicals do we have to regenerate within ourselves that's going to eliminate the low level processes of rationalization and intellectualization or intellectualizing all of our thoughts? Because a lot of our thoughts
That's what
ain't
I do.
nothing.
I be battling with myself. Like,
Look at it as a
yeah.
war. Take it. You can use a whole bunch of imagery. Look at the battle. Like get a picture of Heru or in Heru and Set in constant battle. That's pretty much what's going on internally within you. It's a constant battle. They never win. Neither one of them. They always end in a stalemate. The only time that war ended in the Asarian story is that they went. Heru had to go to Thoth, and Thoth had to enlighten him of how to use basically the left brain energy of Set to defeat him with his same shit. Since you want to always rationalize some shit, then I'ma rationalize you. Since you want to be so legalistic, Set, in your authoritarianism, then you're not even following your own laws because you're always committing these problems and you don't have no set laws in order for people to follow. So he kind of put the trickery game. So we got to put the trickery game on our own self, and not the true self, because the true self don't need tricks, but the persona, the character, who we've become, our mask. You know what I'm saying?
Is what's that word in psychology where you like
Reverse psychology.
reverse psychology on yourself, basically.
You have to do it on the persona, on the character that we have come. And the character is all the modifications, the things that's not true to who we think we are, and who we think what other people see that's not truly what they see. Just like how Western astrology got basically thinking that the sun is the consciousness of a person that's really doing everything, when in reality it's the moon consciousness that's really performing the mental actions of the animated individual called a person.
Yeah, we're talking about granularity. So we got
Granularity.
The moon governs a part of your mind, right? The manas part. The sun and the ascendant both govern different parts of the mind. But that wouldn't make sense to a Westerner because we're not really taught to break down the mind like this.
And we can even take that down. When you think about the moon is not just a singular descriptive component within itself. There's two sides to the moon. There's a dark side, there's a light side. So we're not even seeing a particular side. So we call that the shadow self. You know what I'm saying? We get that basically from Jungian psychology, knowing that there's inner activities or inner displays that go on within this human being that's only going to come out at particular times. Some of that shit come out with niggas every Friday. When they get drunk, they become the motherfucking shadow self every fucking Friday. But Monday through Thursday, this person be a whole different person. So we got to realize when we are being the modified automaton and when we are actually capable of consciously displaying the inner self. And the inner self is always going to be balanced.
No, it's not time to go yet.
Hey, Aaliyah.
Yeah.
Are you able to check in the chat? Well, if not, you had some questions about astrology and stuff. Somebody had some information that they wanted to share with you. If you want to,
I'm looking at it now.
Send me your Instagram or message her or whatever, and then you guys can connect on that. Speaking of which, appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank y'all for being here. What's good, Damarama? How are you today?
Yo, what's good, guys? Doing excellent. How you guys doing?
Excelente.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Deal so. What you been on lately?
Other than like I just got the NLP books that I ordered like 2 days ago. So I've been in those. And then like NLP related books like Pattern Thinking by Buckminster Fuller. And then also like the Vedic stuff. To me, it's like all one thing though. Like it doesn't feel like I'm in 5 different like 10 different books. It feels like I'm in one topic.
That's how it gets, because we're studying the nature of reality and how do we interpret the nature of reality with the tools of what we call mind. So I mean, where did they get this NLP stuff from? I'm willing to wager they got it from where everything else came from.
I mean, that's what Dr. Savoto basically alludes to in the beginning of Agora, like how NLP is a tantric science.
NLP is
it's basically science. Using mantras, yantras, and mandalas for change.
You're absolutely right. I'm trying to find.
Interesting. What inspired you to get this one? Pattern thinking.
Is it pattern thinking? It's like he was like an architecture and like an inventor and stuff like that. Yeah, let me show you the book. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, 400 pages.
Yeah.
Textbooks.
He breaks it down into lines, models, words, and patterns. But I skipped to his words one because like the whole NLP stuff. And he literally talks about the granularity between like the metaphysical and physical and how words relate to that.
And that's what they call the meta model. The meta model. So you're right, like how you said, the meta model, then they have the anchoring and because they got what's called model therapy. NLP is deep, and like we know that this NLP is dealing with, like Trav said, this shit is dealing specifically with Vedic science of the mind. They just hiding all of that information. They ain't letting nobody know that that's what he got this mind science from.
They all study Hermetics and Kabbalah, and all that shit comes from Vedic shit.
And they go even deeper that if an individual knows how to read body language and you mixed up with NLP, you can stare at the individual and know how to look at the pulse in their neck You can look at the iris and see it getting small or getting big, so you can read what you're doing to a person by what you're saying to them. If you look at their eyes and notice how the movement of the iris, you can look
Yeah,
at how their breathing changes. That's how we're manipulated with NLP. People know how to control us.
you get their code, like you get what channel, like what system they're using in terms of like visual, auditory, kinesthetic,
Exactly.
or like
Right.
just through like what direction their eyes move.
And that right there lets you know what to dig in on. So once you figure out if a person is a more auditory person, so what you do, feed them a bunch of word bullshit. Fucking fancy they mind up with a bunch of words.
Yeah.
Get them trapped up into the shit that they like.
Change your like tonality, your tone, use different like you pacing and leading, all that shit.
Yeah.
It's that page with the so each of the directions is like visual recall, auditory recall, auditory digital.
What's the name of the book again, Donna?
His book is a guide to transformation.
Oh.
The classic.
Yeah, Trav recommended all the ones that I just got, like the NLP
practitioner. Yeah, I got that one's. Yeah, that's
hey, man. Going too fast, man. You're going too fast.
Slow.
Oh man,
it's like
you
spilling all the sauce.
The source book.
Oh, you found it.
Yeah.
That one's by the British guy.
Michael Hall.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
You'll figure me out now.
Right.
You'll figure me out now.
Man. The words that change minds. This one is like, oh shit. Like, yeah, this one is super good.
And now when you go back and you do the science to Ophio's book, and I hate to talk about those books were so elementary compared, you know what I'm saying? Once you go back and read his books, you be like, yo, this shit was so fucking simple.
It was, but it was a necessary stepping stone.
It was a necessary stepping stone.
It was profound back then, so hell, we were in elementary as well.
It was profound. So the whole thing, we know that a lot of these books that we noticing, they be all these long, huge books. That shit don't be nothing but mind screwing us. It be mind screwing us, man. It's NLP within those words. They're trying to plant thoughts into our mind to make us believe them as an author.
Mm-hmm.
Like their book is not like their book is the greatest book. And then they're rewarded on a society level by becoming what? The New York Times bestseller.
Yeah, with this revolutionary content.
This revolutionary new book and blah, 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 and this and that and this and that. So see how we get, see how they play off, like I said, see how they rape us every day? They're raping our minds. Like everybody is, we are constantly under attack from the society.
Same time though, we ass up, pants down.
Yeah.
If one is not educated.
Exactly. If you are unaware, you will wake up pants at ankles, greasy cheeks. It was not a great night for you. You know what I'm saying? You were not the giver, you were the receiver. You were on the receiving end. They don't take it easy. This stuff I here don't take it easy on us. Because look what it do. It keep us for years. Our minds has been just shaken up, man, like a martini. It be shaking us up.
To get on a national podium and say the words, I'm not asking what's in the vaccine. I'm not asking who, da. I'm just to say that. You just showed me what kind of mind you got. You showed me how you operate.
Mom, I'm so hurt by what you said, Mom. Somebody in her family had a personal talk with her. Like, you should have not gotten up on there and said that.
Oh my God.
And please let us go into meditation for her, because we don't want nothing to happen to her. Like, we take the vaccine and hope that this thing don't increase your diabetes or some shit, because it's going to rearrange your RNA.
What better way to evaluate, by performing a mass experiment, a mass test? How else to get results?
How
Right?
else?
Volunteers. It makes sense. It's perfect.
Willfully volunteering you to go get something shot into you that science says is going to change your RNA.
This is how you get quick results in any study, by getting data from mass amount of numbers. That's why so many scientific discoveries were figured out in World War II and during slavery, because they had a massive amount of people to test on.
You know what was another, what you just said, you know what was a experiment? Vietnam. It was a war experiment.
What was it?
Vietnam.
Oh yeah.
You know how many, everybody who went to Vietnam was affected by Agent Orange and all of them chemicals that were never used before.
Mm-hmm.
They did not know that it was good just because you dropped it directly on the Vietnamese. Boy, the after effects, you still got to walk through that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it backfired on you too. So that shit was a whole big war. They never had no war on that scale. And they never fought no war like that against guerrilla, unconditional fighters are basically called guerrilla. It's called guerrilla warfare. Vietnam, the Vietnamese fought a guerrilla warfare. If you know war tactics, that was guerrilla warfare against the American army. And they went over there and got their ass tore up. They did not win that war. Little did America do not want to admit that. They did not win. That shit was an experiment. So all of these, all half of these homeless people that we see walking around, especially the older ones, are all Vietnam veterans. They out there because they didn't lost grasp on reality based off of the mental disorder that then came from the atrocities that they saw. Plus, you go ahead and mix that with the chemical that then seeped into their brain and blood vessels. They sick. So we get mom up there talking about blah blah blah, this and that. Mom, you showing the whole world that you're actually sick.
Right. But not only her, that's just a great example. But when looking at this NLP stuff, if you know what to listen for,
you know what to
everyone's telling you their particular sickness. Everyone, we have nothing else but to say, but to tell who we are. That's the only thing we can say.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the whole thing about when we say, as an individual striving for self-realization and mastery over the Buddhas and all of this stuff, that's when you have to separate yourself. That's the only time that you're supposed to become in solitude. You're supposed to separate from that insanity. There is no good experience that you're going to get by being around people who believe and think like that from that sickened mind state.
No.
There ain't nothing you're going to get. There's nothing you can change with the way you're practicing your stuff. It's not going to change this individual. They're too far gone. Right. You can't save everybody.
I talk to people all the time who are reading this information. They're applying this information. Thanks, Maxine. They're growing. They're reaching a certain vantage point of reality, and they still got these people in their lives. Now they get stuck trying to help, trying to bring people along, trying to fight with people who aren't moving. And it's a hard thing to accept, the fact that sometimes you got to let people be who they are, and you have to do the work for you. Let them be. You can't take your mama, your brother, your cousin, and them. They're going to be the way they are. They're not doing the same things that you're doing. You're literally working with seeds, right? We talked about the beej mantras and all that stuff. You're literally planting seeds in you that they don't even have access to. So you're going to grow a garden of different fruit than they even have ever heard of.
So somebody has put a full layer of concrete asphalt over fertile soil. Then they put a building on top of that shit. And you never knew that there was special fertile soil under this ground because they have manipulated them so much that they didn't cover that shit up. And you can't even plant nothing in there no more. You got to leave that alone. Now you will always be their forums, or maybe one day if something happens where they didn't broke through it, and maybe a little something grows through the crack, because you know what, blade of grass can crack fucking asphalt. So maybe it then sprouted something, and they be like, well, remember that shit that my cousin was talking about? Let me give him a call, and now you can be available for them, and you give what you can, and you still you get away. Because you don't want them to drag you into the matrix of their foolishness.
That's a good analogy.
Let me give you this juju bag, and then I'm gonna go ahead and head out.
The concrete layer over the soil. That's a great analogy, because no matter how hard you press, you're not gonna break that concrete. It has to be broken from within. That's not your job.
It's not. Like I said, it's still, you didn't destroy the soil under there. You just covered it up. And as we know, because we didn't, how many of us have walked on sidewalks where that shit be all warped from a root that then broke that shit? That show you that it eventually, nature, that's why I said nature is perfect. Nature will do exactly what it's supposed to do. That's just like when people be going, like when Puerto Rico, when them had all of these storms. Those are just the storms that were, these modern day, we're able to fucking visualize and technological lies everything. You know how many fucking years those islands have existed with fucking getting hit by major storms? The Bahamas and Puerto Rico and all, that shit been happening. It's just that it's able to be plastered across platforms in multiple areas that everybody can see, that we're like, oh man, let's pray for Puerto. I'm not taking away that these storms be destroying people, but nature is perfect and always has been doing that type of shit. Unlawful nature is some of these pathways that sharks follow, because they naturally didn't follow those pathways. They started following these things based off of ships, human trafficking ships, dumping dead bodies over, and the shark get a free meal. So throughout genetics, they started following these pathways that ships were traveling. That's the manipulation and change of nature. So it's just crazy, man. You know, that mom would get on there. And I'm just saying mom, because she looks no different than my mother or when my grandmother was living. She's relatable. Like I can see my own family member in her. So I already know the science that they're trying to do. It ain't just about black, it's about using a figure from a particular age group and time period to make you feel childish or disrespectful to go against it.
Archetype.
The archetype, exactly. Thank you. The perfect term. The civil rights, none of these civil rightsers, our grandparents ain't never wanted to hear none of this shit that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? We're not even built like our grandparents. We will not tolerate none of that shit that you did, Grandma. I'd rather them motherfuckers beat me, fucking catch me slipping and put me in a coma. I'd rather live like that than the motherfucker do any of that shit that y'all went through. You're gonna have to catch me slipping with some of that bullshit. Cause if it's coming straight at me, I'm confronting it. I ain't fucking with none of that shit. I'm not singing "We Shall Overcome." I'm not singing "Up with Hope, Down with Dope." None of that shit, man.
Up with hope, down with dope.
Up with hope, down with dope. None of that shit. crack kills, all of the motherfucking cliches that they fucking put on your ass. You know what I'm saying? Just say no. Thanks a lot, Nancy Reagan. That's really gonna work for somebody addicted to fucking crack cocaine. Just say no. You know what I'm saying? What a joke, man. I ain't asking what's in the vaccine. You got to be shitting me, Mom.
That's really wild. That's extremely wild.
You might as well do everything now. Smoke cigarettes now then. Get fucked up every day off of Henny. Just drink Henny. Just become an out. Shit, you don't care what they just put in your body. So why care about dietary practices?
I mean, the list can go on and on. It's not as if these people don't have a track record of not being trusted whatsoever. It's not like we don't have a history.
Mom, you come from the era. It seems like you might come from the era of the Tuskegee experiments. Have you forgotten just that?
You know, again, here we go with the cause and the effect shit, right? That what kind of you seem insane if you're not paying attention to the cause. The cause is always manifested in the effect. But if you just pay attention.
How long did it take for them to make the polio vaccine, man? That shit was not instantaneously.
No, it took a lot of
trial and error.
Right. A lot of data had to be recuperated. So when in history of this planet has something been created in a lab that we suddenly know that it works? No.
How many vaccines that they got sitting around that can slow down or stop the spread of cancer cells that they just haven't given anybody? Fuck it. Let's just give out all the vaccines for everything. HIV vaccines, every motherfucking thing. Give everything out now. Let's have a vaccine party.
Vaccine party.
Everybody bring your own vaccine. I'll try it. Fuck it.
Yeah, I'll try yours. You try mine. Let's try mix them all together in a big jar and everybody just.
And you see how insane this shit really is when you really think about that, man?
Absolutely.
Nobody ain't saying, you know what, maybe I need to change my diet and I need to drink sea moss and eat garlic, all kind of health. Let me try this level first. Let me try to see what I can build my body up strong enough to be resistant. They're not even
check out this Ayurveda stuff, maybe.
They're not even putting their faith in Jesus. I thought that you believed in the blood of Christ had you covered. If you believe in that, why do you need the vaccine? Pray to Jesus. Ain't nothing but the blood of Jesus. Sing that song all day. Nothing but the blood.
Was it for the blood?
I'm just saying, man, you know what I mean? I love life and existence, and I know there's a reality to this sickness that's out here. There's people that's sick, but I'm kind of saying that a lot of these people that have gotten it, they might have been compromised already. And it ain't even people dying like that. There's people right now saying they're COVID positive, and they're just sending them home, and they're going through a sickness, and then they're better. That sounds like the flu to me. So they're putting the trickery game on that shit. They didn't eliminate flu from the whole world of medicine. Anything that resembles flu is automatically hit you with the COVID-19. So again, it goes back into sorcery and fucking mind control.
Yeah. We're dealing with an illness that actually isn't physical, very much mental, emotional, spiritual.
Done to people on purpose, man. So individuals like us who are studying, doing our due diligence to understand the human machine and componentry of self are not going for it, man. I'm not going for it. I'm not going for it. My daughters are not going to go for it. Their mom's not going to go for it. It's just not going to happen, man.
From like an NLP point of view, it's like a fascinating study of mass influence.
Yes.
And like just like from what I've been reading right now, I can't, it's like the perception of me 2 days ago, I can't even see shit the same. And even just looking at like the mass influence of it, it's like, wow.
Let's not even get into the science of memetics. Let's not even get into that.
When I see these things happening on the news, when I see them talking about the vaccine and about, whatever the hell Trump's talking about, storming cap and all that stuff, most people, they have an emotional reaction. But it's almost like looking at a dangerous animal in the wild. I see the beauty in it. I see the mastery applied at the influence, how words, I'm talking about trigger words, make people move. That's an incredible thing. You're seeing power at work. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean,
it goes right into that quote from the Causation. I'm pretty sure someone like read it about how people are like moved, like swayed and froed by manipulating emotions, like pawns on a chessboard.
Yeah.
So like that's literally what's happening.
And I know people get hurt, but people get hurt doing everything. So that's not so much my concern. My concern is just watching how reality flows. We're still studying Prakriti. We're still watching how she moves, right? And that's what this is. How one word. Okay, first of all, we got a whole laboratory of a country set up where people have trigger words inserted into them. And the emotional attachments to these trigger words are reinforced on a daily basis. So we haven't pulled the strings yet, but we're building the strings. We're reinforcing the strings. So when it comes time to actually flip the switch, we know from experience that the repetition of the reinforcement of these trigger words has been embedded so deeply that all I have to do is slightly stoke the flames and you will do the rest, right?
It's like a real sleeper cell, like for real.
On a massive scale. That's why I keep saying that this is beautiful. Not beautiful as in I enjoy seeing people getting hurt or taking poison into their body. No, of course not. But the fact that I know how these rules work and I get a chance to see it in action. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm glad you got words that change mine, because within that book are some of the very, very valuable keys of how the human mind works. I think I stopped promoting that one a long time ago, but very effective.
Yeah, and it's very simple, like just from what I've read, like just the questions that it gives you, but then also like you being able to reform those questions along the same lines and get different, like the same types of responses, and then put those into each of the systems. And then like the VAKOG correlates with the tot was.
Yeah.
And correlate that with the astrology. So it's just like so much data.
And when you have a real chance to apply that with living people in action, and it's not even, and people get into NLP because they think that it's some way to control everyone. But really what this is observation of how reality works. Being able to know the rules now and see it in action, you get a better view of how society really works, which means now you can move better. It's not about controlling anybody. It's about controlling yourself primarily, but also you said something to me in a response in the IG, something about communication. What did you say?
Oh, like my goal for NLP?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. To be a better.
Like be impeccable with my word.
Right, to be impeccable with your word. How else can you be impeccable with your word if you don't understand how to use words and how words are received? That's the big thing. A lot of people study how to speak and be eloquent, but people don't study how the words are received by other minds, right? I was mentioning before about these trigger words being reinforced. That's a study of how people receive information. If you don't know how people receive information, it doesn't matter what you say, right?
And like the words I use with myself too, like in my internal dialogue, like what the fuck do I even mean when I'm talking to myself?
Right.
Yeah.
And that goes back to know thyself. If you understand what kind of person you are, right? As far as, I might be an external person. I might recognize that I know that I'm doing the right thing when other people give me a compliment or give me some type of acknowledgement or give me what's the word? Not approval.
And
Validation.
you gotta
Validation.
think, man, this thing gets so much deep. It gets so deep that when you get into the whole science of memetics, that's how they're controlling it. So most people think they're just like a meme, right? Like, and I think Trav, you have, I think you have finally got the book too, the that memetics book, the
Yeah.
one about the military.
Yeah.
So when you think about why they said um that Richard Dawkins defined a meme as a self-reproducing and propagating information structure analogous to a gene in biology. So he focused on the meme as a replicator, analogous to the gene, able to affect human evolution through the evolutionary algorithm of variation, replication, and differential fitness. So
It's
they
like the
changing people,
cultural equivalent to a gene.
huh?
Like the cultural, sociological equivalent to a gene. Like how gene.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they give the it says, well, what is a meme? And it said it's a meme is information which propagates, has impact, and persists. Memetics is the study and application of memes. Military memetics is the application of memes for national security. It is a subset of neurocognitive warfare, a revolutionary tool in the information war. It can provide a coherent scientific approach for information operations, psychological warfare, and the general war against terrorists. It can prevent or mitigate irrational conflict, reduce the probability of war or defeat, and increases the probability of peace or victory. So when you look at when this individual says to storm the Capitol, that was a meme.
Mm-hmm.
It was a word. So they said so now when you get to the meme aspects of this book, it says example memes, words, ideas, symbols, icons, logos, themes, poems, catchphrases, fashion, technological processes. An example, making arrowheads or gumbo, fables, religion, graffiti, images, novels, movies, narratives, cultural, functional or dysfunctional, national, tribal, or organizational. Memes can be described by their external phenomena, which is called e-memes, and internal phenomena, I-memes. E-memes are manifested by their side effects on human behavior and culture. I-memes are manifested by their effects on an individual's neuronal behavior and brain. E-memes and I-memes are two types of memes, but are not two types of memes, but rather two effects or manifestations of memes. So you don't think that this everything that they doing to us is fucking memes?
Look, okay, everything that's being done is a meme. Let's take it back just a few years, 2-3 years ago. Now, here's the thing that is also known. Before you can do something large like that, you have to break down certain strongholds in the mind. Mm-hmm. Nobody's gonna fucking storm the Capitol. That is too big. So we got to break it down and soften it. One of the ways that it's softened is if you make it into a joke. Most of the things that are happening now, thank you, Dumb Rama, priming. You got to prime it first. So one of the things that happened before we can do something like storm the vaccine, we got to soften that idea a little bit, right? Because storming the Capitol, that's a huge task. Nobody's going to do that. Surrounded by Secret Service, we can't get a single person to do that unless we soften it first. So in order to do that, you have to promote something outlandish. We have to make it into a joke. Most of the way that society is manipulated, you'll see it first laughed at, right? Before this whole transgender thing became a huge issue, there were a lot of comedians doing it first until eventually it became accepted as, an everyday thing. Not saying anything's right or wrong. I'm saying that before it could be publicly accepted in the public eye, it has to be softened. But getting back to the capital thing, what softened that idea? What happened about 2 or 3 years ago? What's an outlandishly protected area that we're talking about we're going to storm?
You said
What did
2 years ago.
What did we storm a few years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago? That is outlandishly protected. We made it into a joke. It became a meme, a worldwide meme or a national meme. Everybody decided they were going to storm Area 51. Right? Clearly, no one's going to do that, but we softened the idea, right? So some people are believing they're going to do it. Some people believing that they can't. Either way, the idea has been introduced into society and it's been laughed at. Now we can start implanting the suggestion to do something like storm the Capitol.
I mean, they got hella movie, like if you within the past 4 or 5 years, like movies like movies that basically talk about infiltrating the White House, like Olympus Has Fallen and shit like that.
And those are memes too, because it mentioned it said the example of memes. It said movies, novels, book. And then when you go back into the book and the e-memes, it says the tools and techniques for studying both manifestations of memes differ. E-memes can be studied via their simulated or actual propagation over social networks. Modern social media are especially efficient and effective for propagating memes.
Propaganda.
Unicorn. Fighters, come on.
That shit is super crazy. Tools and techniques include internet and phone text, voice messages, propagation, rumor and gossip propagation, buzz and viral marketing. So if you saying that the original, the prototype memes of storming the Capitol was storming the Area 51, there you just now exposed the whole shit.
And then it keeps happening. It's a seed planting and a fruit. So that's one way to see what's going on. If we pay attention, this whole vaccine stuff is a result of priming. And this is also a priming for something to come. This is how we pay attention to what's being promoted. It's all about priming and planting. And it's emotionally reinforced by words, by the media, by music. It's like what you said earlier about what album's coming out or what movie's coming out. It's not about who's got great art. It's about how can this work for what we're trying to prime and plant in society. So every movie and every album that's released, it's a turning of the knob for what the group social matrix is going to be thinking about this year.
And basically our phones are able to pick up on algorithms specific to us. Like my phone will feed me ads at specific times specifically for me. So it learns and adapts to my specific patterns, like in NLP.
And how many people in your city has your movie theater closed because of COVID? Has anybody else's movie theater literally closed?
Pretty sure my theaters are closed.
It's a wrap for movie theaters.
Yeah, they permanently closed down a few movie theaters.
Yeah. So the whole thing is now movies are coming. They're not going to the movie theater. They're coming directly to your fucking TV now.
Yeah. Just like the food. They want you. I mean, just everything coming to you.
Yeah.
There's like because like what Trav said about priming, I think there's anything priming. I seen a map of what America is supposed to look like in like 2050 or like 2075. And it's basically like mega cities. So there's only gonna be like 7 to 8 mega cities in the United States. And most of the population is gonna be dense in mega cities. And that makes like the food and the TV, all that like you just need all the population in one place.
Like they have in China, those super.
They literally have maps. Like you have to plan all that shit out. They literally have a whole map, and it tells you what the blueprint of what the United States is supposed to look like in like 2050.
And look at what Military Memetic says: the desired impacts of memes for national security, because isn't everything about national security right now? So it says the desired impacts of memes for national security are immediate, not evolutionary. Memes can change individual and group values and behavior. Memes can enhance dysfunctional cultures or subcultures. So now I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. Now you know why Black Lives Matter. If that's a subculture of a meme culture started by George Soros, who funded 3 Black women who don't have nothing to do with the living people going through something, but people, you got to be basically a dead individual for that group to really care about a Black life. So that's actually a meme that's being used. That's actually a mimetic programming that's being used as well. So it's just crazy that well, it's not crazy. It's actually genius on the part of these people that know how to do this, and they've been doing this shit memes since 1976.
I love this shit, man.
So the more you study, so you got to eventually you have to deal with NLP when you deal with the Vedic science, because you're dealing with the internal structure of yourself. So now you want to know how is the individual, how would it myself as an individual become affected by society? So now you learn that the neuro-linguistic programming has played a huge part in that.
NLP is a subset of Tantra, like Tantra being a science of like the mind and the personality.
Yeah.
So,
hell yeah.
It's just a subset of it, for sure.
So it's only natural that NLP has led me to this point. It's only natural that this stuff is all tied into each other, because it's the seed is in the fruit, just like Samkhya says. The cause is in the effect.
And with the whole like using like NLP, obviously, like with the words, you use your voice, and voice can be programmed in and of itself, like the intonations of your words and all that stuff. Like you can tune basically like singing, and like in Sufism they have like the Quran. It's like the way you pronounce the Quran, like the intonations you use, like that has effects of the on the chakras. So like Om Namah Shivaya, how if you pronounce it, you're touching each chakra. Like that's what words do.
How did
just like you're tapping into each of those like chakras basically.
Even with the Gayatri mantra, like what I've been seeing is they keep expressing that you have to pronounce it just right. You have to pronounce it according to how it's supposed to be pronounced, because like you said, it touches certain points in your makeup, your physical makeup and your subtle makeup. David Snyder talks about how it's not just the words that we use, but like you said, it's the intonation, and it's how we put emphasis on certain words. When you're talking, you're literally bathing someone in sound. You said that's something you want to keep in mind when you're speaking. You're bathing a person in sound. So it isn't just the words, it is how the words come out of you.
Bathing in sound, like even that is like a synesthesia thing. It's like bathing in sound, because usually it would be like a water thing. But yeah,
you know what, man? Once we come into certain information that we fallen so behind and not knowing. Like I was just looking at, like I said, I just got to go back to this book again, and I got to go back and reread this thing myself. So when you look at this right here, it says the memetics research, right? It says in the decades since 1976, research on memes has been scattered and unfocused, limited largely to individual academics. Then it says, as part of our military memetics project, we prepared a 1,680-page compendium is to provide a broad overview of memetics based on a variety of papers by various authors. And it said, we also prepared a 37-page excerpts of the compendium containing its highlights. So they got this organization called DARPA, and it means the Defense Advanced Projects Research Agency, has supported a series of memetics-related projects with multidisciplinary teams for industry and academia. And they got Epidemiology of Ideas. This is from two, and it gives all the dates. 2006, Military Memetics, 2006 to 2009. Social Media in Strategic Communications, which is called SMISC, 2011, in progress. So it says 2011 / in progress. So within society, they have social media and strategic communications, which we know right now is 2021. So now you got to go back to 2011 and all of these things and see that's when Facebook and all of these social media things started beginning to build. They've started to become applications and platforms, right? So then you got the narrative network, and it got from 2011 to in progress. Then it got epidemiology of ideas to predict changing culture and examine the creation, propagation, and impact of ideas. Then you got military memetics to determine whether memetics can be established as a science with the ability to explain and predict phenomena, to define means in memetic metrics, and to use tools and techniques and social network simulations to examine info. Then you got social media and strategic communications to develop automatic tools and techniques for detecting, identifying, evaluating, and countering adversarial means. That's what's happening. That's what's happening now. You can't go on Facebook and say any old kind of shit without the algorithm shutting your whole account down, telling you that you spreading false information. This shit, they developed this in 2011. You see what I'm saying? Narrative networks to perform quantitative analysis of narratives, understanding their effects on human psychology and neurobiology, and determine their influence on individuals and culture. They've been put this shit together in 2011, man. But individuals that raise their frequency, will not be caught up. You won't get lost in the fucking sauce. You might have been in the sauce, but you damn sure once you wake up, you can actually get up out of that shit, man.
And it's a good thing, because I think the aim is spiritually, being in the sauce should beat you down so much that you want to get out of it. What it says in, I believe it was Samkhya Darshan, aim.
You said what the aim is, and I just played this aim mantra.
Perfect. What it says in Samkhya Darshan is it's three things that cause a person to want to get, reach evolvement so that they can attain spiritual moksha. One is you experience a shit ton of internal suffering. 2, you experience a shit ton of external suffering. And or 3, you experience a shit ton of cosmic suffering, which has to do with your astrology and your karma and all that stuff. Those 3 things should beat you down so much that you want better for yourself. If you're not here studying this stuff, I don't mean here on this chat, but I mean if you're not at this level where you're seeking a higher understanding of reality, if you're not there yet, you're not finished getting your ass kicked by internal suffering, external suffering, or cosmic suffering. Those 3 things should lead you to want to become liberated from that. What's being liberated? Consciousness from matter.
Victor Kara gave a good example on one of his recent videos. He was talking about how like Vishnu, through the gunas, he created this whole let's say like earth, right? And he akin Vishnu to like if we're in like a wine cellar or like giving like a wine tour, and this guy is like a famous, like he's known for wine, and he doesn't want to go into that cellar, but then people are like, he's like, yeah, that wine's it's not good wine, and then people just rush to that particular cellar that he doesn't go to, and they're just getting trashed in it. And it's like you would think that this guy's an expert, like a wine expert, and he's not going there. but you got people that rush to that, like something that the creator of the, let's say, earth does not want to fuck with.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's just getting like a metaphor for getting stuck in the tamasic, like inert aspects of like the grossest aspect of earth.
I guess almost like saying, if there are, say you want to play basketball or whatever, and there's techniques that he says are not useful to improving your game, and yet you're flocking to it. Would that be a good example?
Yeah, basically.
Or even with this yoga stuff, right? We're listening to what the experts are telling us. Hey, this works best for someone in your level. This works best for someone in your level.
But you on down dog. Like you on like the app down dog. Like, nah, I'm gonna stick with this.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna do this.
Like
I'm gonna follow I'm listening to my inner spirit because I know better than someone who's been practicing this all their life. So downward dog it is.
Because I went on the curriculums for like, because you could get like a yoga certification, like the 2, 3, 500 hour ones. And the only book they have is like the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali by Satyananda. But other than that, it's all like new age, like colorful ass like covers. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yikes.
Yeah.
Money grab.
It's like, yo, how are you guys even learning yoga? Like, what the fuck?
Money grab. We could put together our own course and each of us write a book and charge $5,000 for it. Everybody gets 1,000.
Everybody gets a. And that's how garbage the world is. They be garbaging people with. Why not just be honest and give people the truth that they deserve? You know what I mean? So I never seen the point in anything I did to try to give a half truth.
To be sleazy and shiesty, like for no reason. You don't have to be sleazy. You don't have to.
You don't have to be sleazy and shiesty. You really don't. You really don't.
I'm gonna cut this with some chemical bullshit just because.
There's enough of that already in there.
Make a couple of extra bucks. A couple of extra bucks at the expense of even more suffering.
And
everything has to balance.
I think a lot of people are afraid to discover the truth. Like they don't really want to know the actual truth. It's just like if you was to really study or read this military memetics information, you'll realize that they know all about your basically the neurochemicals of your body, and they know what to do, what color. Like it's so that shit is light work to them nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like what's the book, Trav? The economics book where they talk about the colors.
Oh my God.
I got
White and
the
black.
book.
The white and black one?
Yeah, it's called
Power versus Force.
Well, that one, but it's the other one. It's talking about basically the science of advertising.
Advertisement?
Cash advertisement. That right there is letting you know that it's light work nowadays to fuck with somebody's serotonin.
So easy.
It's easy to mess around with somebody's dopamine output.
Man.
That's what they screwing around with.
You can get a PhD in like psychological economics, where it's like they hire scientists that specifically work on how to manipulate your brain to buy more shit.
You want to talk about integrity? Learning this information and not doing some shiesty shit. That's some integrity. Because once you see how easy it is,
yeah.
If you got some shiestiness in your blood, it will be abused.
It is. That's why I sometimes now by me practicing certain things, the Gayatri mantra and several other things that I do, I can only take but so much sensory input from reading things like on certain like social media. I can only take but so much of it now, until if I take too much, I feel sick, not like a physical sickness, but I know that I've taken too much, and it's now starting to deplete my energy level, because there's a limit. There's only a limit that I can take. Especially, that's why I always wear these now. These mala beads are such a restructuring, healing tool that you can't do too much low level thinking with these on. You can't screw around with certain things. Like, like I said earlier, with dealing with certain people or even reading certain things on social media, I can only take just but so much of it based off of reprogramming through Vedic science. You really do get to a point where you have to separate from certain type of experiences. Because I think if you was to continue in the low level energy while studying this stuff, I think it will lead you to get fucking really get sick.
Especially being so sensitive, right?
Because that's what it do. It makes you sensitive to things. I'm very sensitive to shit now.
That's the requirement.
What do you say, Kristen?
I was gonna just say that if you're still doing the low level, low frequency shit, vibration, whatever you want to say, you're not even gonna be you're gonna cut your own self off at a certain space. You might think you're at a certain level and doing all good and enlightened, but it's a fail safe. So if you're still fucking around, you're still in it. You might not be eating bad and doing other things right, but your attitude isn't right. Or you're not in the right space on other things. You're treating people wrong or judgmental, a million different things.
Yeah.
It's gonna keep you at that space. It's not gonna let you. The thing is with inner alchemy specifically is it's so hard to get there on purpose, because once you get there, if you do fall back, it's harsh. It's hard on you, because they say that you now manifest like that. And once if you fall back after you're able to manifest like that, and you fall back into hellish ways, you're going to manifest a hell for you. So there's something that I've been seeing, which I question why I'm seeing it, because it must mean something, a reflection of myself. So I always question what I'm seeing in other people, but other spiritual or whatever they want to call themselves, people just always saying how everyone else is so fucked up or wrong, and always pointing that out. Like that's their teaching, is pointing out how everyone else is wrong and only their way is right. And it just, to me, I'm like, well, doesn't that mean because you are still so focused on what these other people are doing wrong, that you are also in this low level energy, whatever, you're still worried about what they're doing. You're still also like assuming that only your way is right. And you're still playing in that shit, because if you were so enlightened, none of that shit would matter to you. You would see and know for what it is. You would just accept it and just not be so attached with it, which then I see myself seeing them and thinking to myself, that ain't right. So it's literally a mirror of what I'm seeing. So I'm like, okay, what is this telling me and myself? How I just gotta not give a fuck about what other people are doing and stuff like that. But things can irritate us when we see people, professing to be some kind of whatever, but not practicing what they're preaching. And you just know that there's no way you're not going to be at this high level doing those things. You're not going to be able to get up there, because you have to deal with whatever else is going on under here or below here that's making you so whatever, judgmental or rude, aggressive, or argumentative, those kind of things. So I just feel like when there is the work, the inner work, when we're doing it, we may think we're doing it all, but there are things we miss about ourselves. And it takes a lot to finally get to certain places. And there's like a feeling of freedom as you go up, but there just always seems to be more to do. It just never seems to end, you know?
Yes.
Which is a good thing.
That makes so much perfect sense. That's just like when we was talking how we were saying, you know, we was mentioning cities and stuff like that. As you progress, everybody's gonna have their own particular, whatever their city or whatever's gonna be their first power that's gonna be manifested. I kind of experienced that my particular city is being able to overcome constant adversity based off of my particular alignment, planetary alignment. I never have I have peace and peaceful moments, but they don't last. It always, something will always disturb it, and then I'll go back to peace. So it's always like that. So I had to laugh at myself and be like, you know what? I think my superpower is that I'm able to overcome constant shit fucking with my peace all the time. That I don't get broken down and I fall back into over aggression and shit like that. I'm able now to be like, whatever.
Right. Like maybe that's the lesson. We always, so I think to myself, sometimes what we want, we tell ourselves we want to be at a place of harmony and peace, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times we still say we just want to feel good, but still good still is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So being neutral is that ideal space, which can still be hard to do because you kind of want, I'm not gonna lie, it's nice to feel good. So there's this thing where maybe it's not always about feeling good. Maybe like you're saying here, maybe the lesson is then your adversity and overcoming these things and building up strength. Maybe it's not about peace for you. Just like there are soldiers and then there are gurus. There are seductresses and there are teachers. Everyone is a part. So I think that what you say makes sense, that maybe your superpower is what you say it is, that the Rocky thing, overcoming adversity.
Yeah.
Everyone is inspired. For me, I'm inspired by something like that.
That's literally the basically the power for Ardra Nakshatra.
I can see
Ardra's
that.
power is effort, yatna shakti, particularly for making gains in life through great effort.
And Ardra is my moon,
for your moon,
nakshatra. You know what I mean? So that's why I said that's why I always thank this group, and I thank Trav and I thank Christian for becoming a part, because now it gives me an opportunity, because for a long time I always sought to know myself deeper, like on a planetary level. I always knew that I never felt settled with my Western astrology makeup. Like it was something missing out of that. So once I got into the whole Vedic, Jyotish, and I'm trying to use that word more. You know what I mean? But once I got understanding of that, it opened up a totally whole new viewpoint of this thing. So that's why I said I kind of see it now, of like I said that, but when it comes to this, that as an individual or even with people, that is a real power, is to be able to not be broken down by the moments that will challenge your peace.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's the whole thing. Because we do live in this awakened, conscious world. We still physical. We here, so we got to deal with physical shit. But it's how we react or how we non-react. So I've learned not to be non-reactive to a lot of things and be thankful. Like I'm thankful for the experience of it, whether it be bad or whether it be good.
Absolutely. Whenever I find myself feeling like I want to react or reacting, and I might say something, and before I say it, I think about it and I question, and then I hear my own like what I'm accusing people of or what I'm thinking I'm seeing. I then see myself actually doing it in what I'm saying. So I'm like, Oh, okay. Let me
I
check
feel that.
myself. That's what that's about. That's me there. That's what I'm seeing is me. Okay, let me fix that.
You know what
So-
it's like? It's like the old school Incredible Hulk they used to come on TV. That Hulk always, Bruce Banner, of course, he was searching for the cure of himself. But what he really wanted, he wanted peace. So every time he went somewhere, it would always turn out good and everything. But then something happened.
Someone would piss him off.
You don't want to make me angry. Then he gets angry, fucks up everything. And then the end of the show, they put that sad music on. He put his book bag over his back. And now the nigga got to keep it moving. That's kind of how it is. That you gotta, the peace never fucking lasts, Bruce. You should know that. You should know that you're gonna be here for a little while. Somebody gonna come and turn your ass green. Then you're gonna have to put that book bag on. It's gonna be dun dun dun. It's gonna be so sad to walk away. As a kid, I always felt extreme sadness every time. Every time Bruce
Agreed.
Banner put this fucking book bag on.
That's funny. That's a trigger. You know, things that they
But
put.
you know, that's how it is. So think about it on this. That's what it was. Like you said, they triggered. Somebody always gonna trigger you to turn you into the Incredible Hulk.
Yep.
But you got to learn how to fight that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, I looked at KP. I looked at the KP, and I couldn't put it with you. What's up, KP, man?
What up, KP?
Yeah, what's good, Django? How you doing?
And you always walking through the city of New York.
You're always on the move.
It's in the chart. It's in the chart.
It's in the chart.
It's in this nakshatra.
He's like a Ronin, you know what I'm saying? Like a samurai, always traveling and shit.
Yeah, something in the third house.
Man.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize that. Damn, you said the third house. Oh man. Let me
Do you have something in your third house?
Huh?
Do you have like planets in your third house?
Yeah, I have Saturn and Jupiter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So,
That boy
that's
expanding
crazy.
and contracting.
You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of nakshatras, I don't know if I've ever told you guys about this before. I was about Marilyn Monroe and that she was for sure killed and she didn't commit suicide. Did I tell you guys this from her chart?
I just went to get a haircut from my friend and he had Marilyn Monroe in his garage. Like,
oh yeah. I love her story fascinates me because people get it wrong. Her chart, any Vedic astrologer will be able to see this. And I'm going to ask you guys this, and I know what you're going to say. What nakshatra do you think points out that she was killed by a hidden hand? Yes, very good. Hasta. Yes. Now listen. Her moon, it was in her 7th house, right? Her moon was Danishta, which is not afflicted, does not bring suicidal tendencies. It doesn't bring depression. None of the shit, not any of the shit they claimed that she would have. What it does bring, though, is possible early death by weapons or by violence, okay? Now, this was in her 7th house of relationships. Now, in her chart, K2 was in her 6th house, and then she had Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter and Saturn, or Jupiter and Saturn in her 8th. Jupiter and Mars, excuse me, I keep saying the wrong one. Jupiter, Mars in the 8th, K2 in the 6th, right? So what that means is because she's got her moon in between of 2 malefics, it puts pressure. It puts pressure on her as in her mind, as in someone's coming to attack her. Not that she's depressed, but someone is going to give her distress or bring distress upon her when at some point, right? And it's usually men. Jupiter in the 8th house, it's usually have to do with men. And it also has to do with mafias because in her 3rd house, she's got the nakshatra Hasta, which is aspecting her 8th and her 12th. At the time of her death, her 8th, 12th, 3rd house was aspecting. And when her 6th and 8th came together and literally like 2 hands, it pulls at her moon, which shows a hidden hand or strangulation, death by strangulation, and a hidden hand or a mafia killed her.
That's interesting. We all know JFK was mixed up with the mafia.
Absolutely. And
they was manipulating him. So they probably didn't want her changing his mind or mixing. that's some heavy shit right there,
she
Kristen.
had men most of her life harming her or using her or trying to manipulate her, whether it was as a child and she was being touched, or when she was a movie star and they were, no, you're going to be the blonde bombshell. You're not smart. You're just a dumb, pretty girl. You're not getting this much money. You're going to do what we say. And then each marriage she's had where she was physically abused. And so there's a lot of that comes along. She's also had an interest in the occult.
That is interesting.
Yeah. She was definitely strangled or by hands of a man came around her neck, around her. So, and having Ketu and Mars and Jupiter on each side of her moon. And then I think when she passed, she was in her Mars and Moon dasha. So she was complete. Like if you read the chart, you see it. Like it fucking tells you. And if you know the nakshatras, it's just like ding, 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 ding. You know, Mars being, in the 8th house usually brings stabbings or wounds or violence, abuse, weapons. And then Jupiter is men, the death and rebirth house. And then Hasta is hands, the hidden hands, skills with hands. That also has to do with fighting and like manipulation or boxing, any kind of aggression with hands.
That's an
interesting.
And
then takes your life, which is in the 6th house of disease and enemies.
You think the D's use this system?
What'd you say?
You think detectives use astrology?
Detectives should. You know what I was thinking about earlier? I was watching this show called I Lived with Evil, where these families, they end up either their kid or their son or their daughter or their husband or wife. One of them was a killer, and no one would help them as they were growing up, and they didn't know where to turn to. And I said, you know what? This could have been helped if someone would have been able to say, hey, I know someone who can help you by reading their chart. Like if they had a therapist, a psychotherapist who also did Vedic astrology for kids, right? This could really help parents and them understanding what's happening and how to help them early on.
That sounds like a development for a business to me.
Yeah, I think it would be something smart, because when she said I had nowhere to go, I said, if you only knew me.
That's interesting shit right there. What's your thoughts, Christian, on the adjoitus science and Pluto and Uranus?
So
some don't use those.
Yeah, some people, they don't traditionally they don't use Neptune, Pluto, Uranus, Chiron, but more people are. And this is because they're generational planets, but that doesn't mean that they're still not affecting you. So I believe in doing what Bruce Lee did, not picking just one way as a way, but letting all be a way and implementing all. So this is why I like to have all forms and make it one big puzzle, because you get a much bigger picture and you understand better. So you're not going to find too many traditional Jyotish teachers that touch on it, but some do. Some will. Joni Petrie does. And KP does sometimes. KRS, I mean, not KP. KRS does sometimes. I wouldn't do a disservice and ignore them. It's better to know them, right? So I would.
I was thinking because what made me look into that, because I got Pluto and Uranus in my 12th house, and then of course the stuff that I've been reading. I'm saying it's like you said, traditionally the ancients didn't. Of course, they didn't use Pluto or Uranus, but then I was saying, well, it would still have some sort of an influence.
Oh, absolutely, it does.
So that's my whole thing. So, like I said, that's by me understanding that right there. I was like, I wanted to ask you, saying your So with Pluto and Uranus in the 12th house, what really is that really saying right there?
Okay, so Pluto is power. If Rahu is a bomb, Pluto is an atomic bomb, atomic power, right? It's also the occult, it's the mysticism, it's the underworld, it's being able to see the other side. And Uranus is it's sudden and unexpected events, but it also has to do with fame and glitz and glam, and like it could also be fame in ways of like the underworld. You know, people who are famous that are like mafia bosses and stuff like that. So when you mix the two in the 12th, there's a couple different things, because your 12th house is bed pleasures, it's charity, it's loss, it's the end of life, it's also overseas and secrets. It's also you being able to, you know, dreams and seeing the other side and connecting with the other side. And Pluto in itself, if Pluto is very much Scorpio, but in like even like to an extreme. So think of Pluto as Scorpio to an extreme. And you have it in your 12th house. So you're going to have lots of things that have to do with the mystics, you know, being into the occult, being into hidden things, mafias, groups that do
You be
things
killing
not.
me. You be
What?
killing me with the mafia thing, boy. I was a kid who fucked with the mafia when I was little, boy. I used to take the bag from the
I bet.
Capazellos to the local pool hall when I was, you know what I'm saying? So
I just did started doing Danny Green's chart, and do you know who Danny Green is? The Irish mobster
yeah.
from Cleveland. Yeah. So
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think
yeah, I did his chart. Well, first I was looking up an actor who looks just like him. I'm like, they have to have the same nakshatra. And Danny Green was also known to fucking throw down and have hands. Like he was a Golden Gloves boxer. I'm like, I know he's a Hasta. I fucking know it. He's a Hasta, right? And the guy that he looks just like, the other actor, was also a Hasta. So then I broke down some of that. But you have a lot of back to your 12th house thing. You might have disruptions in sleep, sleep paralysis, nightmares, or just no sleep. But you can
remember I mentioned to you, I said I never really have I said my dreams are always violent. You know what I'm saying? I always have, there's always bloodshed and there's always violence going on.
Where's your Saturn? What house?
Saturn. Hold on, I'm looking at, because I placed it on my wall where I will sit so I can. Saturn is in my 8th house.
Oh, okay. So listen, Saturn shows what the house that Saturn's in tells us a bit about our previous life, why K2 does the same. K2 tells us the skill we come in from the past life, but Saturn shows us the theme from your past life. What is the 8th house? Has to deal with death and rebirth, surgery, cuttings, weapons, fighting, underground secrets, subconscious, all those kinds of things, right? So you take that now to your 12th house, because your 12th house has to deal with endings, the end of life, and also a little bit about how your karma will end up. So when you look at Saturn, you find out a little bit about your past life and the themes you had going on there. And so now you're in your 12th house and you have a little remnants of this playing out in your nightmares. So, or in your dreams from past, either unresolved issues or traumas from past lives that can come out in your dreams, violent dreams.
That's amazing. That's why I was always drawn to martial arts, of course, occult information, and always the like art of war. I got so many different. I've read and studied so many. Like I've always had military. I've never been to military, but I've always had like to study the science of military and
Yeah.
movement and warfare. So my dreams has always been like, even back in the day, whenever I was on the Ave, I was always a very strategic individual. I never moved with the crowd. You know what I'm saying?
So Mars usually rules that, but like I said,
That's
Pluto is
interesting.
much
Mars
like
is in my
Scorpio,
first
right?
house.
Mars is in your first. Okay, well, just like Mars rules Scorpio, but Pluto also has to deal with Scorpio. So you're going to have some of the same energies going on there. And you said your Mars is in your first house. What nakshatra are your Uranus and what was the other one? Uranus and Pluto. What nakshatra?
Uranus is in Chitra.
Chitra. Yep, that's Mars.
Pluto is Hasta.
There you go. Chitra is Mars. So that's that. There's your Marshall connection right there. And then you said the other one was Hasta.
Hasta, and Uranus is Chitra.
Yeah, I bet you that you were a soldier or you were in military or you're a fighter, like a full on in past life that you came from that.
So is that why I got shot before?
Yeah, it's very possible.
Because I definitely played out. I definitely got shot twice. I've definitely been cut with my whole arm split wide open, all kind of injuries and fighting. And that was basically how it played out a lot of, that's why right now, at this part of my life, I live like an old man. I live basically like Saturn. I'm very old right now. I don't want nothing. Like, I just want to be peaceful. I enjoy my family life. My family life is private. I don't want nobody. I don't like unwelcome guests and people fucking with my family, because I want shit to be, I enjoy peace and quiet right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't always peaceful and quiet, but I definitely was wondering about that, because I've been reading more books about the Joyous science and how to. But when I came across this Pluto and Uranus, because the 12th house and the 8th house, they mirror each other, don't they?
Yes, they do. And
so that's why you said Saturn is mirroring those. So that's kind of like something you just answered that for me right there. You know what I mean? That right there is real deep, what you just said.
Also, the 3rd house is the higher self, if you will, of the 8th house. So like when you have surgeries in the 8th house, you have major surgeries that are up in the 3rd house, that because it deals with skills of hands.
And I have in my 3rd house Rahu and Jupiter.
Okay, so your 9th house has K2.
My 9th house has K2 and Moon.
And Moon?
Yeah.
Oh, they're conjunct, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, what nakshatra was your K2 in?
K2 is Purnavasu.
Purnavasu. And your moon is Mula?
My moon is
Ardra. Ardra. That's right. Yeah.
I love how you educate me on this right here. This is I love this.
Yeah, there's something. What's really cool is the codes that it's like a mathematical code, and I love to do those things and find out codes and things like that. And this is what astrology is. And then what's cool is people can make all these guesses about how people died or how things happen, and all you got to do is read the chart, and it just plays it out for you. And it's like, oh, this is what actually happened. And it's so cool.
Now, what I had looked at too, Christian, I had looked into the Sattvic, Tamasic, and Rajasic.
Yeah.
So you mentioned house 3. So my Tamasic houses is 3, 6, 8, and 12.
See? Yeah. I mean, most people's, 6, 8, and 12 usually fall into that category.
That's interesting. And my Sattvic houses are 1, 4, 5, and 9.
Yeah.
Sattvic. Which is what we're all striving to get in order. We want to be Sattvic.
Right.
Right.
Isn't that interesting right there? I really thank you for that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because that could be, because you don't have to answer that, because that's shit that people get paid to really break that down. That's why I said I had to put this on my wall, so I constantly look at my chart, so because it gives me more insight into myself. That's what balances me as an individual, is knowing my natal chart and how the planets and these nakshatras all come out, how they all play out, and then mix that with the understanding the 5 states of mind and all the other componentry within Vedic science. That has been the best thing that has ever happened. So I recommend, my only recommendation and I'm gonna say my opinion, everybody who really listens to this right here and they understand the Vedic, they should all get their Vedic chart done first.
Yeah.
It will make it easier for what yogic practices you should be doing for your individual self. You will really know what's best for you.
Yes.
That's what really helped me out. And by you answering those questions and shit, like, you don't know how valuable that is to me. That is so valuable to me because it helps me understand where I'm at, where I've been, and where I'm going so much better.
That's why I do this, though, because I do know how valuable it is. When I realized how valuable it was to me, and I initially wanted to understand my kids and be ahead of it, and to know the kind of personality they would have, so I didn't repeat any shit that my parents did. I wanted to fully understand them. What'd you say?
I got to do all my daughter's charts. I haven't even done. I was so busy with mine. I haven't even done my daughter's chart yet. Like yesterday was my daughter's birthday. My 16-year-old, she turned 16 yesterday. So I got to really do her chart because I see a lot of myself in my daughters.
Yeah.
I don't have any sons, you know what I'm saying? I have all girls. I have four daughters all together. And they are,
that's cool.
They teach me so much, you know what I'm saying? Just their personalities. I learned so much about the different stages of women just by being a father of daughters.
Yeah, they say it takes a real man to be able to birth or to see daughters, to have daughters.
It only means you just have to have a little bit more patience. That's what you got to, because you can't, they're fragile. With little girls are fragile. You can't say nothing. You can't really be that aggressive dad and to break their, you know what I'm saying? Because, to break their spirit down, you know what I mean?
Well, see, I guess it depends on the nakshatra, because for me, my dad was aggressive, made me a tough tomboy. Like, he was not the nurturing, kind, sweet, none of that, which I felt was weird and uncomfortable when people were emotional or loving or anything like that. It felt gross or weird to me. So, but I think if I was a different kind of person, that might have been too much for me. But because I'm a Celestia who is already masculine, a female Celestia is masculine, and then I have so much Mars and Sun of connecting with my my personality, even the nakshatras that they're in. I have a lot of male tendencies, so I was able to take his masculinity. But you're right. Typically the feminine archetype is gentle and compassionate and loving and all those things, and it's so important to be that way to your children. I don't understand people that harm their children. I don't get it. I have no idea. Children are precious.
I definitely get you. I could be, like, I always, sometimes I laugh and say, I'm not really a very nice person. I've learned to be nice.
Yeah, right.
You understand what I'm saying? It just takes work. Like I said, it just came with everybody has their own story, so I'm not saying my story is deeper or somebody else, but it just, like, shit was not nice when I came up. You know what I mean? And that's why I look at it from how way society is. I always pick with my 6-year-old, like, your generation is like weird. Like
Yeah.
they are so different than it was when I was like 16. They would have. I was like living a full adult life at 16 years old. I wasn't even, huh?
Yeah, same.
Oh, I thought one of them was calling me just now. But yeah, it's just different nowadays. But
Yeah, you're
understand
nowadays
them
definitely.
charts. So I definitely got to do their charts, and that would show me so much more about what's going on with them. Because
Yeah.
just doing my chart just showed me so much more about myself.
And doing their chart will also, you'll see you in their chart as well.
That's crazy. I didn't even
And
think
that's
about
how,
it that.
yeah, you'll be able to do a family chart. You'll be able to, yeah, you'll be able to know what's coming by their charts, by your charts. It's pretty
That's true. I
intense.
saw that. I saw that this morning. I had
Did you?
my baby mama over here, and I did the charts for me, from our son, and her son that she had before me, and I was able to see the connections between
Yeah.
everything. Like I'm able to see me and her chart. I saw my like, say for example, I'm Rohini.
Yep.
She has Rohini in her Rahu. My
Yeah.
son has Rohini in his ascendant. She has Shata Bahisha in her moon.
Wow.
My son and her son have Shata Bahisha in their Venus.
See?
Everything in our charts was in different places, and I was just,
Yep.
I know she didn't really get what I was talking about, but she's into astrology and shit. But
Yeah.
personally, I was teaching myself how within these charts, each of us were present in each other's chart. It wasn't like there's 27 nakshatras. It wasn't like there was a bunch of nakshatras. We all the same nakshatras were mixed up within our charts. I was in her Jupiter.
Crazy.
She was in, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Hasta thing. The Hasta thing played out perfectly in hers. The Shata Bahisha thing, the thing with being a healer, Hasta thing, her imitating and doing cosplay and shit like that. Like all of it played out. And I realized how much I learned just from listening to you and just from doing my own research. Like, this is some intensely specific
stuff. It's crazy. Just like I know what's going on with Trav, or what's going to come up with Trav, because he's Jupiter Lilith in my chart. He shows up as Jupiter Lilith, but every significant, there's two types, actually 3 types of men that show up in my life. My Jupiter, my Saturn, and then my sun, even Mars, but my sun and Mars usually. So these types of men that come in, but the Jupiter Lilith, I knew was Trav, because Jupiter Lilith is a spiritual guru. Also, he's a Mula ascendant. So, and which is in Sagittarius. But what was I just saying? Lost my train of thought. What was I just saying? I'm sorry.
You were saying how certain men come into your life.
Oh yes, Jupiter and Lilith. So the Jupiter and Lilith was the guru and the teacher, and the Lilith was the occult and the alternative medicines and healings and interests and like witchcraft and all that. And as soon as it came in, it said that I would be connecting with a new friend who was going to change my life and all this stuff. And boom, like clockwork, enter John Travis. I mean, it was just like clockwork, which was crazy because at the same time, another man named John was helping me with alternative healing methods. They both were Jupiter, but Travis was the Jupiter Lilith. It was just, it's nuts. So if you look back on your chart, like in your Venus, right, where Venus is and the nakshatra it's in, you will see a specific type of female that comes around all the time for you. So Trav is the Jupiter Lilith for me right now at this moment.
That's super crazy, because in my Western chart, as you mentioned, what's called my true Lilith is Scorpio in house 1.
So Scorpio ascendant, and your Lilith is in Scorpio in your first house, you said?
Yeah, in Western.
Yeah, right, in Western.
So when my sun sign is Sagittarius in Western, and my moon sign is Cancer.
Cancer. What is your ascendant sign in Vedic?
And my ascendant is Libra.
Okay, so then you have Lilith will be in your second house then in the Vedic chart. And do you have any planets in your second house on your Vedic chart?
My second house, Neptune, Mercury, and Sun.
Okay, so that's definitely going to bring a specific kind of person. Neptune, Mercury, and Sun with the Lilith. So Mercury is communications. Well, you're into the occult and speaking on the occult, and right now learning online about the occult. And you said Sun?
And Sun, yep.
Sun. So that's masculine energy. Men, Trav could possibly be your Sun Lilith connection with Mercury. He could be that. He could be playing that role, but doesn't mean he's that is only Trav. That can mean later on there's other people that fill that role, and earlier on there was other people that felt that role. As you grow and move on, people come and go, and the right specific person who fits that specific role enters. Boom. Hi, I'm your Jupiter Lilith for this amount of time. And yeah, go ahead, Trav. Sorry.
In the chat, IDK DF says, this just emphasizes how everyone is playing a role and no one is necessarily special. That goes with what you're saying. Like,
absolutely,
you're all pieces of a chessboard. When you take your time that you need a particular energy to come into your life, whoever fits that bill is going to float into your life. And there's nothing that you can do about it. Because if it doesn't come through that person, it's going to make its way in through another person.
Through another person. That's right.
Isn't that amazing? That is amazing, isn't
it? The cool thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't take pride or super credit in these things like power, position, or status, or perceived, or none of that shit, because this is just a role that's being filled. It has nothing to do with me, right? As long as I stay true to my energy and what I'm supposed to be doing, my energy, in other words, staying true to the essence of what I am and what my purpose is. As long as I stay true to that, that's my focus. As far as what everyone else does and how they perceive me and whatnot, that's their business. But you do not get caught up in that. That has to do with knowing yourself.
Yep. Absolutely.
Super fucking interesting. Damn.
Yeah, because you'll be able to see your, think about it. People, they leave their baby daddy or they leave their wife and they marry the same fucking person again. Or they go through the same abusive man all over again, or 6 times in a row. That's because that's the kind of person that's in their chart. And now some people do switch up depending on dasha, and you can move on if that's what's meant to happen. And if you perceive your chart from a higher perspective. But typically, people get stuck in the loop. They get stuck in the loop. So sometimes the loop's not bad. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's not great.
No bad or no good. It's part of their karma, right?
That's exactly. It is going to say it is what it is.
You know what it's like? It's like that movie. What's that movie with Chevy? Not Chevy Chase. Was it Chevy? No, it was
Groundhog's Day.
Groundhog's Day. It's kind of like the nigga gets stuck in that.
That's really what it is. And I'm telling you, it's strange. And it's like every dasha, this is what I'll say. Every dasha, kind of similar to every Saturn return, every dasha, specifically every new one, is you will see you change significantly. You become a new person. That's why they say every 7 years, you're a completely different person. That ain't no joke. You really are. You're entering a new dasha most of the time. When you have these significant changes, go back and look. You're like, holy shit, to the day sometimes there's like a switch that goes off. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. This kid, this Evil Inside or whatever, that I was watching that show while I was studying, and this kid was really bad. He was playing with knives and like killing animals, when he was young, and no one would help them. He kept getting, they kept turning him away. And like around his age of 15, he just got better. For 2 years, he did great. no issues, no problems, was a loving boy, a completely changed kid, right? 2 years. Like clockwork, it was like 2.5 years later, he just woke up one day and shot up the school and then killed himself.
Damn.
And you know what that let me know? That 2.5 years, that's a Rahu Ketu transit that he was going through. So that 2.5 years, Rahu and Ketu moved into a house where it let up a little bit because his chart was obviously debilitated for him to be so fucked up already. But for a little bit before he died, his Rahu Ketu transit must have moved into an axis where it gave him the 2.5 years of relief. It made him less aggressive. It took away, some of the harsh hits. But as soon as he moved out of it, boom, he went right back into it with the extremes. It's just like you won't be able to not think in terms of astrology anymore. You won't. Everything that people do, you go, okay, you immediately think of the chart and you're like, I know it's probably this or that. You constantly ask yourself, and then it'll be like a mathematical equation. You'll be wanting to do everyone's chart that you have questions on. But soon it'll be easy to say, oh, he probably had this transiting in this house, or this nakshatra was hitting here. I mean, there's a couple of different ways things can happen, but it'll be obvious because it's just a pattern. Just like an artist who makes music knows the notes, it is no different. It's the same thing. An astrologer knows the tunes of the universe through the nakshatras. You're just gonna be able to see it, to know it.
Music. That's why I keep saying the whole defining thing about Prakriti is that it operates in cycles and patterns. And being able to analyze and observe the pattern, it has a side effect of kind of pushing you out of it. You're able to look at it objectively, look at it from the outside in, as opposed to being wrapped up in cause and effect. That's why self-awareness and being in the moment is so key.
Absolutely.
What mantras are you currently working with, Kristen?
I am still working. Oh, I have to tell you something. Speaking of that, I'm still that one every day, every night. Now, so tell me what you think about this. I told you briefly that Saturn came to me in a dream. So I'm going to tell you what happened. It's kind of silly. Where did my bracelet go? So I've been wearing the Abhijit bracelet and working with it, and there is no mantra for Abhijit. And I've been wanting to create one, and I've been studying that and putting actual effort into it and speaking out loud and saying to ask to be guided in this direction before I go into meditation, and I just listen and see if I get led somewhere,
Yes.
Well, I was in this dream, and now mind you, it didn't click with me why Saturn would come to me. My fourth house is Capricorn. That's where Abhijit is in. Saturn rules Capricorn, right? So I don't know why I didn't think of this, but I'm in my dream and I'm doing the Shiva mantra. That's what I have play all the time. So I'm like, why is Saturn coming to me? And he came to me like that. He had no shirt on. He had things around his neck, and he had this, not a skirt, but a thing draped over his legs, and his hair was pulled back. And I want to say that he looked more black than Indian.
Hey, that's what the Rig Veda says.
Yeah,
That's what the Rig
and
Vader says.
I'm telling you, I was like, he sat down, he looked at me and smiled. And this is gonna sound weird, but he didn't communicate it to me or show me, but I understood in that moment that he had a large penis. I don't know why that came up. I don't know, it didn't come up, but you know what I mean? I just knew I just knew it, and it had to do something with fertility or being fertile and creative. So yeah, well, he smiled at me, and I just got the energy, or not the energy, the idea that I was supposed to be focusing towards Saturn. So yeah, and I knew it was Saturn. When I woke up, I was like, what was that? I gotta tell Trav about that. I almost messaged you in the middle of the night because I was like, what the heck? It was actually the night after I had a dream about you, but now I can't remember the dream I had about you. But
definitely a correlation.
Oh, I could imagine. So that's funny. When I woke up, I was like, when I literally woke up to Saturn being spoken over and over in my head. I was like, okay, Saturn. I'm like, Saturn, this is not the mantra I've been doing. And I'm like, an Abhijit, that's not Saturn. And then I'm like, oh, it took me like a day to realize, yeah, but Abhijit's in your fourth house of Capricorn. So you're activating something there. You're doing something there. And when I started implementing, let me pull it up actually, so I don't want to get the, I try not to get the names wrong or say them wrong. When I'm learning them, I just listen until I get it right, because I don't want to speak the wrong way. You know, it's important to speak it right. Absolutely. Oh yeah, I was led to the Drushaka. Did I say that right?
Rudrakasha.
Videos. I was watching Sadhguru, and he said why he threw he threw like 5 of them into the water. And so I watched it, and he said that somebody, he said he threw them into the river because they were in a house of a family. And he says it's said that people who have a family and who are around people and want to stay around people should not wear them, because within 12 days you'll leave your family, and it'll cause issues if you're around people, because it's going to separate you. Right. So I immediately thought of Amar. I was like, holy shit, did he get his beads before he ended up leaving his house? I messaged him about that, and he said he did. And then I was like, I feel like I'm being told to wait, because you've been knowing, I've been feeling like I should have waited, but then I was going to do it. And then I just felt like I was getting the messages and being directed towards the right thing. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm going to wait, because I am a mother and a wife, and I'm definitely around people all the time. So I'm going to hold off on that, but maybe I will get something else. And then a friend of mine sent me this video of a Saturn mantra, and the person in there was wearing a Moldavite necklace, and Moldavite is something that keeps coming up. I keep getting these in like very synchronistic messages about Moldavite, getting the Moldavite, and Moldavite this, and Moldavite's got a message for you. And so I'm thinking about just going to get Moldavite for now instead of those beads, because I'm going to just listen to what's being told to me. But I'm getting these messages, and I'm very open to whatever I'm being told, but they're happening like crazy. And that I listen to that mantra, the 1100 times mantra, all the time, especially at night, all night long. I have played it fully. I don't know how many times already now, many times, but I feel like that in and of itself has done a lot, and it's just helping me to be present and not rush things, because I just don't want to get, it's very important to get these things right. And I know with a lot of Western things, people rush and they just want to know the info and jump to it. And so they might not have the full effect of whatever, or they might cause harm or whatever issues. I just know that I'm trying to do this thoroughly and correctly and respectfully and learn. I've been studying the Sanskrit channel too. He's got so much stuff to learn from. But there has just been there's many other messages that come through in intense dreams, and Tree Marie had a dream that was really on point. Like, it's insane. She dropped about me and my daughter, and it was like super accurate about things. And she's all the way in Germany. I mean, I know there's a lot of stuff with the group and how we've been having interactions and connections, but it's just happening a lot, and I'm here for it.
Almost unbelievable. Like, if you were to tell this to somebody not involved, they would not believe it.
No, I know. It's
not even because it's so outlandish, but because it's so frequent and so specific.
Yeah, like Applebee's. What?
Yeah. Hey, Kristen, did you just drive past Applebee's? Yes, I did, as a matter of fact.
Yes, I did. That's nuts. And yeah, the other night I did. I wish I could remember, because I woke up in the middle of the night. I'm like, I had to tell Trav because I just dreamt about him. But I ended up falling back again to sleep and had another dream. So when I woke up, I just remembered that I did dream about you, but I can't remember the details. But then the next night I had the Saturn dream. And like I said, he appeared to me as a black man. That's how he appeared to me.
Hey, that's what Rig Veda says.
Does it really?
3 verses back to back talks about how beautiful and brown skinned Shiva was.
Wow. Do you think it was, okay, wait. All right, let me ask this. Do you think it was Shiva that I saw and not Saturn? But I just woke up with Saturn's name in my head?
I think it was Shiva, because one of the symbols for Shiva is, a big, hard.
You're right.
That doesn't get soft.
Crap.
It enters the vagina and stays hard.
Yes.
Its seed. So
That's
one of his symbols is actually a rock hard dick. Blue.
Yep.
Or in this case.
Yeah. Wow. That's true. Yeah.
But before it got perverted, because it actually has a symbolic meaning, him being able to enter into Prakriti, into the feminine aspect, which is matter, being able to enter into it and not lose himself, right? No man can do that, right? Eventually, some man is going to melt into her and enjoy the little death, le petit mort. But Shiva doesn't, he stays himself despite being entered into matter.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, he sat right next to me. And he sat, I could draw it. That's how vivid it is in my head. He sat next to me like we knew each other, and he just smiled at me. And I was like, okay. I was like, hi, what's this?
What's this?
What's this? I just remember thinking to myself, I was looking straight on, but I could still see him from my peripheral, my mind's eye. And when I would look at him, and then I knew who he was. Like, I knew his whole constitution by looking in his eyes. And so it seems weird for me to say I knew he had a large penis, but it was understood without it being perverted. Like, I think you know what I'm saying. And this sounds funny. It sounds a little funny, but I feel like it was like folded or something. I don't know.
Folded. It's so big you had to fold it?
Yes. I don't know. I feel like it was like that. I remember thinking, geez, Jesus.
Interesting.
This had nothing to do with Jesus, right?
This ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus.
A damn thing to do with Jesus. Man.
That's really cool. That's really cool.
And when I woke up, though, as I woke up, I kept hearing Saturn, 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 Saturn. What do you think that was?
It couldn't be Saturn because in the mythology, Saturn is known to have been castrated.
You're right.
So damn sure ain't got a damn thing to do with Saturn. I mean, not the big dick part.
Right. So why do you, I'm saying, what do you think, why was I being said, why was Saturn being said over and over? Why do you think?
Doesn't Saturn also like deal with discipline and stuff like that?
Yes. I mean, do you think it might be because of the Abhijit bracelet? And then I was doing a lot of things focused towards Abhijit, which is in my 4th house, which is Capricorn, which is
Right.
Saturn.
Right. That's a connection there.
Yeah. That's what
earlier Aaliyah was talking about her dream, how she was doing the mantra for Mula, and she ended up having a dream about a field and a bunch of guys in the field, and
oh yeah.
Really cool.
Well, isn't there something to do with Mula and like the harvest of the sickle or the sickle, the sickling or the scything, whatever it is, of the harvest? Didn't we talk about that with Amar?
That. Oh, she's not even here.
That's crazy.
Perfect.
You said the what of the harvest with Mula?
Remember when we were talking about Mula and before the new year, and we talked about Mula and Ardra, but Mula was first, and we said something about field and like the harvest and that like it being shucked or something like that. I remember because it has to do with we were talking about Yama, the god of death, too. Doesn't he have one of those? And he was, maybe I'm getting them mixed up because that's Bharani. I don't know. It's one of the two, but I feel like we were talking about how the that big knife that looks like the Grim Reaper's knife, and they struck the field.
Knife. Oh, okay, yeah. Now I know you're talking.
Yeah, which because like Ardra does too, how it clears the way through destruction.
Yeah. Okay, I remember. Okay, because it's because of the symbolism I know. It's because Mula Nakshatra, the caste, whatever, is the worker, and how workers they harvest the field with the scythe.
Yes,
like
that
scythe to harvest the field, and then also like butchers have like big knives.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. I just couldn't remember the exact details, but that's interesting that she would dream of that. And I can't even tell you how much I really, I want some Shiva tears. And then there's like many different kinds too. I've been studying, but
like the different facets on them, like the grooves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they say a guru is supposed to gift them to you, or you're supposed to get them directly through something like that. I just don't want, now that I learned about people with family and who deal with public all the time, shouldn't be wearing them or shouldn't even have them in the house. And that's when I thought about you, about when you got, I said, when did you get them? And then you ended up moving out of your own house with your family and stuff. But he said that was there was a specific kind. I think it was the number one, because there's like, so far I learned of 21 of them, but it was the first one. He called them something, a certain kind of Rudra. Rudra. Tossing them over. He called it the Ekmukhi Rudraksha. Those, they're the Ekmukhi Rudraksha. He says those specific ones, people with family and who interact with people shouldn't wear them. But then there's so many other benefits with these. But so I'm just sticking with the mantras for now and just being led with that. I really want to create a mantra for Abhijit. And I think it was Zango Didn't you have a book or something on how to specifically make Django, I mean, how to make a your own mantra? Is he still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just came back. I was shoving food substance into my meat hole. But you said how to specifically make. I think that's the same. Trav just got a yantra mantra tantra. I mean yantra tantra mantra. It's not necessarily how to make your own mantra, but it definitely breaks down the use of the mantra, and it got so many specific mantras in there.
Yeah, the problem is you can't find one for Abhijit. You won't be able to find one. And I have watched.
Oh yeah, you're right. I think you mentioned that before about the other planet, Abhijit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I have to create one for myself. But there's a certain way to do it, and I thought that you read a description before of the technique or the way to do it. There's a certain amount of, because there's different kinds of mantras, the Bij, the Puj. You've got a couple of different ways you could do it, but I would like to do a Bij mantra. But what I do, see, because mine is not Uttara Ashada, it's through the Shravana side. So I thought maybe, do I just do the Shravana nakshatra and then add Abhijit into it?
I remember what you was talking about. I gotta look. It's let me go through them. I'll find it. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah.
I gotta find where I had. I got so many other ones open because I'm reading like 5 different
books.
I even started reading the Dharana Darshan again. And which one you said the
Okay, for life is good.
Well,
Ooh.
no, it's not that one. She's got Betty Davis eyes.
I have a 3-year-old rice ferment. Do you know what a rice ferment is?
Something that is not going to smell great.
It doesn't smell great, but it's really good for your hair, skin, your hair and skin. But it's 3 years old. I can't believe I've had it this long. But it's like magic. It feeds your microbiome on your skin because most people strip it away with too much washing, and some of their soaps are too high of a pH. And our skin is a low pH, so you need to have a lower pH, and you also want to feed it the resistant starch. And that's what the rice does. And it's got a certain kind of protein in it that helps the copper uptake and cell uptake. So it like anti-aging effects that happen and amazing stuff. So when you ferment it, it gets even stronger. Then you put it in a cleansing bar. That's not soap. You don't use actual soap like lye. You just make, you use some butters and oils, some different clays and some other surfactants. You make it into a bar, and then you can use it on your skin. And it's more like skin food, but it still cleanses you. It just doesn't strip your natural microbiome away. And it's amazing for your skin.
I am, you know how you try to look for something at that moment, like you just mentioned that. I cannot. Why does it work out like that? Something you look for, like
yeah. Whenever you find it, just PM me or message me.
Hours of the I know what you're talking about too.
That's why I've been studying the Sanskrit channel to see if there was something specifically on there to. I have a good friend on Facebook who he's Hindu and on the more religious side, and it blew my mind. He told me he was learning from me.
Wow.
Because he said that he always thought because he says every family has an astrologer, and I was like, wow. And he says as a kid he just thought it was woo woo, you know, make believe and really goofy. He goes, but I have opened his eyes to the validity of it. And he was like, I'm just so amazed by the information that you know of my culture. And I'm like, it's through the astrology. So we became close because of that. And I was hoping to ask him to ask his astrologer, his family astrologer, if there is any information on Abhijit Nakshatra to, you know, a mantra or anything like that. But he said that he doesn't really talk to the family astrologer anymore. So, but so far the people that I do know that are Hindu, they're not sure themselves either.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how many of the Hindus like don't like know, or like they know of the information, but it's only like the exoteric side of it, like none of the like astrological, like practical knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. You know, what was interesting is like he would speak on the religious part of it, you know, like how people speak on the Bible. But then when I would break down the astrological influence behind all of it, he'd go, wow, that makes sense. And it makes the whole mystical part of it under like, now I get it. And I'm like, it's like the astrotheology in the Bible. And I'm like, yeah, that's so cool. I'm like, it's so cool that I'm learning the religious part or the spiritual part from you and the stories. I'm like, so it's a win-win. We're filling each other's, you know, missing parts. So it's interesting to, he goes all over India. He's a photographer, traveler, and blogger. What'd you say?
That shows how modernized they've become. They don't even respect their own in ancient culture. Their ancient culture is so rich and so full of science that they don't. It's just like I said, the Indian I know at the gas station, D. He was like, man, nobody reads that stuff, man. I had to come to work. I got to open the gas station. Like he's not even into his own culture like that.
Is Haki the same with like Muslims and Sufism? I'm finding out because like I was watching a Vedic astrologer talk about the astrology that the Arabs did, basically like Sufism. And he was talking about they went more in depth on some of the things than the Vedic astrology.
You'll hear a lot of Moorish people talk about the Moorish astrology and the Moroccan astrology and stuff like that, Arab astrology. So I have another friend who is Moorish, and he's part of the whole shebang. And we would always connect astrologically. He's like, yeah, that's accurate. You must do Vedic science, the accurate science.
Mm-hmm.
And then he explained
I'm telling you, that's what they use in the Asar Aset Society. They're using it. Of course, they say the word Ayam Namsa.
Ayam Namsa. Yep.
That's what they're using. So once I found that, I was like, oh.
The Ayam Namsa just means the kind of system. System of astrology. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was super surprised. Like basically my ex, her aunt's family. Like I realized their last name after I started getting into Jyotish, but their last name is a variation of Jyotish. So basically their lineage is Vedic astrologers.
That is amazing.
He told me that, and I'm just like, what the? But they don't
realize
they left that tradition. Like their doctors, they don't care about none of it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like they literally have years of research of like documents within their family, like of lineage people, like studying it.
Isn't it crazy when
And it's just like I walked away in a room now.
Yeah, oh my God. When people like ignore or not pay attention to their culture or their like especially rich culture with so much information and wisdom and you know it's me, I guess this is because of my ninth house, but anyone that is of like Native American or Asian descent or Indian, you know, anyone that seems to me super wise, I'm like I'm expecting like I don't know, I guess when I meet them I'm expecting them to be super wise just because of their you know, ethnicity, and I'm like that's probably racist. I don't know. I don't know, but I just usually go, oh wow, you're Hindu, that's so cool, and they're looking at me like, why is it cool? Like chill out. And I'm like, oh, but because of this and this, and they're like, oh okay, I don't know nothing about that. It just it blows my mind.
I felt the same way after D told me that nobody studies like this. This is in the beginning with the Durana Darshan. I went to him. I was like, well, shit. I said, D's Hindi. I'm gonna go to him and ask him about this.
Yeah.
I go to him. I said, at first I asked him. I said, yo, D. I said, you meditate? He said, what do you mean meditate? He's like,
he got mad, huh?
He was like, when do I got to meditate? Open the store at 6 o'clock in the morning. So that right there threw me off. I said, okay. I said, what about at night? I said, you don't. And then I said, what about this? You know about this book? So at first I was saying the name wrong. Then I said, just look at it. I showed him the title of the book. He was like, man, he said, nobody does this stuff, buddy. He said, this stuff. He said, he said, you got to become he said, you got to be a priest. Only the priest does this.
Scholar. Yeah.
I said, damn, D. I was totally disappointed with him. I said, right. I thought you were meditating or some shit, man.
You get disappointed.
What happened to you?
Exactly. You used to be the man, homie.
Like, that's what happened in martial arts class when they brought in the Asian dude. I was like, oh shit, it's about to go down. I was excited. But he was a noob. I was like, what?
He was up there struggling. That's a
he was a noob. And he was from America. I was like,
you know what I'm saying? This nigga's Bruce Lee's cousin, and you don't know no kung fu, man. What the fuck?
That's a bad look. Yikes.
And that's our westernized mind. It don't got anything to do with racism or nothing. Like got to do everything.
Yeah, it is. It's our westernized mind.
Culture was based off of this. We respect you based off of your ancient culture. We ask you about it. You can't even fucking read the Bhagavad Gita. Like you don't even know Hindi.
Yep.
You don't speak Tamil or nothing. Like you only English language you speak is English.
English.
Like what the fuck? Like D, he was blowing me away. He was like, man, dude, he said you talk about. And then I showed him the Raj Yoga book. He was like, man, this is the king of yogas. He says nobody. He said you can't even do it. He said nobody does this, man. He said you gotta go to the fucking mountains. I said, what the fuck, D? You mean to tell me you don't do no kind of meditation? He said, I don't got time. He said, nobody does it, man. He said, I open the store. I was in my mind, I said to myself, damn, and you didn't let America brainwash you, man.
Right? I know it. But then I wonder if it's us being a little brainwashed, thinking that, or just programmed thinking, because I know that I guess it's what we see on TV or what we like associate with. We assume, oh, this is what the culture is. And then you meet them and they're very westernized and you're like, wait, you're not like this. So that happens too. Like, I know when I was speaking to somebody who lived in Ghana, he lived in, it was kind of a hut still, but he had like cell phones and stuff like that. And I was just like, I asked him if he was like a farmer and stuff. I just assumed that he had like farmland and stuff. He's like, no, I don't know how to do any of that.
It's 8 o'clock.
I was like, really? You I'm surprised.
Like, God, I was like, yeah, man, y'all ain't doing no African shit in Africa? Like, what's really going on?
Right. I guess I even think about the same way about Italy. I'm like, thinking in my mind that it's like the old, because when we see it on TV and pictures, it's this old streets and beautiful views and stuff, but they still have like fast food restaurants and all sorts of shit going on there.
You gotta have the dude in the red and white striped shirt, you know, on that little boat thing.
The gondola.
Hell yeah, in Venice. Oh, see, Venice is different though. Venice still
No,
does
that's all
look
over
like
Italy,
that.
right? That's all over Italy. Y'all don't have roads in Italy. All the streets are actually little rivers and streams.
Yeah.
Only in Venice.
So I guess
yeah, that's only in Venice.
I guess to keep it real, we are a little brainwashed by thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are.
Hey, but this goes back to the memes. Those are memes, right?
Those are memes.
Yeah.
This is how the mind thinks. Go ahead.
It's kind of like the same thing as like in the United States, if there's like Christianity. If you take like the mystical Kabbalah to somebody, they'd be like, what the fuck is that? Like, no, they don't have no information on the esoteric of Christianity.
Yeah.
Or the mysticism of Christianity.
So if you go to a real temple, Jewish synagogue, and be like, you know, I would like to learn Hebrew, because I was going to do that, but then I thought about it. I said, damn, what if I go there and they don't even rock with the Kabbalah? They think Kabbalah may be not something right with them. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't even want to go. It made me I didn't even go. After my experience with D, I definitely wasn't going to the fucking Shabbat Shalom temple and asking them to teach me Hebrew for Kabbalah.
Oh, hell no. If you went to like a mosque with some Sufism, they'd be like, what the fuck is that?
You'd be like, what, Sufism? What are you talking about? That's some, what, like a fucking gypsy? You know what I'm saying?
For real though, like
it's crazy. But like Christian pointed out, yeah, man, she kind of right, man. We have been westernized. Like I would have, because you know, when you go into these gas stations, if you look closely, he does have a picture of Shiva inside his gas station. You know what I'm saying? But when I asked him, do he meditate or do he practice? Do you know of any, do you do any Dharana Darshan techniques? He looked at me like I was cussing him out. Like, dude, nobody does that. You know what kind of person? He actually said, do you know what kind of person that you have to be to do that kind of stuff? He said, man, he said, you can't even work. This is all, he said, that's all you're supposed to do is that stuff you're reading. He said, you got to be a priest. I looked at him, I said, damn, so what you saying? He was like, you might as well don't work no more. You might as well don't drive or nothing, because you can't do nothing. All day you meditate. Hum. I said, damn, D.
That's the only mantra he knew.
Hum. I looked at him like, damn, you're garbage and you look real bad to me right now, D. Like I came in here thinking that I was excited to go to D.
About to put him on to some Vedic secrets.
I thought that he was about to be like, yo, my friend, I've been waiting for someone to talk about this.
Let me take you to the back room.
Pretty much D wanted me to get out of the way so the customer in back can come up and pay for cigarettes, man. He wanted me out the fucking store after that shit.
That's the only mantra he got. Hum.
I'll talk to you later, buddy. I got to pump these gas for these people. You got to get out of here with that fucking Dharana shit, man. Go, bye. Either buy something or you leave, buddy. I was like, damn, D. I feel horrible now. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm studying your culture and you know nothing about it. He told me it was only for priests. I'm like, what? You mean a sage? Yes, all day meditate. Home, like this. I can't do nothing. I'm like, God damn, man. I'm loving it. I'm loving meditating myself.
In a way, you know, he is right. But, you know, from his perspective, it's kind of like, this isn't for me. And here's all the excuses why it's not for me.
Yeah.
And what we're learning is you can make time for it. Now there's, you know, there might be a cap on how deep you go, but everybody can implement some kind of yoga.
I was like, damn, man, what do you do? Like, do you go home and I wanted to ask him all kind of questions. So you mean to tell me, man, you like it ain't none of that in your house? Nobody's doing Indian shit in the house of India.
Maybe religiously.
Yeah,
I'm sure they got the
They do
pictures.
it religiously for sure, but not
Oh yeah.
at least like in my experiences. Like my ex, they would do like the religious stuff, like the pujas, and like on the holidays they do all that stuff.
They no
But
different than they no different than fair weather Christians.
Right.
yeah,
Yes, that's exactly right. That's the gentleman that I learned from, and he learns from me. He's, like I said, it feels like he is what a typical Christian is, who knows all the spiritual, the Bible. He knows the Bible, the surface level, and the stories and all of that. But then, and he thought the astrology part was all mystical woo woo. But now he's like, wow, I get it. Wow, I see. Okay, and he even knows the Ayurveda, aspects too. So he actually knows a lot, and he did know some of the aspects of the astrology. He just didn't. It was very surface level, so he didn't believe in it. He didn't have any, even though he said that anything his astrologer would say would happen. I'm like, well, I don't know.
they still have that like religious block on it.
Yeah. Yes. But it's so cool to be able to connect with people and to help them to realize their own culture, and then to also learn from them, because I think it's still important to know, just like with the astrotheology in the Bible, you still need to know the Bible to know it. So it's helpful because it can break down, because those books are huge. Those stories, there's many stories. So to be able to understand and see it through their eyes directly, and he talks about the different festivals and everything like that. And I'm like, oh, okay, I know all the astrological significance to that. So it helps.
And that's some serious stuff for us to be reading these books, and like I said, I'm reading the Upanishads, not just reading it, I'm studying the Upanishads and the Rig Veda. It tells you in there, whoever reads these words, like you're automatically, you're like being blessed by that. You're being, you be the energy of Sivananda and the rest of his partners in him. The power that they had has been transferred into us by us diligently studying their words. It says that in their ancient books. I'm talking about the Rig Veda. That's just like fucking 50,000 years old to put some kind of crazy date on it. Yes. So the whole thing is, it told you, let's just say 50,000 years ago, that if you read these particular words, which are not really words, they're actually mantras, because when you read the Rig Veda and you read the Upanishads, it's talking about all the elements, Vayu and some Kriti and Agni and all of that. Yep. So you're actually reading astrological stories put into these words, and you're actually being blessed or being basically reprogrammed with deeper neurological pathways. So these individuals who we would think, because that's what you come from, we think they automatically is doing that shit.
This is why I keep saying I'm extremely grateful to have come across this information, not just because it makes me sound smarter, not just because it actually makes me smarter, but it's actually this is an honor to come across this info. This ain't no book on magic and demons and spells that the Gallery of Magic produced. This, like you said, 50,000. This is the most ancient text. This is the book of the oldest spells ever written. Like you said, it's not just a story. The Rig Veda are different verses, hymns, poems that are meant to be sung. That's a spell right there.
Yeah.
That's why the Mahamrityunjaya and the Gayatri mantra and every verse in the Rig Veda or the Adhar Veda or whatever Veda, because there's like 4 or 5 of them, 4 Vedas. Every line and lyric is a mantra that induces change in your life.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And the really scientific change is, it's really actually, they call it now neuroplasticity.
Oh yeah, neuroplasticity, absolutely.
Yeah. So if you want to get scientific about this thing, doing mantras, reading the Vedas, reading the Upanishads on a deep level to become one with Brahman and all that, and be all of that, you're building neuroplasticity, which is basically you're building new neurological pathways in your brain that basically opens up where they say it's part of your brain ain't being used. Einstein only used like motherfucking 4% or 6% of his brain capacity. So what
Einstein
happens to the
was
person?
all right smart. Like Einstein was okay smart.
He was
Exactly.
okay smart. He was a horrible, and he was a horrible student. So imagine a person who's using 78 to 93% of their mental brain capacity.
Yeah. You know, that Anna Bacoak, not when we're talking about, I just realized it's really a mantra, because that is all about how you pronounce it, and it's activating. It's the 72 words of God, they say. And it's all about saying the words correctly. And every word means a change in your life. And that's exactly what that was. That specific prayer, poem, mantra, hymn, it changed me, and very fast. The very first time I used it, I felt it instantly. It was the most powerful thing I had ever used, and still to this day has been. So
you can do the same thing. It changes you too when you do the Hebrew alphabet.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Arabic too. Is Arabic, Sanskrit, and Hebrew have the same geometrical configurations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't they call Hebrew the language of fire? And I think Sanskrit's like the language of air.
I believe.
I think they're all like, according to Dr. Savoto, Sanskrit, like Hinduism is a fire, like a fire religion, basically. Like the path of fire. And that's why all the Abrahamic religions are also fire.
They all might. I'm about to say that they all might be fire.
They're all fire. Like Arabic is fire too.
So you gotta
makes me think of jinns, because
So
they talk
look,
about the smoke and the jinns.
What we learned about these elements in the Tao is that the fire element is responsible for what? Transformation.
Transformation.
So not just words that we're speaking. This is a transformative.
And and when you deal with fire, you're also dealing with light. So it's illuminating. And like you said, the illumination is causing the transformation, because once was cloudy can now be seen clearly.
This ain't
like the whole "let there be light." That's fire. And like the Dr. Savoto said that the oldest text is either the Rig Veda or one of them, but the first word is Agni, which is fire.
Oldest text, man. Like, let's not overlook that. The first thing that we have unearthed, because we're talking about causation in the beginning of this, cause and effect. We don't know what the original cause was, but as far as we as a human race have discovered, this Rig Veda is the seed of written language. It's got to be transformative, because this wasn't a bunch of people like, let's write a cool story. The premise is these people were so purified in their being, so they meditated, they were non-attached, and they were able to reach extremely high levels. They called them seers. What were they seeing? They were able to reach these high states of reality and come back down and record them. So they're not just writing little sweet poems. They're actually recording what reality looks like in poem form. That's why when we recite these mantras, we are tapping into the very same things that they got access to. Like, they tapped into the subtle reality, and they saw it, and they recorded it in the best way they could, which is words and yantras. So it's not just poems, and it's not just cute little triangles. This is what they observed in the highest states of consciousness. And now we have access to those things.
Yeah.
And no excuses. And once you get this stuff and you start utilizing it, you can't even, there is no excuse for not continuing and being and going to a higher level of realization. There is no more questions. To me, it answers all my questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say that there's something said for this group, for doing things in a group setting, where, like right now, how we're connecting and speaking on our experiences, and they seem to all like coincide with each other. And there's like this group realization that happens on top of our own personal ones, and it helps to keep going. And there's like this connection, like, okay, so it's all right, so it's not just me. Okay, so wow, I'm really having some meaningful connections on top of this. There's something, there's this elation, this fire that, speaking of fire, that comes with this because of the group. I feel like, and not just any group, because you can have all kinds of study groups and not be the same.
No.
Definitely. There's something, and I feel like it's because we're being serious. We're not talking shit or showing off. We're trying to do this for real. And it's just nice to be able to come to a group that is like this and serious.
This group awakening, this group realization that you're talking about, I like to think of it in terms kind of like a computer, right? When you have a regular computer, it can process certain things. But when you say, like, say you're mining for Bitcoin or some extravagant shit like that, you need a super processor, right? You need lots of processing power.
Yeah.
It almost seems like to be able to really break this information down, we need multiple processors engaged, right? Multiple minds that need to come together and process the same information so we can really break it down together.
Yeah.
And you can tell that it's working because the seed is manifested in the fruit, right? Causation and effect. So all of us coming to the same effects means that we are tapping into a very pure seed that is blossoming in each one of our lives. We're literally a group computer processing mega data. Couldn't have happened any other way.
That's absolutely right.
That's good, Trav. That's good.
And it feels good. It feels good to just, it just feels good. It feels good to know it. And like I said, I mean, like, I know, like we said before, good or bad, what, you know, it is what it is, but it still is nice to feel good.
I like that analogy because it's like the way I see it too, like adding on that is like each of us have, like we can see it on our charts, like specific niches that we're all like, yoga is a big topic. So it's like we each are studying a specific part of it, like a specialized part.
Yeah.
When we all bring those parts together, like Trav was saying, it's like a super computerized data that is able to extract information that would not have been able to do just by itself.
Yeah.
I love it, man. This stuff.
So many perspectives building like one true outlook of life, you know, and how to go at it. That's how I look at it too. Cause like just like how Amar was saying, like everybody practices something different. Just to add that to your life because of the transformation that happened for someone else. It's like giving you a different perspective, but also like a deeper understanding of things that's going on around you, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's like the planets are playing out in each one of us. We are the planets playing out. And
astrology is occult information, like occult being like it, like subtle knowledge or like behind the scenes. Yeah, and like that's what astrology is. I mean, inside.
Yeah, because I remember Trav said something about his family having Shatabishta, and my Saturn is in Shatabishta, and my Saturn is my Atamakarka.
Oh, that's mine too.
Atmakarka.
Wait, you said what, Trav? So like, yeah, so like that's my main ruling planet that deals with my life, basically. Shab, whatever. Yeah. Every time I think of that name, I say Shaba.
Shaba. Yeah.
Hey, that's the new mantra. Shaba, Shaba, Shaba.
Shaba, Shaba.
Amar, did you come up one for Rama?
I just do Dama Rama. Dama Rama, Dama Rama, Dama Rama.
John, do you know where my bracelet went? I took it off. Oh, if I can't find it.
I've seen it.
Oh, different John. Yikes.
Yeah. So it would only make sense because, like you said, Amar, this is a super vast subject. So we need extensive knowledge in Vedic astrology. We wouldn't be able to progress further without that. We need extensive background in neurolinguistic programming. We wouldn't be able to go without that, right? We need an understanding in Ayurveda. Like literally everybody brings something that helps the other person break this down. And it's not so much like each one of us have a time to sit down and spiel our expertise. But by us reading the same info and talking about it, Kristen's gonna put stuff in from her background. I'm gonna put stuff in from my like little tidbits like that unlock for multiple people. Like this is really a powerful thing
The
going on.
100th monkey effect too. Like
Yeah.
like the egregor is like a lot, like it builds itself kind of thing, like you don't have to, I don't have to know exactly, like you don't have to tell me exactly what you're knowing, because that egregor, it's already in that collective sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just tap into that sphere, then you could get whatever extraction you need for yourself.
We're dealing with a lot of people right now, so the 100th monkey effect is happening at a massive rate.
Yeah.
What's today's date? Ooh, we got Venus going Kazemi on the 25th. I'm excited to see what happens in 25th, 26th, 27th.
She busted again?
Venus is going on the 25th. Yeah, she's combust.
She busting again?
She's combusting. But so she's being charged, which is good. So we got lots of things to do with love, luxury, wealth, relationships. But what can happen is the sun can overcharge because she's sitting there. Kazemi, she's just sitting there for a minute. So while she's getting charged, she's getting like too much of it. So it can make you feel a little overdone or a little tired. But it's for the most part really good. But this is also, I'm interested to see what this is the big thing for Trump's chart. What's going to happen to him on this end of the month? I don't know. Something is supposed to. His whole chart is going to get a hit like it's never had before in his whole life. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm interested to see. Yeah.
It's funny that you said, like, for me, I've been feeling refreshed, but a little tired.
Yeah.
Like new information has been getting into like, my subconscious, like the understanding has been getting like, I'm more adding it into my life instead of just understanding the information, it's becoming wisdom now.
Yeah.
But I've been feeling tired, and my Venus and my sun is close in my chart. So it's funny that you say that.
Yeah, same. And plus I am Libra ascendant and Taurus sun. So that's Venus and Venus. A lot of good things have been happening, but energy's been just low. Like I have this want to do a bunch of stuff, but then the energy's just not been there. So I'm like, okay, so Venus combust is not all bad, but it definitely does take the shit out of you. It makes you a little sleepy, energy wise. Although I haven't been getting the much sleep, I've been kind of sparse on my sleep. But for the most part, lots of people are going to be getting money. So you got the stimulus that came and people's tax returns. So that's probably going to be what's going to be triggered for a lot of people. But there's also going to be an opportunity in the stock market, something significant. And it's important to whatever this is going to be for people to get to grab a hold of it before the big crash that's supposed to be coming.
That's interesting that you say that about the market, because the market, that shit ain't been looking too good.
No. Nope.
If for anybody who kind of follow that, I don't really follow it a lot, but I do see it. I interact with it.
Bitcoin might have something to do with, something might come up with Bitcoin or the cryptocurrencies in general. That might be coming front and center.
That's interesting. So you saying now you can do just do Joytis science for all money shit. All
yeah, absolutely.
Christian, you need to open your own school, and you need to train multiple people. We need it. This has to be a part of life. How you said that the Indian people, the Indian family has their own astrologer.
Yeah, they do. You see, that it was a way of life over there, and
that's crazy.
And that's what I was thinking about. The therapist or therapy or kids, youth. I don't know, a counselor. I really think I'm telling you, there could be lives saved and changed if an opportunity is given to parents to understand their child and why things are the way they are. Maybe they have a K2 moon debilitation, and if they did this, and this remedy, or not remedy, just, whatever, that it could help. And that's the thing is, if it's meant to be, it will be. But that's the other thing is, this me speaking about this right now means that it was meant for me to think about this idea, which might mean that it was meant for me to maybe start something like this, which means then children in the future will have a connection with that happening, where they might start off with some fucked up shit happening in their life, but because of, coming across some kind of therapy like that, they overcome, things like that can happen. So I know we talk about remedies and stuff, but really, if it's meant to be, it's going to be.
You said K2 moon debilitation.
If it's a K2 moon conjunction and like in a debilitated state, like
if find now, I asked that because I have K2 a moon in house 9. How will I find out if that's agreeable?
Is it in Aquarius or Scorpio?
The house was in Gemini.
You're good. Then you're good.
Okay.
If it's in Aquarius and Scorpio, usually it's not always, but it can be more of a harsher placement.
So I have them. So by being a Gemini, that means it's what kind of like a balanced.
It's better. Well, it's better to have it there. I mean, you could still, even with Gemini, a K2 moon, it's not easy. It's something. There's a disconnect of the mind, so it can manifest in a few ways. It can manifest in depression, or more or less detachment. It can manifest in learning issues. It can manifest in no connection with mother, or the mind just not feeling like you belong anywhere, or just not understanding oneself. But as you get a certain age, K2, remember, it's just an eclipse, so it comes off, and so you get better as you age. That's what Rahu and K2.
Part. Disconnection, all of that shit not being understood. That's definitely hits it. You be sledgehammering shit with this shit. This Vedic astrology is like a sledgehammer bamming into something. You know what I mean? Like, damn, that shit so truthful.
Yeah.
Me and my mother have a horrible relationship right now, and it never was like that when I was growing up. It came later on in our years, and it's not for me. Like, she just like disassociated herself. Like, she does her own thing. Like, and I'm an only child, so I grew up. That's all I had was my mother.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I guess
she seclude herself.
Huh?
Is she secluded, or she like to be like
yes,
secluded?
Always
Yeah, that's
secluded.
Because moon is mother, and K2 is like seclusion, which could be jails, institutions, rehabs, but it could also hospitals, but it could also be like living on a farm or off grid, or just being alone by herself. See, my son Gino, he has K2 and moon in the 12th house. Now, I have been in rehabs and hospitals, so I think that's what that is. And I've been to jail. So I feel like that's what it is for him, because he and I are fucking so close. But and that's the thing, is me knowing his chart and knowing what K2 and the moon being together means helps me to say, okay, I need to work extra hard at keeping the connection. That's all. So
that's interesting. The 8th house, and what house deals with like the mother? You said that's the 9th.
The mother is the moon, but what deals with mother is usually the 4th house.
Let me look at my 4th house.
Kristen, but so like that same effect could happen to someone with the moon in the 12th house, right?
With what in the 12th house?
With the moon in the 12th house, that same effect of like, like mind in the prison and all that stuff.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And mom could have went to jail at one time, or mom could have been in hospitals, or mom's mind, even our own mind. So remember, Moon is mom, but it's also our mind. You'll find that Moon will represent even sometimes your wife or the girls in your life.
My mother works in a psychiatric hospital.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, that's perfectly fitting. That
She
is
Yeah,
hasn't
my mom.
perfectly.
she hasn't always worked in a psychiatric hospital, but that's what she works now.
Well, that's her chart. That's your chart too. It's better that it's manifesting as that instead of her being in one or her,
Yeah.
because there could also be loss of mother with that kind of thing. We don't want that.
And I don't have nothing in my fourth house.
What's the sign? Oh, your fourth house is Capricorn.
Capricorn, yeah.
Yeah, my mom's been in hospitals and a lot, but my moon's in the 12th house.
Yeah.
All I can say, man,
Yeah,
you
the
gotta
12th
get
house is about hospitals, jails, rehabs, secluded
Yeah.
places.
And then I like to keep myself in my to myself. So like working in the background, that's like 12th house and stuff like that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, dude, drive.
I've always enjoyed my quiet and seclusion, but well now I'm not, but I've always enjoyed socialization. I love partying and all of that shit at one time, you know what I mean? But now at this point in my life, I don't do none of that shit. I live pretty extreme at one point. I it was extreme.
Yeah.
I would say to everybody, I'm gonna look right at the camera. I'm gonna say, everybody, you need to go get your Vedic chart. There is nothing that's going to introduce you to you better than a Jyotish reading.
Absolutely.
There's no other science. Your Western chart is not going to give it to you it's going to give it to you. It'll give it to you, but it just seems like it's missing something. And I think it's missing the Eastern chart. That's
Yeah,
what
well, if you apply Eastern science to your Western chart, you get a really deep read with your Western chart.
Yep, it gives you
That's
a
why you
broad.
just mix the two. Mix the two. Get both charts and use the Vedic science and bust it all down, and you'll get a real big read on you.
Bust it all down.
Bust it all down.
I got so much dark shit. Like when you said a coat, I have a lot of like all of that, like shit never really, I was not really fearful of fucking with the dark places and things. You know what I'm saying?
You experience ghosts and stuff like that?
Not necessarily ghost. I've always I knew I wasn't alone. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I was more I'm really good with communicating with energy. I can really communicate with people's energy, and I know what energy is around them. Just to use the word energy, I was always good. It don't take a lot. How what's her name? Alea from earlier. She's saying that she was able, like she can go into the deep meditation, intuitive. I'm good like that too. I can go. It didn't take a lot. Once I started using these tools, it didn't take a lot for me to reach a high states of inner awareness and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't.
Yeah, that's your 12th house.
I don't really know how to explain it, but I've always fucked with magical, always was drawn into stones and crystals like from a kid. I always enjoyed juju and magic, like my family in South Carolina or Geechee, and it was nothing. That whole area where they lived at was backwoods, and the main person around there was they called her the chicken lady.
Oh,
who was my older aunt, as I called her. She really wasn't my aunt, but she was the aunt. She was the chicken lady. So I was always around that darkness shit. Then when it came, like you said, with this whole hosta, like my neighborhood in Connecticut, at one point around the corner, they owned all, and I grew up, Bridgeport, Connecticut is basically on the Long Island Sound. So basically, I will go out my house. As soon as I turn to the right, I'm looking directly at the Long Island Sound from
Yeah.
from where I grew up. And who owned all the stuff on the waterfronts up north? All
We already
Italian.
talked about you living on the water. That's part of one of your nakshatras.
Always loved it. Grew up water, but the Italians owned all the construction companies, demolition companies, and shit like that. So they used to. So anything that had to do with black crime in the black neighborhood, you wasn't just a black. They just wasn't black gangsters. You were in association with the Capozellos, who were the
mafia.
The local mafia. They weren't the big time mafia, but they were mafia.
Or local, right?
You know what I'm saying? Like my father's side family, they were like real black mafia, and they own like restaurants and the brothels and shit like that.
Yep.
But they were really involved with mafia. So every time you be mentioning mafia with the hostage, all I be doing is just smiling. I be like, yo, that shit is mixed all up in my family and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But all I can say to everybody has to get. And I would suggest, what's the Indastro website? Yeah. Astro Sage. Even if you start with that, that shit gonna tell you so much about yourself. It's gonna be, you are gonna need to have that chart. It'll tell you why you read the stuff that you do and why you don't do certain things. It's gonna break it all down. Let's see. Do you have anything in your 8th and 12th? My 8th house, I have Saturn, and in my 12th house, I got Pluto and Uranus. And that 12th house was in the sign of Virgo.
You see, and a lot of things that you're explaining, like, I can get down to it. Like, I can understand it a lot because, like, in experiences for me, it might sound crazy, but like when I do like these spiritual exercises or techniques, I get results pretty fast. I don't expect it, but it just happens. For me, I have Mars and Mercury in the 8th house and my moon in the 12th house.
Yeah.
So your moon is your mind in your 12th house. You'll definitely be able to connect in those deep states very fast. Thank you so much. You too. And then somebody like, you know who Edgar Casey is? Do you guys know who that is?
Yeah.
The Sleeping Prophet.
That's from back in the day, Edward Casey.
Yeah, well, he had 12th house placements, and so did Nikola Tesla. And the two of them were able to pull from the air. People with 12th house placements are known to pull things from the air. They're known to have ideas and concepts that nobody would ever think about. And people, when they tell them, they're like, that sounds insane. And then they make them come to fruition. They're like, oh, wow. Like, people, they're visionaries. They're able to pull things from the air and not necessarily copy other people's things, but pull new things or
so you would be
seemingly new.
So you would be told that those dreams are too big for you right now. People would discourage you for having outside of the box ideas, right?
Oh, I mean, this is something that either you'll be weird or people would say, you know, you can't say those things. Or there's usually these people are going to be somewhat ridiculed or feel like loners or just different, not feel like everybody else. They're gonna, okay, this is gonna sound all right. So they'll feel lonely in their intelligence. So they have creative intelligence, and it will start to feel lonely because the people around them, not too many people around them think like them. Not until usually they find someone later on in life or a group like this. Usually,
or you die like Nikola Tesla, basically just fucking.
He was celebrated though for a little bit when he was alive, but he was being stolen from. That's a Rohini thing. Rohini people are often stolen from or ripped off of. People, because they're the flower. They're the pretty flower. Even their creations are the pretty flower. And so people think,
I never like got big with my music, but I tell you what, man, I done heard some very similar sounding stuff get popular on the radio to some shit that I've been writing 10 years in advance. Like I was signed for a little bit to this little record label, whatever, and it was kind of a weird deal because I didn't get any money off of it.
Yeah.
But my stuff was submitted, and I had
See,
certification with BMI and all that stuff.
Oh, there you go. They definitely stole it. Then if you
No,
submitted it to a record label, that shit has been all over the world, man.
My sound has been this Juice World shit and all this little like whimsical like kid sounding stuff, but behind the 808
I've
shit.
looked at your videos, Kid Electric. I've saw it, Trav.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, Trav was making shit like this back then. So you are right, man.
Yeah, that's real.
You think a lot of
it definitely is.
A lot of people may not even know about that part of you right there, Trav. If you search, because it's on YouTube. You search hard enough, you would definitely discover Kid Electric.
Kurt, what was that, hon? What were you saying, Kurt?
Nah, like what you're saying, like when people in this group speak about like what they experience and techniques, that's why I always like get excited and I'm like, yeah, that's what I was trying to say the other day or something like that, because I always feel misunderstood because of that moon in its 12th house. So like the experience you're talking about, I really connect with it.
Yeah.
Hey, so you got moon in the 12th house?
Yeah, in Parnavasu.
But I'll tell you something. Moon in the 12th house people are geniuses. They are, and people might not recognize it. Only certain people close to you will see it, like people in this group or maybe family members. But these people are usually geniuses. Even if they don't know it, it could be a strange type of genius too. Doesn't necessarily have to fit the book of what, or the box of what mainstream says. But like I said, like the sleeping prophet, that's a strange thing, right? But he was like magnificent, and he would go into trance and cure people and tell them everything was wrong with them and cure it. Like he was doing some magnificent work. It was strange, but the 12th house also deals with dreams, right? So
I get a lot
one
of dreams.
foot in this world, one foot out of this world. So people with 12th house, even though 12th house is looked upon as a cursed house, like the 8th house, it's not, man. That's a gift house. That's a house of someone with a higher intelligence, an other side that they could pick up on.
I just read that too.
Yeah.
And I don't like, for me, I don't take off the higher intelligence, but I think for me, what I feel mostly from the 12th house is like, if I describe an experience to someone, they downplay it a little bit because it's just like, this is what I experienced, but at the same time, maybe I perceived it in the wrong way, but it can still, if we look into the books, it could still be perceived a certain way that I was supposed to perceive it, But a lot of these experiences that like one person that I told you guys about a lot, like they've been in Tantra school for 8 to 9 years. They're always downplaying like, okay, I experienced this. One of the techniques that they were doing, I found it in like, the other books in general, but I would do it and I'll tell them, yo, this is what I experienced. And they're like, well, you're not supposed to experience that till like year 7, this, that. I'm just like, yo, I don't know how I'm experiencing it. You don't make me feel crazy. This is how it happened,
Because like, if someone else is spending 10 years to get something, and then you just telling them, "Oh, look, I just did this shit." Like, you're gonna feel some type of way about that.
And at the same time, I have a lot of stuff in the 8th house, which is, it brings random lottery wins within whatever I'm doing, not just money, but just whatever I'm doing. So usually I just don't try to speak about those experiences because I feel like people look at me like, oh, you're just acting fake or this, that. So I just stay quiet until somebody brings it up. And I'm like, yeah, I experienced that before,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And like I said, when you learn all of that about yourself, that's when you can individualize your mantras and stuff like that. What empowers you? You can take, like Christian said about them houses and the planets and what sign the house is in at that time. You could use all of those mantras for that house and empower those aspects of yourself.
Yeah.
What you know about, what's it called, Ceres in the Western astrology, Christian?
Ceres,
Ceres.
Oh, I think that's
Ceres? Because you know they have different ones: Ceres, Pallas, Juno, and Vesta,
Lilith.
Yeah.
Lilith.
Yep. They're just, I mean, there's something to read. It's just another aspect. Usually those are like stars, or some of them are asteroids, or what they call asteroids, you know.
Because I was looking at that. I was looking at my Western chart, and he was talking about 12th house, and that's in the. It's interesting how it all is so. It's almost the same, but it's kind of like out of place. Like in the 12th house on the Western chart, Venus, Mars, Uranus, Ceres.
So
Is in,
what you do is you want to see what house, what sign it's in your tropical, and then you go back 23 degrees. So if it's in your 12th house, which is Virgo, then in the tropical, it's in Virgo, right?
my tropical, the 12th house is in Libra.
Libra. In your tropical, I mean, yeah, in Libra.
Yeah,
So,
and the tropical is Libra.
and that's
Yeah.
where it's at. It's in, so then it's in your first house for your Vedic.
Yeah, Mars and Venus is in. Yeah.
Is Mars and Venus in Libra for you in your tropical?
Mars and Venus is in Libra. In my Vedic.
Oh, in your Vedic. Okay.
And then in the tropical, the house
Probably in your Scorpio.
Mars is in Scorpio.
Yeah.
Venus is in Libra.
Yeah. Watch out, Bruno. Oh, cool. Venus is in Libra, exalted there.
So that in Libra, and then in the Vedic, Libra becomes my actual sun sign. I mean, no, not it becomes my
Your
ascendant.
ascendant. Yeah, your ascendant. What? Oh.
I don't think I never really looked at that before. This is it kind of like you said, it expands the West, and you can kind of see how this works out now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So my first house in the Western, I got Sun, Mercury, Neptune, Juno, and Lilith. That's a lot of stuff in the first house.
You suckers. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at this more. First house was in Scorpio.
Trambakam yajamahe sugandham.
I didn't want
Purvaruk mibandina mitra mukti marmatat. Trambakam yajamahe sugandham pushti vartanam. Purvaruk mimantanan mitra mukti marmatat.
Got what?
That who?
Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, I have to jump off to feed the fam, but I just, are you going to be on still for a little bit, Trav, or what do you think?
I think that we're probably gonna wrap it up within the hour or so.
Oh, okay.
Within an hour or so.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna have. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Feeling the flow, but thank you as usual for coming and contributing what you've gathered, because
absolutely
it's helpful. I mean, I speak for myself and for the few others that I have talked to. Like, it's every time that you do talk, you mention something that adds a piece of the puzzle. I think that's what we do with these talks here. Every time somebody says something that they've uncovered, it adds to everyone else's pile in some way. But
it definitely does.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure, and I enjoy the group immensely. I very much do.
I would highly recommend linking up with me to review some of those videos that I mentioned before. I went ahead and started on it myself, and if you take this, it will most certainly help you get to the next level of where you're trying to go. I found a good one.
Maybe we can link tomorrow?
Possibly. I know tomorrow I've got to do some stuff, but soon, very, very soon.
Awesome. Perfect. I appreciate you, Trav. I appreciate everybody on here. It's been wonderful as always, and I will talk to you guys on the next one. Have a very good night, guys.
All right, Christian, you too.
Have a good night.
Peace.
I'm about to head out too, guys. I'm about to go play basketball.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
All right, Damarama.
Yeah, appreciate y'all. Peace.
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 Suyahaya Nama. Wow. I didn't know that aspect about Mula. Getting ideas taken. I kind of I guess it feels a bit better to have somewhat of a understanding behind that phenomenon. Because it wasn't just that. Damn near everything I've done creatively, there's always been somebody who tries to take it and flip it and, you know what I'm saying, make it as if it was their own.
So I guess it wasn't necessarily theft. It was supposed to, it was just how the planets play out. It's supposed to happen.
Right, right.
Damn, isn't that amazing, man? How all of this, that's why I can say to everybody, totally, that's the only thing I would say to people, you should get your Vedic natal chart done. It's a must. There is nothing else that's gonna actually break stuff down to you like that, man.
This Vedic information, man, it is that precise and to the point. And one thing that is helpful to know is that the Vedic information, although it's 3 different categories, they all work in unison. So it's cool to get really strong in one aspect, but just be aware that it works with Ayurveda, Vedic astrology, and the yoga aspect.
Yeah.
All 3 of those things work together. They weave in and out of each other. We talked about the gunas, you know what I'm saying? That's from that takes place in all 3 of those branches. The elements, the tattvas, the doshas, Shiva Shakti, that takes place in all 3 of those aspects.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? I just thought about after Christian just goes. I think what she was asking me about what I had read, I think it was in that book, Magical Tattvas. I think I had read it from that book. That $800 book, the magical Tattvas. I got to go back and see what's the price. Has the price gone up or down on that thing yet? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I think it might have been that book. It might have mentioned the creating your own individual mantras, and it was a reason why it had said that. I just can't call it, but I think it was that book. So now I'm gonna have to rack my brain and go back through that book. Maybe I highlighted it somewhere in there so I could pull what she was telling me.
Yeah.
What she was mentioning. So like you said, it all ties in together. Just because you're reading 10 different books, if it's all this Vedic science, then it's definitely all tying in together.
Yes.
And the Vedic chart definitely ties you into the exactness of that particular science. Because that's what the ancients called it. They considered it a science. They never considered it religion.
Nope.
It just turned into a religious. Some people practiced it. They practiced it because it had bhakti. Bhakti was more like a reverence towards the practice.
Yeah.
But that through that reverence, the human side came out, and reverence became religion.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why some people they don't go, as we say, you know, the Indian people, a lot of them they don't practice bhakti or jnana or mantra yoga. They're not into yoga, they're into the religious aspect of their lifestyle. We light a particular incense for Ganesh because we want Ganesh to shine fortune upon our family. We say a Ganesha mantra. That's going to be the most basic Ganesha mantra that you can find, and put some fruit in a bowl in front of a picture of Ganesha, and that's about as deep as they going.
Right. There is an elephant-headed man somewhere sitting on a lotus, and he's going to acknowledge me and bless me from wherever he is.
Exactly. No different than they thinking that Jesus Christ is coming down in a motherfucking chariot of clouds. to take every single human being to judge everyone good or bad.
Whew, Santa Claus.
Santa Claus. And then maybe some people are gonna put on the, you know what I'm saying, the check it twice list.
Yikes.
You don't want to be on the check it twice. You know what I'm saying? You either want to be on the naughty or nice, but some gonna be on the check it twice list. So that means you in purgatory. You ain't going to heaven, you ain't going to hell. Now you're just gonna be here in between for a little while. How horrible is these religious concepts placed upon the minds of the people, man?
It's perversion is what it is. It's corruption, right? Regardless of what a person is doing with it, the very existence of it is corruption compared to the pure text.
It's definitely corruption.
The pure text talk about different levels of existence. Some of them are hellish, some of them are heavenly, but it has nothing to do with being punished in hell or heaven. But
because you punish yourself enough. What more hell can you go through than punishing your own self with guilt and regret?
Guilt.
What about a person who can't never get over them regretting? Like, I knew I should have finished college, and my life would have been so much better if I'd have got my degree. I dropped out, and just to go. That's fucking hell. You mean to tell me that when you cease to live, you're gonna go through it again somewhere else? Jeez, man.
That's the mantra that you circulating.
That's the mantra you circulate. Jeez.
One that I got caught up in for a while was I'm past the age. I'm too old to do it now. They're not making music anymore. Once you pass 20 something, you can't do it no more. I'm too old for it. But I still got the passion. I still love it. No, I'm not. I'm too old. I done passed the expiration date. That's an awful mantra.
I just watched the video called "The Happiest Man on the Planet."
Yeah.
You saw that one? There was a short little video.
Yeah.
They said, "How old are you?" He said, 1, 2, 3. He was 123 years old and was doing asanas, moving. He looked mad good. I said, but we talking about we're too old to do something. This dude probably doesn't even have a birth certificate. So all he can say is 1, 2, 3. Right, really said he could really be 200 years old.
Hey, he might have disappeared in a cave for 50 years.
He don't even know how old he is, man. I'm just, fuck it, man. 123 years old, man.
Do you really think he counts? He
doesn't, man.
Wow. The one thing that got me that he said, the one that stuck out the most was when the dude asked him, do you think that we can learn how to live as old as you? He said, no. With the quickness. No. Nah, y'all too greedy.
Too greedy. That's what he said. Y'all too greedy.
So think about that. There's something to do with this greed that shortens the life.
Damn.
He don't seem like he possessed a bunch of stuff. He was out here meditating on the damn, out in the open somewhere.
He walked in front of a temple, looked at it. Everybody else walking by, he went straight into meditation. He sat down right there, like, you know what I'm saying? Now everybody got to go around him now.
Yeah.
And was completely fine with it. We'll be worried about, I don't want nobody. I wonder if they gonna come mess with me if I meditate right here. You're looking behind your back and shit. Yeah. Like, this dude goes right into it.
Even worse, making sure you look holy.
Make sure you look.
Rouge your costume, right?
I gotta make sure my rouges are even. Yeah, what I'm saying, before I sit down and shit.
My pose is just make sure they can see me when they come out the front door. I'm gonna be sitting right here.
And I'm gonna be looking at the front door so they can see my face in reverence and eyes closed.
That right there, yeah.
Terrible, man. So you mean to tell me we didn't regressed? And here we are. That's why I say here we are in this modern time and right now, and we're taking time out of our lives. We've not just taken time, we've made this a part of our life. Study and practice now. The very same stuff that people can live to be 123 years old. He definitely ain't eating hamburgers.
It's 9 o'clock.
He's not eating French fries. He's not eating any of the stuff that we've become pleased by, because that's been a part of our culture, we got to change our whole lifestyle. Like, what is that? This dude is happy with lentil stew. If that's
Probably
all
doesn't eat every day.
you don't even eat every day.
Because it causes a certain stress for your body to have to, pump the chemicals into the stomach to digest and pass it all through. That's expensive. It costs energy.
Yeah.
So I think it would make sense to reduce that expenditure.
And think about, you never give your digestive system a time, even when you sleep. If you've eaten at the wrong time, that means even while you sleep, your digestive system is still working. It's never turning off for some people.
Right. That causes that wear and tear on the vehicle. Niranjananda wrote about how every time you put a piece of food in your mouth, this is why they recommend eating at specific times a day. Because every time you put food in your mouth, the same amount of stomach juices flood the stomach. So whether you took a bite or you ate a whole meal, the same amount of juices. So if you're eating here and there all throughout the day, you're constantly flooding your belly with them juices.
And your consciousness goes to the belly. And that means that your chi or your prana is being depleted because it's constantly in a state of digestion and creating waste. It never will have the energy of enjoying the nutrients at a particular time frame, so you can be more focused and so we wonder why a lot of times it's hard to go into meditation or go into contemplative states when your fucking stomach juices are always digesting Chick-fil-A or whatever else is it that we like to eat. And I'm not saying everybody is eating fast food. It's just the eating at the wrong times and eating the wrong amount of food, so you're always in a constant state of digestion. That's super crazy, man. And that's how deep that we have to regulate ourselves so we can build back up our system, so when we do deplete the energy or chi doesn't exist in his body no more, we can at least move on happy and comfortable, not in a state of sickness. And he in a better place now. He been hurting for. You ever been around your family and somebody died and they said, well, your uncle been hurting for a long time. Like, God damn, I do not want to die like Uncle Curtis, man. I'm not going out like Uncle Curtis. I want to die the hero's death, where the family around you and you old and be like, y'all are old enough to take care of yourself now. I'm going to the realm of shadows. And that's all you say and you're out of there. You know what I'm saying? Family. Like, damn, he died like a G. Not like Uncle Curtis. Sick and on being and it hurts, man. You got family members going to dialysis every single day because they then depleted their body essence by eating the wrong food or always holding in guilt and regret and anger and all of this stuff, and it turns into diabetes.
It manifests physically.
Nobody wants to go out like that.
Oh my God. Science is telling us that stress manifests specific illnesses in the body. Yeah. And how many of us have heard this with social media and the news? Yet we continue. Even them doctors are saying, hey, y'all you might want to stop eating this. You got this condition, it's going to get worse if you keep eating this.
And also, you might need to laugh a little bit more. How's your family life? Is it happy in your home? Because they're asking them questions now too. How many, are you walking? Are you around nature? At least twice a week. Are you taking walks? Are you getting? Some people don't even go nowhere. They go to work, they go home, and they stay in the house. And then they get up in the morning. They go to work. They go home, and they go to sleep, and it'd be that same cycle for years and years and years. And then wondering why you didn't develop this motherfucking mass on your fucking bladder or mass on your heart or your mass. Like, you ain't getting your chi has never had an opportunity to flow through your whole body. It's only you've been in anxiety mode for 17 years.
Yikes, man.
So just think about like back in the day, like the 90s, when all of us out there on the block all day long, all we worrying about is either somebody driving by, shooting, or the cops coming. So all we doing is smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, drinking Henny, fucking partying, chicks running chicks up and down, just fucking spending money on dumb shit, eating bad food, chili cheese subs and shit from the local corner store. And this is every single day.
Whew.
And then you wonder why, as Christian said, you look at my chart, you wonder why I didn't fucking fell into a full depression and shit like that. And like, yo, I may need to go to counseling, man. That shit was not, none of that shit don't be fun. So a person who, that's like when you listen to hip hop music, now that they make the drug game so fashionable and so nice and shit like that in rap song. It ain't nothing nice about that shit. I don't care if you're selling nickel bags of weed. None of that shit is nice. That shit's stressful.
Yes.
You tell a nigga don't come to your house after 1 o'clock in the morning. It hit 3:45. This nigga knocking on the door because he want an ounce of fucking weed. Like, nigga, I'm fucking sleep, man.
Yo, for the people that's only selling an ounce per week, they gotta face a ticket that's like $1,200. $1,200. Like you making $160 a week, and you got a $1,200 bill.
We didn't fucking and you finally went to sleep after 3 days. You've been up doing numbers, smoking weed yourself and drinking. And you finally get to sleep, and here goes somebody waking you up, and you wonder why dudes walking around with big fucking pot bellies and shit like that, and all slow and can't even go play basketball and shit no more. Like, goddamn, nigga, you was the motherfucking forward on the high school basketball team. Nigga go on the court coughing blunt smoke up as soon as you start running. Fuck you got, man? Emphysema, nigga? What the?
And then even if we take it to the extreme, like on the negative state, when I was going to school in Orlando, Full Sail, I knew this kid. He didn't have to live, in a shitty place. He lived afford a nice little apartment because he was a white guy. He got into selling stuff, but he just talking to him and stuff. He got into it for the cool reasons, right? So he would be one of the dudes that came up with a new name for his shit every week. Yeah, man, this is called the Flabbergasted Fantastic. The new I was naive back then, but even I knew this dude was making shit up just to raise the price. But he since he was trying to be cool with it, he wasn't really prepared to be stomping with the big dogs. So he got robbed regularly.
Exactly.
Not fun to get robbed at gunpoint when you're trying to be cool to fit in.
And he's luckily he wasn't killed for his bag. You understand what I'm saying? Bruh. Meet the wrong kick in the door boys. Some of them boys don't even rob you for the fucking money. They rob, some niggas just want to kill you.
Yo, Trav, it's funny that there's a dude when I used to do that shit. This dude, he had a fake gun and I had a real one. Oh my God. He tried to rob me because I used to put it on Meet Me like 3-4 years ago. I used to sting through social media. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I got a good amount of money. But this dude tried to rob me with it had a gun with a highlight orange tip on it.
Oh no, curse stop. No, Cap, you making this shit up. No.
I swear to God, bro. I put this on everything, dude. I'm about to mute you. On everything. Put a mute button. Bro, I had my baby mama in the car, and I had this other Asian girl in the car with me. This dude hits her with the gun, and she's like, it's fake. And she says it out loud.
Oh no.
But I promise, bro. But I had my real gun on me. But the first thing he said when he came to the car is, "I'm from Chicago. Give me," he just hit up for. It was crazy, bro. But yeah.
Did he walk away from that without a bruise on him?
Bro, I didn't. I just drove away.
I'm a non-violent person.
I honestly just drove away. I swear. It was in Las Vegas, bro. I swear.
Oh man.
I'm a nonviolent person. But
if I was in Florida, I would have to use my gun. But the fact that I was in Las Vegas, it was different because a lot of people come from, you know what I'm saying? It's just multiple different states in Vegas, bro.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Dude saying he's from Chicago because at that time in 2016, 2017, you know, Chicago was like the highest rated murder state.
Yeah, okay.
But I met him off Meet Me and I tried to sell him a zip. It was crazy, bro.
This nigga came, he had a zip gun. You know what I'm saying?
He had a gun, but listen, he spray painted the tip, but a piece of it got scratched and I saw the orange tip on it.
He had the kind of gun that like was on Bugs Bunny. When you pull the trigger, the word "pow" came out of it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Orange tip. Okay, since he spray painted it, that makes it a little bit okay.
No, but it had a scratch on it, and that's how I seen the orange on it. And I was like, "Yo, that's fake." And then we weren't listening to him, so he smacked her against the head with it. I literally because she used to like work with me and stuff like that, and I felt bad. I gave her a tip for it, but at the end of the day, like she said that shit's fake because it would have hurt more. You know what I'm saying? It was a black gun, bro.
You don't need to come to a commercial break after that.
So I literally just drove off.
I hate to say it.
I swear to God, I just literally drove off.
In his ass cheek. You should have shot him in his ass or something.
Wow,
bro. Listen. I think it's because of the fact that I have Parnavasu moon. Like,
no, don't blame it on the.
I don't mind fighting somebody, but
blame it on the Parnavasu.
Listen. I don't know, bro. It's the energy in me. Like, I have the Parnavasu moon, but like I would fight somebody, but when it comes to like hurting somebody permanently, I have a problem with that. It's weird, dog.
Yeah, no, you did the right thing, but just
and when I get angry,
so crazy. This man tried to rob you with a fake gun, with an orange tip.
Oh my God, man!
And not only that, to ruin the illusion, he hits somebody with it, and she says it's fake.
She screamed, "It's fake!"
At that point, I would have done something.
Oh my God! I'm sorry.
It's fake. What? Oh. I would have summoned some.
You see, no, I wasn't into summoning at that time, bro. But it was wild. It was different.
Oh my God, man!
Holy cow! I couldn't.
That's worse. That's worse than this dude I know that said that he had a gun. He went home and got it. The nigga came back with a authentic musket, and it was it had the whole trumpet. The whole fucking front of it was like it looked like a trumpet, and he had to load the shit with the powder and all of that shit. I was like, God, what the fuck kind of gun is this, man? He's
the bullet is actual ball, and it's got a roll.
It had the actual ball, all of that shit, man. It took him like 20 minutes to load that shit. Now I was like, yo, no wonder this kind of warfare was garbage. It took him 20 minutes to fucking pack all of this gunpowder and this shit. And when it went off, oh my God, I was like, God damn. So this dude robs you. You would have rather got robbed with a full musket gun instead of this gun with a orange tip.
I didn't get robbed though. He's tried to rob me. Like I said, I drove off with this shit, bro.
No, he should have went home with something. You should have
kidnapped him. You should have turned the ties against him.
Yeah.
You should have put your gun on him and kidnapped him and put him in the whole trunk and drove him around Las Vegas.
Listen, we're gonna rob you. You got some scars to work on, bro. You talking about kidnapping and shit. I'm not into that.
I would have drove him around Las Vegas.
This is an extreme offense.
I would have drove him around Las Vegas with him in the trunk, music blasting, fucking hitting all kind of motherfucking potholes and all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Strip nude.
And put the fucking orange tip gun in the trunk with him while I'm driving around motherfucking Las Vegas with this nigga in the trunk. That's hilarious, Curve, man.
I swear, bro.
That's nuts.
That shit, dog. It was right off the highway too. I remember that day. It was crazy.
This dude tried to rob me years ago. He pulled the gun out. I definitely knew it wasn't fake. I looked at him and was like, yo, I ain't giving you nothing, man. And then I fucking hawk spit at the motherfucker. The next thing I know, he's shooting everything out the motherfucking gun at me. And that shit was real, and I wasn't giving him nothing. when I felt them pains, I said, yo, you shot me? Like, oh shit. Then I had to get the hell out of there. Then shit got real. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not cool. I don't feel too good right now. I went back to my homeboy house. His grandmother was not very nice. She said, I knew something was going to happen. You and Donnell be out there smoking them reefers and running up and down the street. And I said, Miss Bird, you got to call me an ambulance. She was tearing into my ass about being out there in the street. So none of that shit is cool.
No, that wasn't the first time. When
Life
I was
is
like,
a hell of a thing, boy, I tell you.
bro, when I was in Florida, I was like 8, 9 years old, and I was going to a basketball game. I was living in Sunrise, Florida. They these 4 kids, they were like 17, 18. I was like literally like 11 or something like that. No, I was like 11 at that time, actually. I was going to a basketball game, and these kids, like, I had a phone to my ear. It was like an old Nokia, bro. They asked me, yo, let me use your phone. And I'm like, wait, hold up. I'm not stupid. It's 4 of y'all looking at me in a mean way, asking me to let me use your phone. No, you're for the run with my shit. I think it's that Mars energy, bro, because I'm an Aries. The minute they try to they chase me with my phone, I just broke that shit. And I started like throwing punches.
Like, damn.
I was like, y'all trying to take my shit? Nobody can have it then. Fuck
Nobody's gonna have this phone.
Yo, I swear my mom thought I fucking broke my shit on purpose so I could get a new phone. I'm like, no, somebody's trying to really steal my phone.
I had to break it so no one can get it.
Yeah, I ain't no bitch. Fuck wrong with them.
This is the end of my phone's lifespan.
Dude, it don't even work, man. It ain't gonna happen.
Trav, what would you do in that situation back then? Would you break your phone too, or would you let them have it?
I can't say it. That type of things never happened to me.
Oh man. Yeah,
I haven't had to experience anything like that.
And that's beautiful. I tell anybody, like when I was doing mentoring for the Department of Juvenile Justice, I used to tell these boys, hey, yo, man, you need to be a good boy, man. You need to get out of this program. You need to go home and just be a good boy. Go to the military or something, man. If you want to be gangster, sign your ass up for the Marines. They got some gangster shit for you to do over there in motherfucking Bangladesh or wherever they're gonna ship your ass at.
Absolutely.
You can pop off.
If you saying that to little niggas in Florida, little men in Florida, they ain't listening to you, man.
Them niggas don't. These jits don't listen to nothing. You know,
they don't listen to shit, bro.
These niggas don't. These little jits don't want to hear none of that. But I'm just saying that it's better. All of that stuff that I experienced and people experience, like we can talk about these negative things and people have never experienced that. I'm glad y'all didn't. I'm glad no one had to experience some of the things that I had to experience, because to be honest with you, and within this country that's like, you know what I'm saying, the way that is America, it should have never been like that any fucking way. This is just, since everybody wants to come here and they think this is the land of milk and honey, like, yo, some of the honey ain't as sweet as you think it is. It's not good honey. You know what I'm saying? So I would rather nobody experience certain aspects of life, because it is definitely, it's not a good experience. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? But and that even goes back to, as we say with this natal chart, you know what I mean, that adversity. That's why I said earlier that getting over the adversity of things and not letting it break me down to the point where I just became like in a weakened state. That's my chart kind of like says that there's always some diverse shit that's gonna happen, and then with the, you know, like Christian said, surgery and all kind of shit like that. Boy, that shit lined up perfectly. That's like when I had to have knees. When I tore my knee, I didn't just sprain my knee. I tore the PCL and the ACL at the same motherfucking time. The doctor was like, man, you did a great job of tearing your knee to pieces. We don't usually get them tore at the same time. So he was calling other students to come in there and look at my
fucking, y'all come and look at this. Come here.
That's what he was literally doing. Y'all got to come see this. The sports doc. He said, you got to come look at this. You come meet a guy who tore his ACL and PCL at the same time. They was like, man, do you play sports? I said, nah, not really. They said, man, if you did, man, your career would be over. I was like, geez, thanks a lot. So it wasn't just a little surgery. I had to have 2 reconstructive knee surgeries, you know what I'm saying? But like Christian said, that shit was lined up right in the chart for me to have that like that.
Yo, Shango, you're a Scorpio on both charts, right?
No, on my sun sign is a Scorpio on the Vedic, and my hold on, I gotta look at it again. I just and my my Mars sign is a Scorpio on the Western chart.
So what's your sun sign in Vedic?
My sun sign in the Vedic is my sun sign is Scorpio in Vedic, and in the Western chart, my sun sign is Sagittarius.
Yeah, because I see like a lot of like Scorpio sun signs in general, they go through the harsh side of lives.
But definitely by being, I can look at that Mars in Scorpio on the Western chart. That shit definitely definitely went through a lot of Mars energy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my Mars is in the 8th house in Western, so I can understand.
Then of the Western, I have Lilith. Well, actually, no. Did you say my ascendant? My ascendant in
No, I said your sun.
Okay, my sun sign is Sagittarius in Western, but in my Western chart, my ascendant is Scorpio.
Oh, okay.
So Scorpio, so like you said, that Scorpio energy is there.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to say with my stories, I wasn't the fucking gangsterest fucking dude on there, but it just was a hell of an experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because like when I think about Scorpios, man, I think about like Snoop Dogg, I think about Prodigy, I think about like Drake, how he got ridiculed at first. You know what I'm saying? They get a lot of like boundaries set on them from the public. You know what I'm saying?
I was always, now one thing about what you just said, I was always the guy who participated in around a lot of like the street stuff, but I also always read books. So the whole joke was that I was like Malcolm Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, ask this Malcolm Farrakhan nigga, he know everything.
Yeah.
So that was always, but I also was the dude that certain particular guys would come and like, I need to talk to you about something, man. You know what I'm saying? I was the dude they can talk to. A lot of I will always talk. Like my part of my thing is I might have saved a lot of people from getting their head torn off by talking to dudes who wanted to tear their head off.
Yeah, you were like the OG of the group, basically, even though, yeah.
You know, I don't even want to say that. I'm just saying that I was somebody that they was able to talk to. Whatever, if they want to label that some OG stuff or whatever, I definitely was more of I would think shit out than reacting. You know what I'm saying? Like you go to the club. Like I hung with a lot of wild cowboys, and they did and they was wild dudes. You know what I'm saying? Cool dudes, but if you in the club and you staring at them a little bit too much, or you bumping them one too many times, they're gonna match this whole club up. You know what I'm saying? But they will kind of look at me like, yo, man, this dude, is this motherfucker serious, man? I'm like, yo, man, fuck that. She'll be like, nah, man, this motherfucker bump into me one more time, man. So I'll be like, nah, man, let's just fucking go over here then. Let's just move from this whole area so he doesn't have to bump into you again. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of was like, I was kind of that dude. I'm not gonna just be like, nah, fuck it, man. Just go ahead and just get him then. Sick him.
Hey, and when I think about Mars, that's how I think about like Scorpios and Aries. That's how I separate them. Scorpio is more the strategic side of Mars, because like both are ruled by Mars, basically, the Aries sign and Scorpio. And I think of like the Aries, the more impulsive, ready to take action, the soldier.
You're absolutely right.
And like the Scorpio, basically like the general type stuff. But
That makes
through
fucking sense.
yeah, Aries could get to the other side if they learn from their own impulsive reactions, you know?
And that's the best thing that any man can really learn, to be in control of his impulsive reaction to things. You know, so
Yeah,
like I say,
exactly.
people, but to speak from a man's perspective, that we definitely need to be in control of our impulses. That's the whole thing. Even with, you know, so how we react to women. If you control your impulse, you will, it things work out much better. Not being so quick to react.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I'm saying?
100%. Just be detached to what's going on at the moment. Exactly. But understanding, you know?
Experience it and let it be. Sometimes it's especially with like men with women, we become a little we get drawn in real quickly. You know what I'm saying? So instead of getting drawn in by the beauty of a woman and shit like that, be her friend for a little while. Be her friend. See how that works out. You know, so it's good to have beautiful women as just your friend, that you can communicate and get that feminine perspective.
Yo, Shango, I feel like you talking straight to the Mars energy right now.
Wasn't it you, Shango, that said at some point, like, every woman ain't supposed to be, you're supposed to be trying to smash? Like,
exactly.
Some women come to you, pretty much every person. This goes back to what we were saying about the planets. Everybody plays a specific role in your life. Some females help to bring in specific type of information that you won't get from a male perspective. Some are helping you, some girls help me study this shit, but if you're so busy trying to smash everybody, you never get to know that human being behind that gender.
Exactly. You never get to learn anything. You don't learn anything from that once. If all you focused in, like, yo, man, she is mad, I'm gonna try to hit that. There's gonna be nothing after you've accomplished that, because men, we're hunters anyway. So we're always hunting for something.
Especially if you got Mergashira.
Yeah. So if we're only hunting for Yoni, and once we get it, we're done. We're all we're dumbed out. None of that cool shit we were saying to get it, all of that smooth talk, all of that shit is out the fucking window once you done spilled your energy out and your chi is sprayed out all on the sheets.
Sprayed.
There's no more chi. You're done. You know what I'm saying?
And so is the experience with that person, pretty much.
And so is the experience. So
what if you looking at you crazy while you sucking on your thumb?
Exactly. Because now that's all she's gonna look at you as now. All she's gonna see you as is, and all she's gonna see you as is this dude who hit it quick, or it was either good or it was horrible.
Okay. Meanwhile, this person could have had the piece of the puzzle that you were looking for, that might have been a connection to where you're trying to go in life. She might have introduced you to a business partner. She might have introduced you to a client. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that feminine, that feminine energy and conversation could have balanced your own internal feminine energy that could have balanced you.
Man, I have some conversations, with certain females studying the same stuff, and they see it from a whole different perspective. Then they come up with stuff that I never would have connected. It's almost as if you're just chasing, the yoni and trying to get sex or nudes. You cancel any seed for anything further to develop.
Yeah.
That's a high school mind.
Traps. It's crazy. Like, y'all talking about that. For me, I haven't done anything with anybody for like 4 to 6 months now, right? But the energy that I'm receiving is like only people that want me for that right now. And there's like a few. So I don't know. Like I'm releasing that because like I used to get irritated by that energy, like that forceful, masculine woman energy type stuff. But recently I've been finding beauty in it, and it's been calming down, through the mantras that I've been doing and stuff like that. But yeah, I see that forceful sexuality in both ways. It's crazy.
Well, shish, man, whenever it comes to desire, if it's coming towards you, do what intelligent females do, grab that energy and get what you need out of it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about sex, but I mean, if these people are already offering themselves to you, see if there's a way that you can make them useful.
No, but like basically based off of
or not
the environment that I'm in right now. No, I get you 100%, and that's what I try to do because I'm a very intellectual person. So like when someone is giving me that energy, I always try to see the reasoning why they're in my life and what they can teach me. You know, like what about them is triggering me in ways and how I can deal with that. But lately, it's just been I ain't trying to talk. What's good? You know what I'm saying?
I was saying internally to myself earlier, I shade to the feminine energy. And I said that to myself because it was good to have Alea, and I hope I'm saying her name right. Aaliyah was good to have her in here. We still got Night Creatrix. We had her cat. So it's good to have the feminine energy in the group and interact and talk and do that, because we, like you said, it's good to get a whole different perspective. It's good to see it.
That's balance,
It is balance.
So guys, we have a way of mansplaining.
It is balance. You know what I mean? Just like like you could find that balance. Just like let's take social media. Let's take Instagram. You can go on Instagram and you can like a bunch of the videos of the chicks who gonna give you nothing but the sexuality of their feminine energy. Then you're gonna have a lot of sisters that are gonna give you the feminine energy from just being a woman. That's just what it is. They don't even have to work hard at giving you the feminine beauty. It's like flowers. You know what I'm saying? It ain't overly aggressive. It's just, it is what it is. I like that type of energy. I like the woman who don't have to be overly dramatic with her feminine energy or be overly expressive in something so sensualized that me as, like I said, we're still humans, and a dumb man in me, I'm not going to see nothing beyond that. Since that's what you're overpowering me with, that's all I'm seeing right now. Of course, I can see something else, but now I got to work real hard to see past it because because it's so overpowering that you're masking your true self. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
And we need that, man. We need, especially right now on this path with this, and we already know that the true movement of the energy within us that's called Kundalini is feminine energy. It's the feminine aspect of what's called Kundalini. Or Kundali is a female deva.
It's necessary for that spiral to spin, right? I mean, like you said, even just the presence, Night Creatrix, I haven't heard her say anything since hello, but still.
Hello.
There we go. The presence causes, it still facilitates that circulation. And we've also got Tree Marie in the chat. Shout out to Tree Marie.
Exactly, bro. When I come to the group, the divine feminine energy within here, but I think it's just based off of my karma and the things that I tend to attract and I have to deal with to not get triggered by them anymore. Like that's the people that I've been dealing with. But I've been seeing, what I've been trying to say is like I've been transmuting that energy and looking at them different and appreciating for why they're here and just reacting off their energy. Because I remember I told you, Trav, like before, just because of like peer pressure and no, not even all that, just because of my own like what I wanted to do, I reacted to a lot of energy that was thrown at me or the way I perceived it. So I just reacted. You know what I'm saying? But now instead of like just reacting, I'm more transmuting and like I told you, like when I got online earlier, I used to be the types like that had to, I always wanted a family. I always wanted that family life, have a woman, have a child in the house and all that stuff. But now it's like, I am truly happy without it, but I'm not rejecting it because of my insecurities anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm at peace if it comes, if it doesn't. Like, I'm truly happy towards myself. It's through these mantras that I'm doing, but it's like I'm just truly accepting and enjoying the human interactions with other people, not perceiving everything a certain way. Because even when I came into this group, I truly felt like I was judgmental towards a lot of things, you know? Like, if you, Shango, said some shit, I'll be like, man, what the fuck? These niggas on some another level. But now it's just like, I will get there, but it I don't know, it's just hitting me different now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's expansion.
Evolution.
This whole science we study, it has no choice but to expand the senses and expand not just the five senses, but the spiritual senses expands outward. It's kind of what I was saying with earlier when the sister was saying how she'd be seeing like inanimate objects be like moving and shit like that. That's the expansion of the energy. And then, like I said, a woman's energy, when a woman, it's like, think about the story of Parvati and Shiva. When Shiva taught Parvati how to meditate and all the sciences of a yogan, that means she became capable of teaching humanity that. Think about the woman who's living a true yogic lifestyle, who knows herself through her natal chart, all the sciences we're talking about. She's living that particular lifestyle. Can you imagine the information that she's passing to the womb and utero, the embryo? It's already going to come out already with this downloaded information. So that's why when we really contemplate what we call the masculine, the feminine, we got to really be like, yo, I got to really give honor to the feminine energy, because when the feminine mind or the mind of woman is contemplating and it passes down that information to the womb and it passes it to the child, that shit goes on for millennia. That shit goes on through multiple generations. We need more people to be born like that. We got enough garbage individuals. It's enough garbage men already going around there. We need some more super yogins.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And not people just playing with the shit. Not just you call yourself a yogin because you can do all 128 asanas. And you look real good. You can fold your motherfucking legs backwards like a letter. But you don't know nothing about Dharana. You don't know about Tritaka. You don't know about Basa or Vyasa. You don't know none of that. You don't know the Gayatri mantra.
You don't know Kaya Stritham?
You don't know Kaya Stritham.
Damn.
Oh, you know 600 asanas.
For what?
And you can do them all. But don't know the mantra that goes with every asana. Because there's a mantra that go with them too.
Yeah, there's a mantra that goes with each asana.
But you know all 600, but you don't know one single fucking mantra.
I guess that's the kind of education you get in that university Amar was talking about, where you get the Yoga Sutras and 10 New Age books.
Exactly. You make up your own affirmations for your asana. You creating, that it's just something that really makes you feel great. I am not a weak individual. I am strong and beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing really wrong with that, but it's a little bit deeper than that. We got to go a little bit deeper, because what happens when your happiness wears off? What you got now?
Yikes. You message one of the teachers asking if they ever heard of the Rig Veda. They ask you, who is that?
Who is that? I think I heard of him. That's a group from the 70s, right? Didn't they make the song? Like, damn, you think it's a freaking rock and roll group.
Can I get my money back, please? What a refund.
Can I get the refund? Immediately get it back. I'm not waiting for you to mail it to me. I want my shit right now. I'm out of here.
Yeah. I mean, shit, with that right there being said, with what we have gathered thus far, we could make a program and it would be more life-changing than what the hell.
It really was. On some real shit, it really can. Because they have a lot of beautiful yogic centers. I mean, nice wood. I done been in some wooden floors. I done been in one that had a room. They had these ropes hanging from the ceiling. I guess they put some kind of a mat or something that's able to sit on these ropes, and they're like doing something, laying on it or some shit, swinging from the ceiling. But there wasn't no books in that thing. It wasn't no books. It wasn't nobody doing no deep inner engineering work trying to change. None of that shit. You just go in there, you pay, and you're gonna come in there and you're gonna get some yogic exercises. I'm like, damn, this is it. It looks nice in here though. Smells good.
Yeah, it smells great.
They didn't even give them like a journal to write in.
It was nothing, man. You go in there and you swing from the ceiling on platforms or some shit.
Yeah, the ones in the Eastern, I realized they give you books and they give you like a journal to write in every day.
They go in there, you teach you yogic pole dancing or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. I was about to say, you might not get a book or no book. You might not get a book, but I mean, the girls look good.
12 stages, the 12 stages of yogic pole dancing.
Yeah, the 8 limbs of yogic.
8 limbs of pole dancing.
The tantra school that I went to,
the 8 limbs of yogic pole dancing.
The tantra school that I went to, the teacher gave you exercises that day. Told you to bring a notepad in the beginning every day to write down information. And they give you books, like little pamphlets. But it's up to you to study. But when you have to practice that shit the next day, if you didn't study, they're not telling you to study. They're just, you know what I'm saying? They just give you the exercises. But naturally, you should, like, I feel like those schools, they don't really tell you to study at all, man. You should just know to study. You know what I'm saying? They test, I feel like they test your seriousness through your poses and the information that you understand. And then they also stop and ask you, like, the school that I went to, they stop and ask you, like, hey, what did you experience through this exercise? And they'll be like, okay, that's not fully what you're supposed to experience, but you're getting there. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll tell you the full, like, it's crazy.
There's some teaching to it.
Mm-hmm. They know what to expect out of the exercise, basically. You feel me?
That's like going into a martial arts academy and they don't have no code. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to, before you even learn any technique, you're supposed to actually learn the code of the dojo. Every dojo has a code.
Exactly. Because that's how it got released. You don't
go in there and learn how to break motherfucking boards first. No, you got to learn the code of the dojo.
First lesson, board breaking.
That's exactly how they taught the information. Like, before we learned like the toad pose or something like that, we had to learn, like, it's a pose that helps you go to sleep at night. You had to learn the different nakshatras, and also not nakshatras, but just like what planets rule which days. And then they taught you the pose. That's how they always gave information. You'll go through a day or two of learning, and then the third day you'll get the information. You know what I'm saying? It's like the third day they'll give you the position towards that information. You know?
Yeah. I meditate upon the beauty of form and life now. Like it's a meditative thing. Everything in life can be taken into the Chitakasha and the Antarakasha and stuff. You can take all of that, because if you go back to Dharana, everything is a psychic symbol.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not using it as anything that the high, like what you can say, let's take your woman form. She's beautiful. She didn't stimulated your body. Now you take that stimulated energy that then raised fire in you, internalize that and meditate on it. Where is the quintessence of what made you feel like that? Go back, try to discover the Brahman in the feeling. The Brahman in the beauty that you see in the form, not just the lust that you feel in your loins. You got to be beyond the lust of the loins. And that's with anything. See through the illusion of the emotions.
Yoga class is
Shiva
coming.
Shambho. What's that? That's the 108 times right there.
Yes, this is yeah, it's I found one that sounds real ancient, mystical, so that's one of my favorite ones. It's the Mahamrityunjaya.
Yeah. I don't like the newfangled. I don't like the ones that have all the music all over it, and I like the ones I like that. That one sounds familiar. I don't like the ones with too much the
Especially
music.
it sounds all happy and sweet.
Yeah, yeah. It's
I
not
like
that
it when it's dry like this, or if it sounds kind of dark. I like those ones.
because you can and what happens to me when I listen to those and I do it with it, is I start being able to separate each person almost that is actually doing the mantra. That's just like on Maha what was it, the Maha
Mahamrityunjaya.
Shivatri when I did the meditation during Maha Shivatri. I don't even think I even spoke to anybody during that time. I was able, when I meditated at the time, because I woke up, because I break up at the Brahman, Brahman Murti hour. Basically, it's before the sun comes up. So when I did that on Mahashivatri, I felt I was able to experience meditating with thousands of people. I experienced it. I was like in a line. It was like just you felt it all together with the other thousands of people that were actually meditating at the same time. Because I was watching the live stream with Sadhguru.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know saying because I was up because our time is totally different. Because at first I was trying to say, well, I would the Brahma Murta hour, it wouldn't correlate with the same hour as I'm geographically in another era. So I would just have to find like because you probably got the same app. It's called hold on, it's called the Drik Panchang. It's an app and it'll tell you when the Brahma Murti hour is. It's usually a couple of days. It's been at 6:04. Like today's the 21st. So where is that?
Ooh, and that's further east.
The Brahma Murti hour for tomorrow is at 5:58 a.m. to 6:46 a.m. So when you look at it, tomorrow the sunrise is first light. I always go by first light. First light is at 7:07 tomorrow morning. Sunrise is at 7:31. So those are the prescribed hours that you want to do your morning meditations before first light, which they call the Brahma. It's called Brahma Muhurta. Basically Brahma hour.
No, I've never heard of this app.
So this app is awesome, man. It tells you, it basically tells you everything. It's all lined up. It tells you what nakshatra we in. It tells you that today was the Riga Gashira. I can't say this word for shit. The Riga Gashira nakshatra.
Hey Shango, can you type the name of the app in the chat, please?
Okay.
Thank you, man.
It's actually a dope app, man.
I've been looking for something like that because I want to get precise with the tithis, because there's like 16 moon phases in the Vedic calendar. We're only used to 4. So something like this, I'm sure they give the tithis, and there's a mantra for each tithi.
And this app has a website that looks just like the fucking app. It's called Drik Panchang. And then when you touch on the Hindu calendar, it lines it all up. Then the calendar come up, then you touch on the day that's highlighted blue. It tells you what tithi it is right on the top. Today is Ashtami, up to 11:30 p.m. tonight. That's the tithi.
Perfect. This is going to be helpful. This is the kind of thing I mean, like random stuff that is said actually adds pieces to each one, at least to me. It adds pieces to my puzzle. I can only imagine it happens for everyone else too.
Yeah, it even shows the planets in the charts. So that's really dope.
Yeah.
So now you know what to do, what mantra to do.
So it tells you the Amanta month, Falguna, and the Purnamanta month is Falguna. So that's what I'm saying. This is stuff that I use. So like I said, it's all about individualized mantras. It takes the mystery out. Once you take the mystery out of what applies to you, the doubt is eliminated. Now you don't have to doubt because you got all of this. So maybe you might want to do mantra for the nakshatra.
Yes.
And now you know exactly what time the nakshatra is tapping in. Then, like I said, because I do this when I wake up all the time, I set myself with the Brahma Mutter hours. And if you go all the way down to the bottom, 5:58 a.m. is when I'll be waking up tomorrow morning to begin my morning practice. And you can even if you wanted, you can do sun salutation. You could do Surya mantra.
Yes. You're supposed to with that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently Tree Marie says that she sent that. By the way, Tree Marie also is the one that sent me the old man, 123 years old. I like to give credit where it's due.
Did she send that? She the one that sent that video.
Yeah.
That's right.
And in the chat, Sunshine Chick just put the link to the Drik Panchang calendar. So if you're in the chat and you are curious about this, there it is right there. Sunshine Chick just put the whole link there. There's an app for it too with the same name, Drik Panchang. And what it does, apparently, I haven't looked at it yet, but it gives you the current status of where the planets are and what nakshatras and everything. So you can know what mantras to do if that's what you want to do.
And it gives you the hour of when they're changing. It takes the mystery out. It takes the mystery out. Like, like when you get, and it goes into so much, man, like how she was mentioned, Christian was mentioning the Abhijit. Now, yes. I haven't looked too much into that. It has the Abhijit Muhurat. Now, I looked up the term Muhurat, but I forgot what it actually meant. So, and if you want to deal with the Abhijit, like we know that's different, you can that was at one 1:12 p.m. to 2 o'clock.
Oh wow. Yeah, yeah. Remember she posted this website and it and you were doing the screen share and it showed us the calendar and everything.
Yep.
Perfect.
So Muhurat is the most appropriate and auspicious time for doing certain things, and following these timings increases the chances of the task undertaken to be fruitful and successful. So that's what the word Muhurat means. So now when you do Abhijit Muhurat, that is the most auspicious or the most appropriate time to do Abhijit mantra. So whenever the word muhurat is behind, that means like it has a gudhuli muhurat. That means that's 7:25 p.m. to 7:49 p.m. was the perfect time. Like right now, it's 9:30. It's basically 10 o'clock right now. Let's see what's 10 o'clock. Agni Vasa Patala up to 11:30 p.m. Tells you what moon sign we're in, Mithuna. Sun sign is Meena.
Ooh, Mystic Moon said it even has combust planet times. So now you can see when Venus is bussing.
Bust it. Bust it. Bust it. Bust it. Is you? Uh-uh.
Yeah, I lose the lyric at that point too.
Where you saw that at, Trav?
What? Oh,
You said you saw
Mystic Moon's found it. So it's in there.
It's in the chat, or it's on this app?
That's what she said. I didn't look that deep yet.
I'm out of wait a minute. Did I miss something on this thing here? The combustion? What
I'll ask her.
do you ever catch yourself almost doing it in their voice tone? Then you catch yourself going back to your own voice tone.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. You becoming one with when the meditator becomes one with what is meditated upon.
Yeah. Like, damn, am I doing their voice tone? Like, oh shit, let me get myself together. Go back to my voice tone.
I don't have any hasta in my chart. What is this? Okay, she said it's on the website.
Okay.
In the planets tab.
I see that right there that's important. But yeah, this is a valuable, and they're giving you some good stuff for free, because a lot of the other stuff, if you wanted to connect your daily if you wanted to connect your natal chart to all of this stuff every day, daily, you're gonna have to go ahead and drop some money on that feature right there. They're not giving you every feature for free, but this one that they are giving you, this is invaluable right here, man.
Bustable Venus. Bustable.
So actually, the Adra Nakshatra Pada, Ardra is up to 11:02 p.m. It went through multiple padas. See, that's where I'm still learning about that too, the different pada. you know, what exactly is that right there. But even if you wanted to venerate or acknowledge Ardra, you could do that. The auspicious time for that is 11:00 is right now, basically. You got into 11:02, but actually you have all the way until 5:31 a.m., which is basically the Brahma Muhurta hour that you can venerate Ardra, who's just another name of Shiva.
You got me wanting to get a new version of the Upanishads with the Sanskrit next to the English, so I can learn to say it in Sanskrit. The version you have, it doesn't do that, does it?
The Upanishads, I actually know. Um, and the version that I actually am reading is hold on, is this is actually called let me go back up here to the top. Basically, it's been put together. See, what I'm reading is it's all the 108 Upanishads, but it got different different translators for each of the Upanishads. So it's kind of difficult to really explain, but I just now got caught in this here. I highlight in the cave of the body is eternally set the one unborn. That right there is basically by just me reading that just tricks me back to when I was reading that. That's basically what we have to get. What's set in the cave of the body is the one unborn. The one unborn is the true self, the Brahman. Brahman is unborn. And it's within everybody. So what you have to do is eternally go within to rediscover or find the Brahman, Brahmanas within yourself, and then you become one. So that's basically, that's like I said earlier. Everybody, I don't know, everybody has their particular reasoning for studying this, but I know that the ultimate level of the reasoning is for you to be, this is righteous living. It's right to live right.
Harmony.
You know what I'm saying?
It's harmony.
It's harmony. You want to live the highest level that you can possibly resonate with. You know, there's no more, it kind of eliminates the searching. It eliminates, to me, and I'm going back to speaking for myself, it eliminates questioning a lot of things. I have no questions once I study properly this Vedic science and apply it.
The Upanishads are part of the Vedas.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put my friend out there, but that just goes to show how important being in alignment and living righteously is. And living righteously, it's not, the Christian idea of, being a good boy and a good girl, but living righteously is being in harmony. And if you're in harmony, all that stuff comes with it. And I was talking to her about mantras and stuff, and she's just like, look, just to get honest and get down to it, which one of these mantras are going to help me increase, my material abundance? And I'm like, you still want to go for the harmonizing aspect. Yeah, that's good and all, but how do I da-da-da-da-da? And I'm like, look, all these are going to lead you to harmony, because what you're doing is you're aligning yourself with subtle principles that have and always will be in effect. And if you align yourself with those, all that other stuff is going to be added to you.
That's secondary. All like, so like the soup, like how we learned that the cities, that ain't even really it.
No.
So once you start activating, or you've activated this particular science, everything that you need, it happens. And you may find out that you didn't need as much money as you thought you wanted. You might realize like, yo, no shit, I'm absolutely straight with what I got. You become more thankful.
Right, grateful.
Because you could be worse off. You could be on the motherfucking corner with one of them brown motherfucking cardboard signs. Will work for water, motherfucker. You ain't working for food, just you need some water. That's how bad you are.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The other day I saw one. We were going up to DC. And this lady had a sign that said, put some cheese on this cracker.
Yikes.
And I was like, I'm definitely not giving you money after that. Like,
definitely. That sealed the deal.
Like, don't meme your need for money at me.
Put some cheese on this cracker. Like,
I'm offended at that.
Like, I'm not putting cheese on nothing. I'm blowing right past you in traffic right now.
Put some exhaust wind in your nose.
I'm gonna put some exhaust smoke all in your atmosphere right now.
Oh man.
And namaste, by the way, you know what I'm saying? Om Hari Tat Sat to you.
It would be the
I'm out of here.
That was like hilarious and so creative. That'd be like, here you go.
Here's a couple dollars for this recycled joke.
I swore I saw that on Facebook. I'm like, did I really just see this on Facebook? Or like
You know what? I had to teach my daughters the difference between someone who's truly homeless and a panhandler. There's a total difference between a panhandler and somebody who's homeless. You know what I'm saying? Most of these people who be panhandling with the sign on the side of the road, them motherfuckers are not homeless. They made a job out of that panhandling shit.
I'll borrow somebody's kid and stand on there with them.
You know what I'm saying? What about the ones that be having the sad, pitiful face? Like when you look at them, they give you the pitiful face, and then they give you to read the lips. They go, "God bless you," like they say, "God bless you." But and I just be looking at them like, and I go back to them with the silent. I'd be like, whatever, like, you know what I'm saying? You ain't getting nothing, man. Some of them I've given money, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I feel generous to give, but I can tell, like, you trying to fugazi me right now, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not feeling your homeless sign right now.
Put some cheese on this cracker. Ugh, it sounds gross.
I don't want to put no cheese on your cracker. No, ma'am. No, thank you.
I'm offended at that.
Yeah, at the light, we pulled up to the light that she was standing at. My boyfriend rolled down his window. And then, like, they started walking over. And he was just like, what? I'm just hot. I'm legit.
No. That's extra. That's extra. You have to do it like that now.
Oh my God.
He opened the sunroof and both windows.
Like, that'd be funny if you were in the passenger seat and you rolled down the window. Wait, was she on the driver's side or the passenger side?
Driver's side.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
I be giving them stuff. Like if I have like water, usually if I have bottles of water in the car, or like motherfucking cheese, crackers, and shit like that. Knee-caught cookies. I'll be giving them stuff. Like, yo, here, you know what I'm saying? Take this.
Dang, I bought one time. I just remembered. I don't know. It's funny because they play on that humanity where we think that we're doing something good, right? I can recall this time. I thought I was such a good person. I saw this dude on the side of the road, homeless, whatever, asked for food. I went to Subway and bought him a whole sandwich and a meal. And I parked by him, gave it to him, gave him a hug. And he was confused, like, thanks.
Like,
I'm walking away like, yeah, I'm helping society. Yeah.
He looking at you like, damn, I wanted a fucking beer, man.
Right.
I didn't want this. I wanted one of those beers they have in the cooler at the front fucking desk when you walk in, man.
Right. Or some cold hard cash.
Some cold hard cash. Fuck this sandwich.
Not a fucking Subway sandwich, man. it just felt weird. He was so confused, like, you know. I gave a man a hug too. Like he needs love and a hot sandwich.
He feel so unappreciative.
Yeah, yeah. And I just got this feeling like I'm doing something great for society.
You know what I'm saying? You just changed the world.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
giving this dude this nice hot sandwich. In his mind, he was like, I want to fucking go buy some loose cigarettes and a fucking $1.75 Golden Stallion beer at the gas station.
Golden Stallion. I wanted the Steel Reserve.
On a Steel Reserve beers, the cheapest fucking piss beer you can ever choose a 2 for $3.
Ugh, I can taste it just hearing the name. That stuff is like, it's some kind of oil.
It's poison beer, man.
Maybe ordering that shit on the 7 Now app so they can get it delivered to their house. Like I'm putting like 4 Steel Reserves in a bag at a time. I'm like, what's going on?
You can get it sent to your house now?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God.
And I know, and Chris, don't you still work at the gas? Don't you work at the gas station?
It's the 7-Eleven without a gas station.
You sell Steel Reserve all the time in that motherfucker, don't you?
I sure do. And Mickey's.
Listen to the name of that shit, Steel Reserve.
You gotta have a Steel Reserve to drink it.
Exactly.
You gotta have a maintained frame.
That shit is worse than drinking motherfucking Wild Irish Rose.
I mean, MD 4040. I remember that.
Pure bum juice, night train type shit.
Bum juice.
When there was when the wino used to exist. The wino is extinct right now. You don't see too many winos on the street no more. You know what I'm saying?
They got the vaccines early.
They got them shits early. Do anybody remember the wino? Every time you came in close proximity, all you smelt was liquor reeking off this. Motherfucker drinking cheap ass vodka, Bukov, come in a plastic bottle and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Any liquor you drink and come from a plastic bottle, you need to step your game up a little bit, man.
Damn. I was so ignorant. I had no idea that drinking so much, it actually came out of I didn't know that until like the end of my drinking episode.
You didn't realize you was smelling drunk?
I didn't know. And a lady at work, when I eventually did, quit, she just called me over to the side one day and she's like, I just want to tell you I'm proud of you. I'm like, for what? She's like, well, you don't have the gin coming out your skin. And it hit me like, whoa, I didn't even realize that these people knew I was coming in here drunk because I smelled like it. Wow. When you sweat, it comes out the pores and all that.
Oh, yeah. Like, Jesus Christ, Travis shit-faced again and coming in here. It was behind your back calling you a fucking lush.
Never knew it, right? Thinking everything is cool.
Like, Jesus Christ, this guy's drunk. It's 10 o'clock already. He's drunk.
5 a.m. We just opened.
Completely shit-faced.
At least he's doing the job. The customers like him, so.
You know what I'm saying? The customers love him. He does an excellent job. Leave him alone.
He entertains these white folks, so.
I'm the first to admit I didn't drink so many different beers, especially when it came to 40 ounces. We were drinking whole, just think about that. Most people don't even drink 40 ounces of water a fucking day. In one sitting, we were drinking, each individual drinking a 40 ounce of fucking beer, malt liquor, Old English.
What is this? This is 16 ounces. So about 3 of these.
Yeah, and then they stepped it up, and then they came up with the 64 ounce.
Yeah, yeah.
They cost about the same as a bottle of water too.
So like I said, not too many people are going to buy a gallon of water and just sitting there like, fuck it, I'm gonna take this whole gallon to the head.
We hydrate tonight.
Gagging and shit off of water. We're drinking the whole 64 ounce to the head, thinking that shit not gonna lead to some sort of health problem over time.
Some kind of ailment.
Dealing
with a little ailment myself.
And you're 24 years old.
Dealing with a little ailment.
Motherfuckers be laughing at me like I be like my fucking knee and back, and I be having all these aches and pains. I be like, yo, and I tell them, I say, yo, I did not treat this human body very nice coming up, man. You know what I'm saying? That shit be really real. When it's about the rain, sometimes I am not the greatest physically. Because I didn't mistreat it. Well, I thought I was gonna live forever being young.
Yeah.
Then you wake up one day, but like, oh shit, is my motherfucking back locked up on me? I can't even get up out of this motherfucker. Like, maybe it's them fucking 64 ounces you used to drink.
But you know something about this science that we're working on? It even has the potential to heal some of that stuff. It even has the potential to kind of, dare I say, turn back the clock a little bit with the Ayurveda and the yoga.
It really does, yeah. You know what I think? I think it slows, as I said, slows down the aging process.
Yeah. You saw that video that Stuff Dog posted of this dude, 100, damn near 100 years old. He stopped aging at 30.
He was looking in the greatest condition of his fucking life, man.
Yes. He's surrounded by the other dudes his age, wrinkled up, long
They
beard.
was looking extremely old.
They're the same age as him. He looking like somebody in this chat.
Exactly.
That's wild. And it's not like a guess. Like, this man grew up with these other old folks. He
grew up with them, man, but he for some reason stopped aging. They kept right on going.
Look at the potential that we're dealing with here.
And not that his boys was broken down old. They just continued to physically age. Yeah. He didn't. That nigga looked 30 years old.
For real. With dreads, body in shape, huh?
Dermatologists hate him.
Dermatologists
fuck around and put them hands on you. Think you might go over there and catch an easy win off that nigga? Like, nah, you don't really want to go over there and play around with him, man. He gonna break you in half, man. And then go into meditation next to your broken body. He's gonna go straight into tantric meditation off of you.
Om shram shrim shram.
Exactly. You're gonna take that into meditation to the reason of why I had to break him to pieces. It's beautiful though, man. What we're experiencing with this, it's actually, man, that shit is beautiful.
Yes. I'm gonna share the link in the chat. Sunshine Shake after for it.
I'm going to one day go into heavy mantra on LSD and see what that do.
Ooh. One day.
Listening to, like, we listen to those mantras and see exactly what experience comes out of that. I'm gonna get ready to check out of here. Tomorrow is the end of spring break, because here in Florida we've been on school spring break. So tomorrow I gotta get these girls to school, which I know they are definitely not ready for, just like I ain't ready. It feels good to wake up and do my morning routine and then go back to bed, not where I have to take them to school. So when I wake up once I'm up at 5:30 and I begin my practice, I might as well just stay right on up to get everybody organized in the school. So back to my reality tomorrow. It's always good to be amongst the people, the chat, and learn.
Yes. And I speak on behalf of everybody else here. I appreciate you here. Gems dropped all day long.
I appreciate you having me here, man. I learn a lot from everybody here, because everybody is not afraid to share their own experience. Some people don't want to share nothing of their personal experiences. You know what I'm saying? They would rather just mask it, continue to keep the mask on. But we're like not necessarily masked. We're learning to take the fucking mask off. Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's what I really appreciate about the group. So everybody, enjoy the rest of your evening. I definitely recommend, like I said, I'll go back to that. Go get your Vedic chart. If you want to go to Indastro, and if you want to do some mantras and you want to know about that app that somebody put in the chat, if they put it in the YouTube chat, you definitely want to download that. That'll let you know exactly when you can get up. So most of the on the East Coast, you want to get up at 5:30 in the morning if you want to do your morning salutations. But that's gonna be before first light. First light tomorrow morning is at 7:12, and sunrise is at 7:30. So you definitely can incorporate that into your life. But everybody, I'm gonna say peace.
Peace.
Peace out, y'all. Peace out, Trav. Thanks, man.
Peace.
Peace, Night Creatrix. I can't wait for your comic book to come out.
Okay.
Or your anime cartoon. That's what I'm really waiting for.
I don't know. I feel like I'm going through one of those nakshatra shifts. Whatever you call them.
That's what I want you to name your anime, Nakshatra.
Okay.
And you got to have an epic opening song and an even more epic outward song. Because it's not real anime if you don't have an epic fucking song to go with it. So you got to make sure you have that right.
I'm not even rolling with anime like that anymore.
Come on, man.
To be honest.
Blasphemy.
It's a big chunk of my life I was like that. I'm just like, I'm ready for something new,
Blasphemy. All right, everybody. Peace, y'all.
Peace. Hayam Tetset. Om Namah Shivaya.
I've been doing that mantra the past few days. I haven't done it today yet. Yes.
How often do you do it?
I try to do it twice. So far, I'm averaging about once or like whenever it randomly crosses my mind. Yeah. I've started the Ganesh mantra too. Or I think the one that I did one, it was like a Chandra moon mantra.
Yeah.
And I had a good day yesterday. It was like supposed to be, get calm and cool and attractive. Not like sexually, but like, just magnetically attractive.
Right.
And, I was just DoorDash and enjoying my day. And I'm at this one stop at a hotel, and the parking's weird. There's just one guy just standing at a stop sign. He's got a chair with Coors Light on it and a cigarette in his mouth. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, I know he don't work here because he got a Coors and a cigarette. I had my windows down. He's like, "Excuse me, ma'am, that'll be $19." And I'm like, "Is it okay if I just park here for like 10 seconds?" And he's like, "I'm just fucking with you. I don't even work here." But it's just like random events that just put a smile on my face. And he's just been doing it to people as they park. He's just been doing it to everybody. So I gave him a pair of sunglasses. Just like, here, make it more convincing. But I was like, I had to be their moment. But I'm still trying not to like wait for results. Still trying not to like anticipate results in that aspect.
For some, the results are very obvious and instant, and for others, it's kind of gradual. For me, I'm finding that some mantras produce results that are instant, and other mantras produce results that are like gradually seeping into my life.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think I found the one that, and to be honest, the ones that have produced instant results aren't even the ones that I'm really sticking with, because it's just like the cities and stuff. Sometimes it's cool when it happens, but I follow what I got to follow my intuition, what feels like I'm supposed to be doing, what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I'm trying to like, I've been like just sampling some mantras, like seeing which ones I like. But I think there's this The Ganesh mantra. I don't think I know how to pronounce it quite yet, but I really liked this one.
Well, try your best. What kind of mantra was it?
It's called the Vakratund Mahakaya.
Okay. I think Shango talked about that one a bit earlier,
Really?
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they were saying in the description that let's see. Yeah, Vakrutunda means curved trunk. Mahakaya, huge form. So it's pretty much a mantra to Ganesh, like just removing obstacles.
That's the
And
one I do. Hey.
That was curved. That was curved.
okay, nice.
Vakratanda Mahakaya. Yeah.
Yeah, when I found that one, it's just like it was like this thing when you're talking about like the deep and dark ones, like the ones with music behind it. Like I feel like it's like a kids channel kind of thing. I'm like, oh, okay, I need.
Can't take it seriously.
No, I can't. It's too much pitchiness too. I'm like, I need to focus on the tones. So, like I see how you mean about how it manifests in subtle ways, because it's like I see how often I put myself in like those thought traps of like anticipating doing actions or a list of things, so much so that like I just end up not doing it. It's like the procrastination syndrome kind of thing.
Right.
Like that, like a lot growing up. And it's just like when I did something that, you know, I would usually get caught up in that trap with that action. I was just singing mantras the whole time doing it. And then time went by pretty fast. I made a good sum of money in those couple hours. And I was just like, and I laughed with people. I was like, okay, I understand like how simple these things kind of come into play. Like it's not going to be life changing. Like, oh, manifest your like dream job by tomorrow. You'll get a call or something like that. Like, it's just more of what I found that message was like those obstacles being removed were like, okay, hey, how about you chill out, laugh a little bit, you know, like don't get caught up in trying to be productive every single day or what my ego's version of productive would be. So just taking it day by day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a long-term thing. This is a marathon type of thing, you know, because what I'm noticing is that in doing these mantras, my main intent is purity. And the Maha Mrityunjaya mantra, it lines up with that. It's about harmonizing. It's about aligning you with, you know, the great source. The great source is a pattern. So it aligns your life up with that. So in order for you to be lined up with that, that means that things that don't fit in with that intent are going to start becoming uncomfortable. That's why wearing the Rudrakasha, you know, it comes with a warning. There are certain things in your life that are going to start becoming less appealing. Like Kristen was talking about earlier, it makes you leave family, distance yourself, basically. It makes you start to gather a distaste for meat. It starts to increase the sensitivity to, you know, human bullshit. All that stuff, it isn't like these beads are emitting a strange energy. The beads are part of a loop. And now that you have them on your person, now you're part of that loop. And being part of that loop, you know, part of that circuit, it makes it so that certain things just naturally start to fall away from you. Likewise with these mantras, I'm noticing that whatever actions in my life that do remain that are out of sync are forcing themselves to become corrected. And I'm also finding that certain conversations or people or experiences are coming into my life that are also lining me up with that flow.
So when these things fall away, what kind of manner do they fall away in for you? Like, is it not devastating, but is it in a way where you just don't miss it or you don't
Absolutely.
mind? I
Absolutely.
see. Mhm.
So I guess it does have to do with how you see life. If you see life as in there's a bunch of people doing things to you, with you, or for you, then it'll be easy to miss. But if you understand that every person and every experience is a channel for divine cosmic energy to flow into your life, then you'll start to recognize when a certain kind of energy is flowing into your life. You know what I mean? Say, for example, you're not eating right. You're going to have people coming to you that may be bringing the subject up more often, or you may, eat something that'll make you sick. And as you're throwing up, you might get on your phone and notice something about being vegan. You know what I'm saying? Like little stuff like that will it'll stand out more in the reticular activation system. It's obvious if you're if you're present, if you're aware, if you're paying attention to life. But if you're on autopilot, then here's the thing, this stuff is present all the time for everybody, but people don't pay attention and they're not sensitive enough to see it.
Yeah, it's like when I did the Ganesh mantra the next day, when we're heading to DC, like I see a little bumper sticker with like the purple face and the eyes. It looked just like my phone wallpaper, which I have it set to Ganesh now. But I was like, it jumped out at me. And like, I always look at people's bumper stickers, but like I was just looking at this thing, like caught my eyes, and I didn't even make the connection till like 5 seconds into me staring at it. I was just like, oh shit. And then like on the whole way there, I kept seeing like billboards for like with elephants on it, or like signs like Elephant Road or something like that. I'm just like, wow, okay. I never noticed this like yesterday. And I like travel these routes all the time. So it's like, yeah, it's like when you look at a title of a mantra, it's like removing all obstacles or something. There's like first thought in my mind is like, okay, well, instantly I want to fight back and be like, how is saying this or listening to this going to help me get in line? Yeah, I've got that hesitant mindset like when I was first starting out with the spiritual stuff, like, separating the woo-woo from the science pretty much. Yeah. And so approaching the topics of mantra, especially since, a lot of us have come up with like a westernized view of like some cartoon or something of a guru going home, it's like, what is this gonna do? But yeah, I've been trying to squeeze it into my day.
Yeah. Peace out. Peace out, Curve. Peace out, Curve. Yeah, it's wow, deja vu of this moment. Holy cow. Just the symbology of reality really helps to make these things clear. We learned from the Ophiel books that everything can be related to one of the spheres in the tree of life. Likewise, certain things like the bumper of a car can be related to certain things like
the trunk of a car.
Right. The root chakra. So that has to do with the root. Who rules the root chakra? Ganesh. So it's like I said, these things are always prevalent to us if we're able to decode reality. And the whole thing is, the reason when they say that this planet or this chakra governs this particular thing, it's not like the planets in the sky running around ruling it. What it means is that both a trunk of a car and the root chakra and, planet Earth and Prithvi, the earth element, they are all emanations of the same source wave. So there's like a source wave. And from the source wave comes trunk of a car, comes earth element, comes, the things that are associated with it. So when we become sensitive, we're able to see these outward appearances and know what source wave they come from. That's how these spirits communicate with us. That's how these mantras work.
It's like I've also been like seeing changes in my body, and it's just like out of nowhere, and like little fat folds on my back. And I'm just like, oh no. Like looking at myself in the mirror, I could just feel like the weight distributing differently on me. And I'm like, oh no, I haven't been eating much differently. I guess it's that time of life.
Why does it have to be oh no though?
It's not oh no. It's not oh no. It's just really like, wow. Kind of like I've always wanted to gain weight but haven't been able to. I've always been like a consistent weight since high school. And Like sometimes it'll fluctuate, like maybe 5 pounds more or less, but it always averages back out. And it's like finally gaining weight would be cool. At the same time, it's oh no, because it's like I don't know how it's gonna look like. Like oh no.
If you don't know how it's gonna look like, then how can it be oh no? If you don't know, it's a 50-50 chance.
I don't know, Travis. Okay. Yeah, let's see where this goes. I'm not scared. But I know one of those obstacles are kind of overthinking still. It's like, okay.
Especially for air signs.
Yes. Oh my God.
You're of the what if brand. Yo, what if Aquarius is always with the what if.
And I always get hit back with, I don't know, what if? It's just like, oh damn, you can't answer my question with a question.
Stay out of that territory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aquarius, always with the what ifs.
Yeah, and I've been noticing it in my head too, where it's like I'm trying to predict how a scenario would look in the future, and it's just like it's based off the premise. So it's stuff like only on like maybe 1 or 2 premises, and they both contradict each other, and they're both extremes. And then my mind just goes down those loops of each extreme, and it can't be any other variation besides what that string is. And yeah. I've been having to do that audible, like, okay, shut up. Just telling myself to just shut up and focus.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good method. I do that too. I mean, I don't tell myself to shut up, but I do audibly communicate with myself, especially when it comes to like these automatic body responses. Sometimes I use my higher intellect to speak to my body.
Yeah.
Reassuring myself that I'm perfect, absolutely fine. There's no such thing as a fuck up, no such thing as a mistake. Everything you're doing is right in order. Keep going. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
The world has no choice but to bend to your will. Keep going. You delicious galactic unicorn wizard of eternity.
Okay.
Little stuff like that, you know.
Sure.
The basic stuff, you know.
Repost if you agree.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah. I think that's kind of my main motivator with mantras, or just trying to find a mantra that works well enough to just break those obstacles. Like I want to know, still have to get my battle records, but I want to know, you know, what planets are aspecting in that way, or what nakshatras are aspecting in that way, to where thoughts can become loops or echo chambers or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess there has to be intentionality behind these things. There has to be purpose, right?
Yeah.
Usually when I do it, it's to counter any type of instant negative reaction. Like, oh no, I made a mistake. I usually counter that with no such thing as mistakes. You're fine. Everything's perfect. Keep going. Not just for shits and giggles, like, oh, you're the best just because of your great intellect and your, you know, ego shit.
Mm-hmm.
So even the Kybalion talks about that, how when those automatic thoughts come, you introduce the opposing thought to neutralize it. The point is to neutralize it because we want to attain a sattvic mind, a neutral mind, a balanced mind.
Right.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Have you heard this one before?
I don't think so.
Oh, Mama Shifire.
Yeah, I have this one on my Spotify. Spotify has lots of mantras up there. It's by Russell Paul. It's pretty lit. I have an iPhone now.
Om Namah Shivaya.
What's that band called? That's shit. Those deep mantras remind me of let's see if I can find it.
Hey, somebody in the chat wants to know who the artist was of that mantra you mentioned.
Russill Paul, Russill. Then Paul, like a dude. So that band Hailung.
Doesn't sound familiar to me.
I think you'd know a song if you listened to. They had to have come across your weird selection of music.
What are they called again? How do you spell it?
Oh, Russell Paul or Hailung? Hailung, Heilung.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Let's see. What about Warduna?
That might sound familiar. Is this metal?
Warduna is no, they're like pagan music. I can't for lack of a better word. But Heilung has a lot of great performances on their YouTube, but a lot of their music is in a dead language, and they reconstructed it for their songs. I don't think anybody speaks it really. Let me actually Google it to make sure I'm not spitting falsities here. Yeah, if you watch Chris Galder, I guess that's their song, Chris Galder. That performance. Let's see. So their music is based on texts and runic inscriptions from Germanic peoples of the Bronze, Iron, and Viking Age. But the way they gurgle some of their like tones and stuff in the song and how deep it goes, I used to like meditate to that, especially last year when I was experimenting with mushrooms a lot. Like, shit.
Kind of like that throat singing stuff.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that stuff. What? Okay, so how this? I'm sure this is all spelled weird. What is the one that you're talking about? It's called Chris something.
KRIGSGALDR.
Oh, okay, yeah, that comes up. Oh yeah, okay. The thumbnail brings it back. I see. The lady with the antlers and all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
4 million views. So this is pretty popular. God darn.
Yeah. Nobody understands a word.
Hey, but just like the mantras, don't need to.
you just feel it. You feel it. That's how I felt with, like, when doing that. I think it was that Chandra mantra, the Chandra mantra. I remember just like randomly getting hit with like a wave of like badness, or just a feeling of just loss, like feeling loss, or like the fear of like letting things go, and just like crying, like in the middle of just chilling, listening to this mantra, and I'm just like, ow. And then I could feel tingling sensations over my skin, like my hairs are rising, but like I'll have part of my body under my blanket, and then like my arms out, but like it tingles everywhere, like a breeze is going past it.
Oops. Posting the song that you mentioned in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
I am whole. I agree with you. I even tried to recommend that to her at one point.
What is it?
I don't think she takes to my recommendations though.
What do you mean?
I am whole said she has a great relaxing voice. She should do an affirmation channel. I suggested doing an ASMR channel, but you know.
I've actually have begun to consider reading books on my channel. Just switching up the creative outlook altogether. Just like, but yeah, not forcing it. Not forcing it. Thanks for the compliment. I am whole.
I'm almost wondering if we should do Tot with Shooty next, or if I should take a break from book study stuff next.
We did take a break between Kybalion
Mm-hmm.
and Kabbalah, so.
I think Tot with Shooty would be extremely helpful, but I don't know. It just seems like the more pure the information, it seems like, I don't know, people are
Yeah,
less
you're
interested
right.
in that.
Because it's like around this time when you were doing the Kabbalah book study, you had more people show up to the book session,
Mm-hmm.
but even still, that sample size was like a portion of, how many people interacted inside the major society. And it's like when we were studying Kabbalah, it was like the same amount of people with that interest in it. And now everybody wants to study Kabbalah now. It's like, ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, definitely you paving the way.
It's in my chart.
Definitely was it trailblazer?
Well, with Mula, people stealing my ideas. But I reprogram that. It's not that people are stealing my ideas, it's that I have such a heavy influence. So they have no choice but to take what I do. That, and also my Jupiter and my K2 are in a place where I'm supposed to be influential.
Huh. Sounds like you have a different receiver, different antenna in your head.
It's just a function. But yeah, lately it seems like more people are joining these lives. So I guess maybe we should continue in this direction. I don't know. I bet you if I did one for, demons of magic or some shit like that, suddenly all these people would want to join up.
We'll be there in a second.
Yeah.
Because I gotta admit, like, those are still my trigger words too.
Yeah.
See, you can some demonic themed show.
I guess if I wanted to make some sleazy cash. How to summon demons. The ultimate course.
I'm dead.
$1,000.
How to summon demons.
The advertisement's got to be extra dark, extra cringe too.
Oh my god. So Chris Angel's Mind Freak is on Hulu. That shit did not withstand the test of time.
Oh no.
Oh my god. I was like, I can't watch this shit. I had a friend in middle school, my best friends, obsessed with Chris Angel. She used to draw the A on her binder. And then like look edgy. Like
Look edgy. I gotta look that up because that's it's probably not on YouTube.
but like the way Chris Angel milked his audiences with that cheesy look, it's killed me. Oh my god.
Did not stand the test of. You talking about the intro for 2005?
Yeah, the intro and the show itself, it just wow. Looking at it, I'm just like, this is 2005. Like everything looks so different from what I remembered it. I hear Yu-Gi-Oh.
Mind freak. Oh, somebody put the Yu-Gi-Oh theme over.
The Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh shit. That makes it even worse. I don't know if I can finish this.
See, you thought it was the real music. Oh god. Oh man.
Wow. Then the part he's got his cape going up, and then like people appear behind him. Then it zooms into the edgy eyes. Oh man. Oh.
Like just take that formula and just drop little bits of gnosis here and there.
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever wanted ultimate power? Have you ever wanted to explore the depths of hell and come out unscathed? Wield unbelievable massive influence over the world of sleeping NPCs. You
I
want to battle
swear.
the Archons.
Just join up, step up and become a leader. You too can fight evil.
Become a living god. Am I supposed to say that? We have an unspoken agreement.
Uh-oh. Watch out, he's gonna put a D. Oh my god.
Gonna put a D where?
Put a demon on you.
Oh man.
Damn.
Join me in harnessing the power of legions of demonic spirits. You too can be a magus.
Why do I need that
Oh,
many? I
right.
just needed like one.
Oh yeah. For the low price of $3,999, I will teach you how to become enlightened. Because you don't want to sit through the free 9-hour video conversations.
No way. It's
Or read any of the recommended books.
He's putting a hole in my pockets.
The good old days. Yu-Gi-Oh! Your move!
It's time!
All right, so it's probably going to come to a close soon. But first, I'll be right back. Don't leave just yet. If anybody in the chat has any pressing questions that they'd like to ask or comments or any of that stuff, now would be the time to go ahead and spray them into the inbox. I'll be right back.
Yo. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shiva. Yeah. Om Namah Shiva. Yeah. Cooking it, whipping it, whipping it.
MC Maestro says, I summon my blue eyes PAWG.
It's a pod. What is that?
You Google it. You might want to Google it.
My phone gonna get a virus?
Nah, not from Google.
Job UIs. Let's see. I need to go incognito. I share my phone with my family. Okay, yeah. Well, thanks. You just ruined my family. Thank you, everybody.
Was it a good search result?
This is disgusting, chat.
What?
Terrible.
Now I gotta Google it.
Trav, you'd like it. So. My Christian eyes have holes in them now. I hope you're proud, chat.
Well, if you want to clear out those holes, just Google Rule 34. You should be fine.
Look, I don't like these traps you guys are leading me to, okay?
You can type in traps also.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna change my icon on Zoom to a demonetized YouTube channel icon.
Om Namah Shivaya. Would you be interested in this mantra or no? I'll send it to you anyway. That one, then you can decide.
Oh, the one you're playing now?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I just made a mantra playlist. I gotta delete my studies playlist from introduction to the shits.
Shits.
Okay. Like some of these videos.
Did you ever look into Ayurveda about what you mentioned earlier?
Ayurveda for like the thought thingy? What's in the loop?
No.
Or obstacles?
Let's see here. There he is. All right, so someone in the chat asked a question. That was geopathologic. He says, "Can you explain to me?"
It's 11 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Thanks, Mackenzie. What is Mrgashira? Mrgashira is one of the 27 nakshatras. So, is Mrgashira your ascendant, your sun, or your moon? Because that's important to know. Mrgashira is good for being a writer, a poet, an astrologer, a mystic, a researcher, a teacher. I have a son in Mrgashira. Engineer, gemologist, an actor or actress, music, real estate, sales, travel agents. Mrgashira is found in between Taurus and Gemini. So it's kind of a blend between those two energies. But yeah, it depends if you got that in your ascendant, your moon, or your sun. All right. Okay, when you say it's your birth star, I'm not too sure what that means. Birth star. I haven't really seen a birth star in any of the charts. So check your chart and see if it's in your sun, if it's your moon, or your ascendant. If it's your ascendant, if that's what you mean by birth star, then you got people like Pamela Lee Anderson, Drew Barrymore, Orson Welles, Leonard Nimoy, who was Spock in Star Trek, General George Patton. And as an ascendant, it says attractive, seductive nature, mystical seeker of truth, face of a deer, all enthusiastic, talkative, good speech, active mind, mental vacillation, going back and forth, daring, love of travel. Let's see. Oh yeah, I still gotta look up Blue Eyes, PAWG. Shrek Ogerson says, Trav, so with the mantra in my situation, which one would you say is the most helpful? Would you say it's about if I enjoy hearing it and singing it, or is it more important what they actually say? It's not more important what they actually say. Because while there is a literal meaning of the words being said, the usage of mantra is not about the words being said, it's about the vibrations being invoked. So most of these mantras include bij sounds, which are seeds. So it's better to look at a mantra as a starter kit. It's got seeds in it that you plant within your own aura. And as you circulate them, you're creating the energy for those seeds to grow. Even in this Om Namah Shivaya, Om is a seed mantra. Nam, Ah are seeds. Shivaya is a seed. So it's planting Om Namah Shivaya. It's planting 5 different seeds. So that combination right there invokes a particular type of energy. But since you don't know Sanskrit and it's kind of difficult to choose if the literal meaning doesn't mean much, it would be a good indication to follow your intuition, but without attachment, right? If you come to like a mantra and it's really cool, but your instincts are telling you to choose another one and this one isn't the one, then you should be ready to let it go. It's kind of a really fine, intuition is a very fine tool. It's not a blunt tool like I like it or don't like it. Intuition is very fine. So if your intuition is refined, if you have been practicing meditation and non-attachment, if that's a regular thing that you do, then you can trust your intuition pretty confidently. But yeah, just kind of keep your eyes open and be open to what comes to you. If you're seriously practicing these things, if you're really taking this seriously, the right mantra is going to come to you. And until the right one comes, just practice what you got. Just keep going. Don't worry about if it's right or wrong, because all these are going to be right. All, like I said in the last video, which if you haven't watched the last live, go watch it. The first 30 minutes, I already break all this down. But it doesn't matter which one you do, they're all leading to the same place because there's only one place to go. There's only one direction to go. Each one of these mantras are going to take you there the important thing is the whole reason of us learning about Vedic astrology isn't just because it's cool, because you're really trying to identify what specific energies make up your composition. That's what the planetary positions are. They represent parts of your being in certain positions. So the sun in Mrgashira means something differently than your ascendant in Mrgashira or your moon in Mrgashira. These are all ingredients and parts of an equation, and your birth time is an illustration of that specific recipe. So these mantras, what they do is they connect and align you with the pure essence of that recipe. That's gonna bring harmony. That's gonna bring a sync up. It's gonna bring a sync up with the essence of the energy that represents you. Your unique combination. But like I mentioned before, this whole process of evolution is leading to one place, because everything manifests from one center, and that's where we're going back to. Let me know in the chat if that makes sense, Mr. Olgerson. Greetings, Dhammarama.
It's good.
What's up, Amar?
What's up, Knight? How you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm doing good.
That's
I just got a notification that my insiders or the submodalities, insider's guide to submodalities is ready for pickup.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's a nice little one. That's one of the rare ones.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It was in the class files for the NLP.
Yeah.
Yeah. That and then Left of Bang. I got the audiobook for that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in there. I'm in it. Like, yeah.
I think if you look at all these different things, you'll kind of get you'll definitely get a way better picture of where I've been coming from.
I mean, that's what I've been realizing too. I was like, oh shit, it's all right here too. I mean, you've been saying that though, so it's like I'm not really surprised. Yeah.
Everything I've been doing is NLP, but nobody knows because nobody knows NLP. Except for now. Amar knows.
I feel like people don't, I feel like they may like, yeah, they understand what it is, but I feel like they haven't experienced the like the lowercase r reality of it. Like how it's just like we're all like, you don't say that we're only talking to our perspective and interpretation of reality at all times. Like we're not, and that's not just to sound intellectual, like that's what the fuck it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're all talking to our own. What was that you said?
Like we're like, so basically I have a map of the, like my internal map of reality and how that works. And I only interact with that map that's inside my head. I never interact with the outside world. I only interact with the map I create of it.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's like both creepy and liberating at the same time.
Yeah.
It's extreme. It's equally disturbing and enlightening at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Into the Wild. I don't know if any of you guys had that for like required reading in high school, but it's a movie adaptation. Came out like early 2000s, but it's about this boy Christopher McCandless who is just sick of society's fault for keeping us caged in and like this, and he had like a traumatic childhood growing up, so he decides to drop out of college, donate that money to a charity, and go live in the wilds of Alaska. And on the way there, it's like, he's meeting so many people, making so many friends and learning so many lessons, but he's just so determined to get to Alaska just to prove his point that he can get to Alaska and be alone and that everything would be good by then. And then he ends up, spoiler alert if you're going to want to watch it, but he lasts about maybe a week or two, it just dies. And so he was like 20, 22 or 23 in this movie. So yeah.
So
he goes out to the wilderness of Alaska,
Mhm.
and he's trying to survive. And he has like maybe one book on plants, edible plants, and the meat he kills immediately gets maggots in it. He can't save any of it, and he's like looking at how like unromanticized.
So before he was
nature is.
complaining about how society is keeping us trapped, right?
Yeah, he was he had both parents. He went to college. They went to college, and they were just grooming him to go. But he was just like, "Fuck all that! I'm leaving everything behind and going to live in Alaska." But you could see like the underlying theme in the movie of just having to prove that map of yours to yourself, so much so that like he finally gets to Alaska. I think the scene before he goes back out to Alaska, there's this old man he bumps into, and the old man is like telling him about his life. It's just like, biggest lesson about life I've learned is to forgive, because that's when you truly start to live, or that's when God's light shines upon you. And the old man is just like, I lost my family to a drunk driver, put the bottle down ever since after that. Like the dude who Chris was trying to get the old man to like push his boundaries at the same time to like climb the hill. But the old man was so used to just being in his comfortable house, he didn't want to. And there's this scene where they're finally at the top of the mountain together. And he's just like, "You sure you don't want to go back to your family? Like, things could change." And he's just hell-bent on getting to Alaska. And then the old man teaches him leatherworking, and he made a belt with all his adventures so far. And then after he makes that belt, it's like such a heartfelt scene. The scene just instantly changes to him like driving holes through it, counting the notches in his belt because he's like so skinny from starvation. And yeah, it's a good movie. I liked it.
Damn.
I know my exclamation is terrible, but I'm more of a listener.
I get the gist. That's pretty cold. No pun intended.
Oh,
that reminds me. Have you ever seen the movie that George Lucas made before Star Wars? I believe it was called like THX 1138 or something like that. But it's got the same premise, kind of, where they're in this perfect society that's governed. It's pretty much controlled. Everyone's bald and androgynous, and they take pills all the time to keep their emotions down. And everyone's day is completely routine. Like you wake up, you know what you're supposed to do, you go to your job. Everyone's like an automaton. But there's one guy, I think he stops taking his medicine one day.
Oh, that's not Brave New World. That's George Orwell. Never mind.
Same premise though, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Dang, 1971.
I love that movie. Part of that movie is where I got the TK from TK Trap from. But anyways, he he stops taking the pills, and he's trying to wake his woman up. He tries to have sex with her. This is where Demolition Man, I think it was, where Sylvester Stallone and the girl, they have sex through the virtual thing, and he's like, this is bullshit, and then he teaches her how to have sex in person. That's where they got that from. But anyways, everything is so sterile that when you have emotions, they come and pick you up and drug you and everything. But anyways, at the very end of it, spoiler alert, he does escape, and a similar thing happens. He realizes that the outside world, it's actually been years and years after nuclear war. So like they've been in a bunker underground, and the outside is extremely hazardous. Kind of makes me wonder about these people who are always complaining about our current society. But it's like, I don't know, I had this feeling when I woke up one day, like, it's better to be extremely grateful for this. We complain about the white man and all of this shit. If it wasn't for the way that society was developed, we would be, consumed by horrible diseases like third world countries. We wouldn't have, the banking systems and all the conveniences of life. We wouldn't have Amazon Prime, right? We don't know anything about hunting like the dude in your story.
Yeah, the way he died was from a berry. It was like he had the book in his hand. but he was starving so bad, but he had the book as he was going out, and he was so sure he grabbed the right one, and then he was just like shitting his guts out.
Oh no.
Middle of nature all alone. Like, he ate the wrong one. That's all it took. It was a fucking berry. I was like, damn.
Oh, the bear.
A berry, not a bear.
Berry. Oh
Yeah.
shit. You ate the wrong berry.
Yeah.
Look at the symbology in that. He's been so domesticated that when let out into the wild, nature showed him what reality was.
Yeah, he read a lot of Thoreau, was it Jack London? Who is it? Yeah, London, Thoreau. He had all those books out with him.
Oh, knocked it out wild.
Yeah, he was just
That's
reading them
good.
in the wild,
Good
and he only had one book on survival. So he was just really obsessed with the philosophical parts of it.
Ryan Melgren said he read the wrong page of plants. Oh, that's tragic. Jeez Louise.
It is, man. And it's always those tragic movies that like end up being my favorite because it just be like, yo, you ain't have to like bawl my heart out and put it in a trash can right there. Like, but those are the ones that like are my favorite because it's just like not predictable. And it's like, damn, like it gives you that other layer of how to look at something.
Romanticizing something to the point where you lose touch with the, yeah, that's how we got here. We were talking about the map of reality.
Yeah.
Romanticizing your map to the point that you completely ignore what's actually going on.
Yeah.
In NLP, they say the map is not the territory. That's what it means. We have a map. You can look at the GPS, you got a paper map in front of you, but that's not the same thing as the actual landscape.
And even with the national maps and the world maps, they have different projections of it. Like I know they kept changing the standards of what's the one we have? The Meridian? What's the
Mercator.
one? Mercator, yeah. That one. And even now they're saying that's not going to be completely accurate. And it's so hard to put a map, try to make a map. Like I think even on the globe, a lot of things aren't to scale. So
You're telling me, after all these hundreds of years of people stomping around, sailing and conquering and getting, yeah, all these other things, we don't have an accurate projection of how our planet looks. But we're out here talking about other planets.
We don't even know what our oceans look like.
We don't even know what the ocean looks like. But we talking about, we got a clear picture of the dark side of the moon.
Check.
Gotta love the ego of this species.
And if you do ask someone where they are and they get kind of intellectual about it, they just start naming places that are just words. There's no meaning. Earth is in the galaxy in the Milky Way. Like you don't know any of that shit about like where the fuck Earth is because you just repeating words that you fucking heard.
Yeah, I was talking to my boyfriend yesterday. I was just like, yo, Neil deGrasse Tyson would be like a terrible friend to have. Like, I just would want to punch Neil deGrasse Tyson in the face.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure he's a good person, but like his TV persona, I'm just like, man, just shut up, please.
Yeah, the intellectualism, it's not the same thing as understanding something. Sometimes it's far from it. Beautiful, beautiful. Everyone presents you with such a clear picture of their mind, of their map, if you know how to listen for it.
Yeah.
The map versus the territory. So really the study of NLP is how to recognize your internal map and the maps of other people that you're communicating with. It makes it easier to transmit and receive ideas. Sometimes when talking to people, they don't even know how their own mind works. So there are ways to have conversations with folks that can lead them and navigate them through their own mind. That's one of my favorite things about NLP. You can ask the right questions that help a person navigate their own mind. That's beautiful right there. To help someone else figure their own shit out. But you can't do that if you're stuck in your own map.
You're like something that I learned about myself was from like this book right here, the other one you recommended, and he was talking about how like he was talking to his friend, and his friend was like an NL, like he's been studying NLP for like 30 years too, but he was basically like stuck in his own head in this situation. I'm trying to find the specific page. Oh, right here. So basically, he said that Tom has a leaning toward what in NLP we call counter-exampling, which means that if you give him an absolute statement, he feels almost obliged to point out an exception or two or more.
Yeah.
So like he asked his friends, he was like, well, Tom, it's too bad you can't do anything about that. And since he said you can't do anything about that, the way Tom's mind works is by counter-exampling. So his mind automatically comes up with things to do to that.
Yes.
Even though like, he wasn't doing that shit before. And I do that shit. Like if someone says I can't do it, my mind will think of reasons to do it just because someone said an absolute statement like that.
Powerful. Yeah. That's happened in this chat before.
Yeah, I remember something when I had a boyfriend a long time ago. I was 20, I think 22, 23 or something like that. And this guy told me that I was never going to be able to graduate and get a master's degree. Why would you say that to me?
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna show him my degree and shove it in his ass. That would be the answer of that. I'm bad unspoken, sorry.
Legend had that his ass never recovered.
Nice. Yeah. One of those many things that the human mind has a hard time resisting.
Oh yeah, I do that. I've noticed I do that a lot. It's like almost instinctual, where it's just like I call it the little sister complex in my mind, to where it's just like trying to like beg my parents and find other routes to like manipulate my way into my sister's life. She was like 4 years older than me, and like when she was a teenager, I was so engrossed with what they were doing, and I used to like kick and scream and cry to like go with her to the movies. It'd just be annoying.
Yeah, I mean, my brother's 4 years older than me too, but I had to do the same thing. Like when he would go out with his friends, then like they'd be bringing me around, and I'm like 4 years younger than them.
Nobody wants to talk to me. Just like, look, nobody's talking to me. They don't want you here.
Little sister with you.
And then like to get back at my older sister, you know, I just do that crude thing of just like, yeah, too bad you're not this. You know, knowing she had lower self-esteem, and she's like, yeah, well, too bad you're not beautiful or some shit like that. And it's just like yeah. Definitely feels like it's that. It's got that same energy of just a younger sibling trying to like step into bigger shoes, but they don't have their own pair of shoes yet. So,
sister, you gotta know thyself. Know thyself, beloved.
And also another thing that's happened since I got more into it was like the glamour of girls got reduced. Like basically like there's this trainer at the gym. She's like hella bomb, but like the glamour is gone because like I'm thinking in terms of like structurized systems. So I don't feel the effect I had before, where it's like I'm in like a state of like awe, like, oh, she's so hot, but
yeah,
of the beauty, but it's like I don't know. It's like that's how I can explain it. It's like it's not glamorized anymore. It's like I know that even like you could be fucking a supermodel, but you still operate with VOKOG and all this type of shit.
despite the titles and the outside appearance, all human beings operate on those same default structures. Unless you've done a shit ton of work, which most likely you haven't, you got the same buttons to press.
Yeah.
Which is again equally disturbing and enlightening. So grateful for this type of information as well.
Oh, most definitely.
It's gonna help me get over the whole fear of talking to females that are out of my league, man. You know, that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean that was one of my fucking goals with this shit too. So I have to be honest with myself.
People have as much power as you give them.
That's true.
And as Mr. Snyder teaches us in various ways, there's always a way in the door. There's the open, obvious door that everyone tries, and there's an answer for that door. You know, I already know you're gonna come in the inbox with the bullshit. I have an answer for you. But then there's other doors that you have a real opportunity to make a great impression.
Yeah, basically, one of the things I think is like if you say something to them that's never been said, but that also gets their attention because like they don't have it. Like you were talking, they don't have an answer to that because no one said it. So they have to like think. It's like a pattern interrupt in a way.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, one of those things that no human can resist.
Yeah. I'm about to go to like. I mean, it's about to work tomorrow when I go to the gym. I already like. I've been priming, baby, for the past couple of days.
You know, and if you're clever, here's the wonderful thing. If you learn this person, because there's an equal aspect of listening and observing too. If you learn this person, you can consistently deliver pattern interrupts that will constantly keep you in front of mind. You know what I'm saying? Constantly keep you separate from the rest because no one else makes me feel this way. Is this dangerous information? Is this manipulation?
I mean, that's kind of what I use basically, because they shut down for like 4 months or like 5 months, but the day before they shut down, I was talking to her about her sun sign. She's like a Leo, and it shut down for like 4 or 5 months, and when it opened back up, she came up to me and talked about the zodiac sign. She's like, "Oh, I've been looking into my zodiac for this long." Like, I didn't even go up to her. And like, that's when I kind of knew. I was like, oh, this is like.
Dang. So studying NLP and then going back to the game videos and the dating videos, now with me personally, I was able to see deeper at what they were really teaching from, you know, because from an outside perspective in, you think, oh man, these guys know the secrets to women. But once you learn NLP, you realize this stuff doesn't just work on women. This is like human nature, but it's flavored up a certain way to make a desperate, lonely male want to spend that money.
My cousin introduced me to this guy on YouTube. His name is I was watching some of his videos. Kevin Samuels. And he had a whole show on just dragging women's preferences. And it's like a lot of points are helpful. At the same time, I can also see how he structures his show to fit his narrative. And it's just like, I keep imagining myself like, okay, what I would say if I had a disagreement point. And I was going on that show, but I could see how he directs them into the holes, you know, he'll just be like, can this do this? Yes or no? Like make a yes or no question. And then from that, you know, make a concrete statement based on like who the person is. And I'm just like, wow. It's interesting listening to it though. Or then just like listening to too much of it is like, okay, not all men think like this. So it's like easy to get sucked into that whole paradigm.
It is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to watch.
Oh yeah.
The empathy makes me cringe at the embarrassment or the shock that some of these women feel.
Yeah. Oh man.
But when you put yourself in, self-imposed delusion, it's kind of a good thing to have that shattered every now and then. They call that a reality check.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like this one woman, she had like 3 kids. She was like 35. She made like 80,000, and she was looking for a black man that made that much money or more, who had kids of his own or loved kids. And he was like, "All right, let's do some basic math here. How many black men do you know have a job that makes what you are asking?" And she's like, "I don't know, 20%?" He's like, try 5. So out of that 5%, you want them to be this, this, that, the other. And I'm just like, dang.
I mean, it's not like you telling a lie.
Right? I'm just like, oh, yeah, it's a point there.
Right. And see how we have those two different scenarios? We got that one personal map. Oh, I want a man that's a millionaire, and he's got this, this, and this, and this. And I'm gonna get it. All right, that's your reality. But then there's the outside reality, which is a person with those kind of stats, they probably have preferences of their own.
And
Matter of fact, they probably have more choices.
Exactly. It's like, why would he want to go for a used Jeep Cherokee from 1995 when he can have a Lamborghini? It's like they both still run. I'm sure they have probably the same mileage, but one's just better and more economic. It's like, damn.
And better as in better for what he's trying to do.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not so much value on people, because you can't really put a value on people, but when it comes to personal intentions and goals and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's just softening the blow. People are gonna feel bad if they feel bad.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of these women pull the card of well, I'm only like this because my grandmother, my mother was like this, and I've seen it. And he was just like, okay, so if you see it and you know they're like this, then how come you want the same thing? Like, did it work out for them?
Yikes.
Why did it work out for them? And it's like, were they married? They're like, yes. It's like, okay, a lot of modern women don't want marriage, and that's a problem too. It's like, you want to be free your whole life, and you don't follow these basic principles. That's why shit's not working. I'm like, ooh, it's just changing my viewpoints on some things. But again,
yeah. A lot of us have a faulty education on life given to us by people who also had a faulty education on life. So can't really blame anybody, but at the same time, if you have the opportunity to learn better, that's going to be better for you than making an excuse,
Yeah.
Well, my parents, I grew up in this kind of condition. All right, but by you even saying that means that you know better to some degree. Beautiful. Oh, nice.
Mama Shivaya.
Oh, Mama Shivaya.
Mama Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya.
This current generation is so easy to manipulate. It is astounding. It is mind-boggling how little control this generation has over their choices. or how little conscious control we have, how small the awareness of control of our lives we have.
And or just like the not being able to slow down the mind, and the mind just like, that's what I see with my coworkers at Planet Fitness. It's like their minds are just going and they're just taking along for a ride. It's like, damn, like I literally think of like a bull, but like the rider just fell off and the bull is just like going wild. It's like, yo, because that's what they sound like when they're talking. It's just like scattered. It's like, oh shit.
One subject to the next, to the next, to the next. And like, you ever notice when you talk, you know they didn't sit there and hear what you said
at all.
I have like maybe one or two customers that are like that come into the store who actually listen, and I enjoy talking with them. But everybody else, this is one guy who comes to me to talk to me about Attack on Titan, and he won't even let me finish my sentence before he starts talking. Like, he was like, "You see the recent episode?" I was like, "Yeah, I saw it." He was like, "Okay, what happened?" And I was like, "Okay, this happened." And she was like, "You're on the wrong one. You gotta watch this." I'm like, "I'm definitely caught up." He's like, "No, you're not. That definitely happened." I'm like, "Listen, at the end of the episode, this person was at this place." He's like, no, you got to go back. It's like his mind's already set on that answer. And then he comes back to me just like, "Oh, you were right. I was the one that was behind." I was just like, yeah, should have listened to me. God. But yeah, I notice it a lot that people like to be listened to instead of listening. And I don't even get mad anymore. I just be like, "Oh, okay, that's one of them. Just gotta just go slow with that."
You heard the phrase they say, a person who just likes the sound of their own voice.
Yeah.
I do have one person that I in my circle who's like that. For me, those type of people, they're an opportunity. Whenever I see someone who's difficult, it's an opportunity for me to learn how to get around that barrier. So I enjoy having people like that. It's an opportunity for me to learn new techniques and to test new techniques. One dude who's like, he already knows that I'm smart and he feels insecure about that. So he's constantly trying to prove me wrong any chance he gets, or if I say something that to him might seem like a slip or whatever, he'll jump on it so fast, right? So instead of avoiding this dude or cutting him off, I analyze, and I try to test different things and see what works. I also don't talk as much because I know that for him, this is him trying to prove himself to me. And I give him validation also so he can kind of calm that shit down.
So what kind of skills do you use for that? Because I have two of those in my house.
Oh boy. Two of them.
The turns.
One is bad enough, but two?
Two. My mother is one. If I tell her black, she would tell me it's white. And if I tell her white, she would tell me it's white, just to contradict everything. Everything.
Funny.
Everything. That's why we are having a very tough communication between me and her. And then the other one, it's one of my brothers. He is actually, funny thing enough, is he's a guidance counselor, and he sucks to guide counsel his own family. So I really don't bother anymore with him. I give up. I'm like, I don't care anymore what the fuck he's saying or what the fuck she's saying anymore. I'm like, fuck it. But sometimes it gets very irritated, like sometimes it's like, okay, like sometimes I can telling my mother, please stop talking about the end of the world with the COVID-19. And the more I tell her, please stop, the more she talks and repeats and the end of the world in Armageddon with this stupid news. So it's just like, oh my God. And sometimes I'm like, just listen to her. She's not, maybe it could be her emotions, expressions or something. And she spent a lot of time in the house. I'm like, how the fuck I can shut up this thing, like how can I just like ignore these things? But it's very hard. And my brother told me, actually, my guidance counselor brother told me, oh, I have a book that can help you out. And I'm like, really, bro? I'm like, he's like, listen, he's like, I'm working on it. I myself try to work on this shit too. He's like, I'm trying. And I'm like, uh-huh. So it's kind of like very, very hard, to be honest with you, when you live with an elderly person, and then you have somebody else who trying to say like he's the smartest of all of us. There's four of us actually, two brothers and two sisters. And my sister, my actually little sister, she wanted to become a chef. And then my brother was like, well, you shouldn't become a chef. That's not a real profession. That's just, that's just like whatever. And then he undermined her in a way, the fact that she wanted to become a chef. Now she's 36 and she regretted it not going to school for becoming a chef, but she blames my brother. And then when I was trying to become acupuncturist, he was like, you should not become an acupuncturist. You actually should become one of those, what do you call those sonograph technicians. I'm like, do I fucking look like I'm gonna be telling a pregnant woman, oh, oh my God, congratulations, you're pregnant, it's so beautiful. Does it fucking look like I'm the type of person, brother? I'm like, that's it. Fucking shut the F up. I'm like, I don't fucking tell me shit. So the more he tell me that I was should not be acupuncturist, you guys were talking about, the more I became acupuncturist. So
Yep.
now he's like, he used to tell me, oh, the fucking acupuncture shit doesn't work. I mean, I have so much pain. Well, then go to a fucking surgeon and get fixed and put some fucking needles in your ass with the surgeon. He went to the fucking surgeon. The fucking surgery didn't work. Now he's still in the fucking pain. So now he's saying, "Oh, the fucking acupuncture doesn't work." I don't give a fuck anymore. What you thinking? I'm like, I don't give a fuck anymore. So,
What did
uh,
he? What did he want to be?
I what did he want to be?
Yeah, like is he not what he wanted to be?
No, he wanted to be a psychologist. That's why he studied social worker originally, which is related with psychology, and then he ended up doing high school guidance counselor, which is also form of kind of like a form of psychology in a way, but
Yeah.
so he wanted to be a doctor on that one. He wanted to be like a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
Mm.
Me and him, we are in the same boat. I wanted to become an MD. I'm a pre-med, but didn't have all the money, right? So whatever the factors might be, for him, he was in the same boat. He did not have all the funds to be able to finish the program that he was
Oh,
at.
I see.
So yeah. But my sister did not have to pay for the bill. You know what I mean? Like my sister, she should have become a chef, and to today I don't push my sister, but I always tell her, you shouldn't have any excuse for you not to accomplish what you want to accomplish. That's just matter of fact. You're an older woman now, so you make your decisions on your own. So it's never too late to go back to school, ever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Praise God. Main thing is to recognize what's going on. If something is difficult, that means that, at least in my head, when something is difficult, I feel that I look for where I am, mm, where I can be in a more optimal position, right? I think of life as a flow of water. And if something is difficult, maybe I'm not standing in flow, right? Maybe there's a way that I can adjust myself so things can flow better. So if I'm having friction with a person like that, the first thing I've got to recognize is what's my position, right? And I analyze, okay, if I'm straight, what about this person, right? If I've done everything I could about me, let's look at this person. And one thing that we know that's very fundamental is everyone wants to feel appreciated, listened to, understood. And it seems that people like that, they really don't feel appreciated, understood, listened to, and that kind of thing. So when I mentioned about the what's the word, validation, it isn't even so much done as like a arbitrary manipulation. It's really an antidote serum for what this person's poison is. They, like what Shango was saying earlier, when someone's an asshole, they're not just an asshole to you, they're an asshole to themselves too. So to kind of give this person what they want in terms of validation, that's their way of seeking it from you by constantly contradicting you, constantly looking for you to be wrong, et cetera, et cetera. They want to be seen as somebody who is an authority. So the first way to pacify that is to identify that and give it to them in regularly meted doses. Now that doesn't mean, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Continue your thought.
That doesn't mean you're submitting to them and, oh, okay, you're right, whatever. It's understanding how to deal with this person, because eventually that's going to calm down. Once you give them enough of the antidote, that wild shit's going to start to dissipate.
They see that in animal studies too. I remember doing a paper. I forgot what study it was, but they found that rats had better societies when they were allowed for roughhousing, or when like the adults would submit when roughhousing with their young. If like the older males were like constantly aggressive and didn't back off, you would see their populations be more violent and gruesome and like more eating of the young and stuff. But it was more nurture when the adults would submit, or the other party would submit in those times when they knew they could win.
Don't we see this prevalent in even our society? In these cultures that are very aggressive, everyone wants to be the top dog, the kingpin on the block, right? It's a very hostile situation because everybody's got something to prove. Nobody is being satiated with what they really want, which is to be accepted, understood, listened to, appreciated. Then people out there on the streets and the blocks doing the gangster shit, they don't feel loved.
Like, I was thinking about how a lot of the war propaganda early on in like the 40s and stuff used superheroes. And I'm like, that same thing's being done now with superheroes. Because I saw like a screenshot of like old Captain America, and I'm like, that nigga looked just like Biden. Like, I'm like, is it Biden or old Captain America? Like, what were they priming us for? It's like, what?
Yikes.
But yeah, in those superhero movies, it's like they never say anything about the damages done to the innocent bystanders or the fucking.
The hero kills
images.
just as much, if not more, than the villain. But how much of the like extra damage they do to the buildings, all that shit.
For no reason. It's like, man, you could have plucked that nigga in the forehead. He would have been dead.
Isn't there like a whole series about that?
Yeah, it's The Boys on Amazon Prime.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Oh no, I was just talking about how like in just regular movies, regular superhero movies, it's just like how that was used to have that kind of group programming. Where it's just like, okay, Team America, we got heroes, we're the heroes, but nobody's ever on the side of, okay, started from the bottom, now I'm here. Like Batman has money, Iron Man had his dad's money. Some people get bit by spiders. Nobody has to put in the work and actually sit there. I'm have all
Now,
these
them Eastern heroes, they did put in the work. They trained for years, right? MC Maestro says, a cinema company actually counted, and heroes are more violent than villains in movies. Sounds like the Bible, too. Human nature. When we do something right, this is NLP too. When something goes right for us, yeah, I did it. I take the credit. When something goes wrong, it was something else's fault. It's because of something else that failure happened. But when something goes right, It was my skill. It was my prowess, my experience.
Yeah, one of the presuppositions that I had to like take time to like integrate is the one where where is it? The one where basically it's like, oh, there's a positive intention motivating every behavior and a context in which every behavior has a value.
Yeah.
So it's like that applies to me. I'm like, oh yeah, hell yeah, like correct. But then it's like with shit my dad does to me, like I have to have that same presupposition.
Yeah.
So then that's when it was like, what the fuck? Like,
that's some.
But when I thought about it, like it made sense if I was to take my bias away and just think of it from his thinking.
Right. Hell yeah.
To him, he's doing the right thing.
It takes mental strength to come to that and accept that, because we're pre-programmed to see the bad guy. That's why I keep saying there's no enemies. There really ain't. Yeah. Each one of these people out here doing their thing, you think it's, oh, they're planning to kill us all with their vaccines. Even they have good intentions for themselves and the people that they care about. Yeah. What they think they're doing is right, if they're even doing what the fuck y'all think they're doing or say that they're doing. Bill Gates has got a big ass garden. I'm sure he's doing the right thing. He believes he's doing the right thing. Nobody's sitting up in the dark castle like, yes, we are evil, doing evil things. Nobody thinks like that. Hitler don't even think like that. Nobody thinks like that. That's not how it works. Even these gangsters and mafia people and anybody who causes a lot of damage, they believe they're doing the right thing. Oh, my bad. There's no such thing as right or wrong. Who is Gigi Gorgeous? Great, now I have to look it up. I like these presuppositions. It's basically a framework of assumptions of what most people think.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a presupposition.
It's like 99, because like the only people that wouldn't fall into these categories are like basically yogis or like trained soldiers and like Navy SEALs, maybe, you know what I mean? Like other than those types of people, like everyone else falls under it.
That's what I mean. Like there's buttons and triggers that no human can resist unless you have done some intense self-work. And more than likely not, so more than likely you've not. Like I said, unless it's a yogi, some kind of sadhaka that's in some serious practices, or some trained military person who is about business and Master Chief, basically, from Halo.
Yeah.
I need a weapon.
Yeah, right here. The first proposed that reality is now out there, whether we are observing it or not. And then the second proposes we create or project reality based on our needs, desires, and expectations. That's what I feel like that's like my favorite part of NLP. How it's just like, even when you are under the perception, like when you're having sex with somebody and it's like super intimate and all that shit, it's like you didn't even have sex with anybody. Like this shit was all in your head.
Yep. Not to mention, to you it might be super sensual and erotic and everything's perfect. That's not going on in their head too.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man.
Even likewise, sometimes people meet you and something else is going on in their heads and you have no idea. Oh, we just had an amazing night, huh? We just ate spaghetti.
Yeah, man, I just that related to a video I just seen about like some dude, he proposed in public and his girlfriend did not want to marry him.
Oh no. Oh
man, it was kind of like, it was sad, but then it got cringe too, like, because he started crying and all this, like, oh man. Like, basically, an older woman had to be like, yo, come on, just stand up, like, get off the floor.
Yikes. Yeah. He's on the floor. What? How?
He proposed and he just in like agony. Like, come on.
No. In front of everybody.
I hope they took separate cars there.
Yeah, I'll send you the video on Instagram. I was like, damn.
Boy, when you're ignorant of how things work, you set yourself up for some terrible situations.
I was like, damn.
Whew. How can you not like that? If you're paying attention, there should be no confusion about that kind of thing. You
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Whew. Got this man on the floor crying. Shame so thick you can feel it.
My thing is that when he like, someone else had to come and like, oh, just get up, like, stop. I was like, damn.
Low key, I think seriously practicing NLP helps to develop your psychic abilities as well, because you have to get into another person's head, as best as you can.
Yeah. I think even the echoing, like, that helps with the psychic abilities too, because like the whole, if you just repeat what they say, like on the NLP level, it's like their nervous system is like acknowledging that you heard them. Mm-hmm. But like on a subtler level, it's like you're going into their head more, like getting like bypassing like security systems and like checkpoints within their mind.
Right. Basically. That mirroring is yet another thing that no human can deny. Even if you studied this shit, that shit works on me too. I see it when it happens, but it softens the blow, Yeah. Are you enjoying that book, the black one?
Yeah. I mean, this with the other one, like, I feel like I'm gonna just use the black one now, though, or not just, but like focus on it, because I'm on page 40 something on this one.
Did you get to the part where it shows the diagram of like the stream between the sender and the receiver, and like the cloudiness, the particles in between it?
No. Oh, was it this one?
Yeah.
I'm like 15 pages away from it. Okay. Like 20. I'll get to that tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
But I thought, oh, you go.
I was just gonna say that one, it broke things down really clear. I really enjoy that one.
Okay. I'm gonna read that tonight. Yeah, I'm only like 20 pages away. I thought I had on the freeway when I was driving, because that our freeway had like at least 5 lanes, but maybe it had 6. But I was on like the 4th one, and basically I saw all the lanes as the different channels. It's like the VAKOG.
Yeah.
And then I was driving like, all right, that's cool. But then I realized that's like, if I just took all the lines away, there would be no, like, it's like, at first there were no lines. And then as I got like stimuluses from external stimuli as a baby or whatever, then like those lines developed into specific routes that took me places. So, and then I started to like think about if like they were to like swerve into each other. So it's like how you said something earlier about like seeing a feeling or something. I forgot what specific example you said. You said seeing a noise or seeing something earlier today.
Bathing in sound?
Yeah, bathing in sound. There we go.
Yeah. Bathing a person in sound, yeah.
So, oh yeah, it wasn't even seen. Yeah, that's I've narrowed it down to, I think either visualization is one of my primaries, or it's a lead that I have.
Yeah. It's cool because we've got this 5-lane highway, and just an example of how the black book is structured versus the white book. The black book tells you about the 5 lanes. And of course, when you get to the white book, those lanes disappear, and now you're able to flow in that frequency band. And I like to think of the human architect like that too.
It's 12 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. The human, we're like that. We've got these 5 channels that are split, but if you really look at it, the splits are arbitrary. You can use smell and touch together. You can use sight, and this is what we've been doing with rituals. Incense, the sigil, the mantra. You know what I'm saying?
Using all of this, yeah.
And they blend together. And what we're learning here with like Bij mantras and seed stuff like that is the reason that stuff works is because let's look at it retroactively. There's actually a source energy that splits into 5 lanes. So what we're trying to do is reverse that process and merge those 5 lanes back into one. Hence that image of a prism where that light hits it and it splits into the colors.
Yeah.
If you can master doing that with yourself, you'll find a lot of the NLP books covers have that image on it or some variation. Even the one you held up earlier, the purple one.
Oh, yeah.
And the one that I have, Trance Work, it's got a picture of a crystal clear brain with light coming through it, separating into 5 colors. I think that's a subtle symbology there.
Yeah, that has, yeah. Sure. Yeah,
Winter.
This is exciting stuff.
Miss Brown.
You.
The day that you start to learn NLP and you start doing these affirmation videos and ASMR videos, it's gonna be a game changer. Bathing the listener in sound with the right direction.
I definitely have to look into it more. I know I said that before, I haven't been. But
when your karma dictates that you deserve to do it.
Oh man, okay guys. I'll agree for now. Whoever takes me. Have you guys looked into a Chinese zodiac? Does that hold any weight, or is it like not really a system?
I definitely think it is a system. I just haven't studied it.
Yeah.
Not much. I think I'm a wood pig in their zodiac.
Huh. Yeah, just doing some light research on Chinese zodiac, and I've known that I was like a rat ever since like first grade. I was a rat. And this picture of Ganesh I just put on my background, I just noticed there's a rat at the bottom of his feet.
Yeah, because that's his like mount.
Mm-hmm.
Like his mount, like that's the like all the like most of the deities have like an animal they ride around on, and his is the rat.
Interesting. Why is that? Do you know the mythology behind it?
I forget the symbolism, to be honest.
I know I read it somewhere in one of these books, but I can't recall it at the time.
I know. I remember hearing about like horses and elephants being afraid of like rats or snakes. I don't know if that's been dispelled.
What was that?
Like rats and snakes being afraid of elephants, or elephants being afraid of like rats and snakes. Same thing with horses being afraid of rats and snakes.
Horses too?
Yeah. I think that's what I grew up believing. So let me just believe this.
Imagine something as massive as an elephant being afraid of a snake. That's kind of like something as big as a human being afraid of a spider. Oh,
Yeah, they do startle horses, mice, rats.
oh, mama, she fly. Oh, you sent it in the Instagram. Okay.
We're talking about me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh, that one. Yeah, yeah.
Oh. The fallen man who worshipped at the altar of the divine feminine. Oh no. Oh no. And she mad because she gotta embarrass him. She's put in a tough position.
But when she starts crying, that's the when he starts crying, that's the
I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, isn't there like a word for trying to prove your love to someone in public in front of many faces? A word to describe it? Or not a word, but a pattern of behavior to make people want to propose to someone else
Yeah.
that everybody can see.
Oh, he's getting hysterical. Well, anything that's done in such a way that you want everybody to notice, that's a sign of insecurity, right? Oh, he going through it. That's
yeah, that's what
oh
that
no.
is, yeah, that's what I was like, oh, that's like
Oh no. I can't imagine something that'll make me want to break down like that. You got to be attached. Holy cow. He was bawling like a baby.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Damn.
I'm sorry, my man. Karma.
It,
Uh-uh.
if you're gonna do something like that, you better be fucking sure. Like, what? Like,
Right. You wasn't sure before you had all them people surround you like that? And it wasn't just a no. She up here like, hell no.
yeah.
You didn't pick up on them signs earlier, man. Yeah. It's a hard
Or
knock life.
maybe he did, and then like his way of like basically securing that was like, yo, I have to give her a ring.
Gotcha. Tough, man.
Damn.
Tough.
Yeah.
Hopefully that will be a valuable lesson and he doesn't repeat this shit. But you know, karma. It was meant to happen. Om Namah Shivaya. Did you have a chance to flip through the Michael Hall book?
Nah.
I mean, I know you just got it. No, I'm just asking.
No, I haven't.
That one was actually a hard one for me to get. At one point, the seller like sold it already and like tried to refund me, and I'm like, no, I want it. So I had to
Yeah.
wait extra long for that one. Then there was another one, same shit happened where they sold it. So I figured like, the universe must not want me to have this one. But he did another one that's very similar. And after I tried to buy it, the price jumped up like $30.
Jeez.
Maybe I'll get it later, but
So he has like a second edition of the source book?
he's got a different one that goes a little bit deeper. And the reason I wanted it is because that one right there was telling me that he wrote, if you read through it, he refers to another book that he already wrote that has a little bit more something else in it. I'll have to look it up. It's been a while.
Yeah.
That man had Travis
Yeah.
Scott.
Oh yeah. I'm looking through it now. It's like, damn, it's like I'm gonna have to just read each book by cross referencing the concept that I'm learning about.
That's how I do it. My attention is brought to a book that this author says, hey, for more info on this particular thing, check this out. Library will grow pretty quickly. And this is how you get to that secret, that hidden stuff. I have a feeling
that's been on my mind, but I still couldn't find that one. Fuck.
The thing that I was telling you about.
Huh?
Did you ever find the thing that the person that I mentioned?
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought it was Milton. But I'm still on the lookout.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
And when you do find it, his books are a different experience. Have you ever watched a Richard Bandler video?
Yeah.
Do you ever find yourself falling under the hypnosis?
Oh yeah, I fell asleep so many times when I was
watching.
Or I would be driving. I'll be like, oh, I didn't even hear that, and I rewind it, and then I did that like 6 times, 7. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
So that level of mastery right there. Imagine that shit in book form.
Wait, are you talking about? Do I already have a book by him?
No, you don't. But I'm saying when you do find this person, I've never been hypnotized by a book before. This guy created that stuff. You'll find it though.
Yeah. Because you said it was under a different title. Like it's not NLP.
Right.
So
all these dudes here are gonna mention his name. You're gonna see one name stand out in all these books. You'll see.
Okay, bet.
That's how I found it, because reading through all these books, they kept mentioning this guy. I'm like, who the hell is this dude? He's got nothing to do with NLP. He only wrote one book, but there's many books about him. I don't think I'll ever mention his name on my YouTube stream because that's some potent shit. That's some dangerous shit right there. This man,
we are already. That's like you're in a room, like an armory room.
Yeah.
Already, and you're like, oh no, that shit's dangerous, and you're already in like tanks and all that shit. Like,
yeah.
Oh shit.
This man has cured incurable mental diseases. Not after no 60 sessions. 1 session, 2 sessions.
1 session.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why the fuck out. Like, yeah, I need to find
That's
out.
what I've been studying as far as I stopped reading Bandler after I found this dude.
Wow.
It didn't change. And just seeing this stuff, you really see the perversion of the psychiatry industry and all that stuff. When you have a science that has already been out for a long ass time, showing you that you can help people quickly by getting right to the source of their problem, having them go through it, sometimes without their awareness, and them healing themselves and then walking away fixed. If that's been around, why we got all these damn drugs, 100 fucking sessions with
I mean,
psychiatry?
that's the problem, actually, because if someone's fixed, then they don't come back.
Yeah.
And that's the problem to some other people.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
which is why like all this stuff falls under like pseudoscience. Like people would call it a pseudoscience and all that type of shit.
Mm-hmm. Because it's effective.
Yeah.
If I found this dude, I know people like Snyder and all of them found his stuff, and they don't mention his name either. But if a lot
Snyder barely mentions like metaphysics, and like he'll mention like the emerald tablets, or like he'll say like hermetists and shit like that, but he won't go in on them. Like he won't go in on a topic about the like metaphysics or something, even though he is in a different way. But
yeah, I wish I knew why it seems that all of these teachers and speakers do that, like some kind of unspoken code. I mean, maybe it's keeping it esoteric, or maybe they realize that that type of information wouldn't be useful to, let out like that.
I mean, after I studied this more, like maybe like another year or something, because Snyder's in SD and SD is only like an hour and a half away from me. So I'm gonna like basically when coronavirus opens back up and he does those like instead of Zoom, he has it at a place. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I mean that's gonna be a game changer.
Hell yeah!
Actually, just like learning from him directly, like.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna have to attend some of those meetings as well.
Oh hell yeah!
Damn. And it's funny because you'll see these Richard Bandler videos also, and I've seen it. I've heard him kind of joke about it also in Snyder's videos, where it'll be like a 3-day weekend or like a week retreat or something, and it's like he'll give them assignments and they'll come back and like half the class didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? They just went back to the hotel room and partied or whatever.
Yeah. No, I'm doing that shit.
Right.
Yeah. But oh yeah, he was in the classes. He was talking about like the recordings. He was talking about how Bandler, like he basically like through NLP it unlocked parts of his brains that like he'll be able to hear someone's question in an audience full of people, like 300 people, someone in like the 4th, 5th row, like whispering a question. He'll be able to hear that and like answer it. Like Snyder was like, "Oh, Bandler scares me." I'm like, "What the fuck? If Bandler scares you, what the fuck is happening?"
Ooh.
And then you're talking about this guy, the other guy that basically birthed Bandler.
Man, this dude is doing some amazing shit, like making people just forget stuff that they should know. Oh my God, putting people under trance with eyes wide open. They just listening to this man. Whew. Powerful. Soon.
That's the type of shit.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Learn the yoga stuff, my friends. Learn the yoga. Study it, practice it, purify the self so that when you do get into the NLP stuff, You don't use it to harm yourself.
I know Django was talking about like the sensitivity earlier, and for me, it's like I can't just right before I was like doing visualizations of like, oh, just like not like willy-nilly visualizations, but like I just, oh, I'm gonna visualize this and visualize that. And now it's like, yo, I gotta chill on that because like they start like manifesting quick.
Yeah.
Or like if I entertain a thought for too long, it'll like show up. I'm like, oh, all right, I gotta chill.
Mind control, right? Control of one's own mind.
Yeah. I basically I understand the dark side. As to before, I was like there's no dark side to having all this shit. Like, how could there be a dark side? And I'm like, oh, I see.
When you stop and look around and realize that everything around you, you manifested through your thought process. This microphone, this ring light, this backdrop, these two computers were all thoughts in I had a sigil card written out with Mackenzie on it, and I wrote my request and I drew a sigil and I placed it right here in this empty space on my desk. And every time I looked at it, I charged it. Now I look at an actual computer that the sigil was for. Everything in your present zone comes from visualizations you had. And to say that shit is intense.
The good and the bad too. That's because people like you said, people will accept the bad or the good. Like, oh yeah, I manifested that shit. But how about all that bullshit that you talk about? Like, you manifested that too.
No, the bullshit was because I got Purva Bhadrapada in the 12th house. It's because I got Ravati in the 6th house. That's because my
moon's debilitated.
My moon's debilitated. That's why.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's because I got a generational curse. I got soul ties that need to be cut.
By someone else, too.
Yeah, by someone else. That used to be an admin in Trav's Facebook group, but now took the data that he gave her.
Yo, shit.
That Moolah shit was real, man. People be taking my shit with no credit.
Yo, I didn't know she was talking about Moolah. That's interesting.
It's kind of comforting, you know. Oh, there's a reason why people keep stealing my good ideas. Because I'm the flower. They're meant to be spread. They're not even mine. I'm a channel. That's what I'm supposed to do.
I can't unhear, oh mama, she fired. Like ever since you said that with the one you're playing, I'm like, oh man.
Oh mama, she fired. I need a conscious yoga practicing girlfriend so you can do a pole dance to this song while I practice non-attachment.
Yo. Wow.
Yeah. I didn't do my mantras today, so I'm not wearing my Rujakasha. And I felt it today. Oh, we're about to go live. I better put it on. No, I gotta keep good to my word. I didn't do my meditation. Well, no, but you're not gonna look. You're not gonna look. You're not gonna look yogified. You gotta put them on. It's like, no. Attachment. Relax.
But when you do put them on now, after you do them, and you didn't put them on, it's gonna feel like that much better.
Got to keep the intention pure, even within.
Okay.
Alongside with it actually being charged in the sense that you're using them for a specific reason. They're being aligned. They become the, what they call it, the tuning fork. The necklace becomes a tuning fork because you're using it to get in tune. Ooh. Let me see. Maestro said that's the physical Shiva Shakti meditation. Now I have to try it.
It's physical. She just said.
So have you experienced that as far as, people stealing your intellectual property?
I I can't think of like a specific like instance, but I could like whatever I've said, people have like taken it and like I know they got it from me, but they're acting like that shit. They just came up with that shit. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? I literally just said that shit. But I like it's like I'm having a conversation with someone one on one, and then when they present the information, I'll be like, wait, that shit sounds something like I just said.
Yeah, I definitely do that shit a lot. But my bad. She didn't say that about Mullah. That was Rohini. My bad. That was Rohini.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I was like,
I gotta twist it for a sec.
yeah. Yeah, because when you said Lula, I was like, dang, I can't think of an instance that happened to me. But now it makes sense. Right?
Yeah. Om Namah Shivaya. So much to read. Good night, Hikate. May the good Lord bless you. God bless and keep you. Namaste.
Peace, Kate. Night.
Peace.
Yeah, good night, guys. I'm like, I trying to press the button here, man. Trying to press the button. Fucking button. Shit. I'm about to go to bed, man. See you guys on Thursday. Where are you guys on Thursday? You guys have not seen you on Thursday. I'm the teacher, just checking on your schedule and your attendance. Yo,
Early last Thursday.
shit, bro. I just did my teaching certification for adult teaching certification program, and shit, I gotta do like 3 years for that one, man. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like it's the probation one. It's not even the actually license. Like it's a provisional. 3 years, man. I'm like, fuck that shit, man. Now I have to wait for no 3 years. Yo, guys, have a good night. I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Good night.
Night, guys. Night, night.
Oh, goodness. Finally getting to the point where I'm studying the Upanishads and the Yoga Sutras and the Rig Veda. Before I kind of just had them, but now I'm actually looking at them, seeing what they're all about. I like the Rig Veda that I have because it shows the Sanskrit and it shows the English translation and it gives you play-by-play of what each word means. And right there, you can kind of see where the author puts his own influence on things.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference. I learned that from studying the Bible. There's some things that are in there that are translated into English, but if you look at the original Hebrew or the original Greek, it could have been interpreted in a different way.
Yeah, I mean that's how the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali is with Satchidananda's. He has the Sanskrit, then his commentary on it, basically.
You said Satchitananda has one?
Yeah, is that his name, Satchidananda?
Oh, Satchitananda.
No,
Satchitananda.
he's not from the Bihar school of yoga.
Satchitananda. But somebody from the Bihar does have a Yoga Sutras. And I just saw that Sivananda has a Upanishads.
Oh shit.
Because I'm looking for an Upanishad that has the Sanskrit also.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're in the pure scripts now, the Rig Veda, Upanishads.
The actual Vedics. I saw here that the Upanishads is considered one of the original Vedic texts.
Yeah. I mean, that's reading the Mandukya chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's straight. Like I know that Carl Jung got all his shit straight from that chapter, like straight from there. And he made a whole fucking science, Jungian science, based off of a couple of verses.
So we're just coming up with sciences now based off of what's already.
Yeah. Oh man.
I don't know if Tree Marie sent you that Instagram video, but they were showing that they did studies on these yogis who have memorized and been memorizing the Vedic texts. Because, before it was passed down orally. And to a Western mind, that sounds crazy. But what we learned is that they teach it to these kids as soon as they can talk. They're teaching
That's
these
what
children.
they do with the Quran too. Like it's all oral. Like it's an oral book. The writing down came like years after the mythological prophet died.
So there's people that memorize that entire book.
Yeah, I mean, I know like 100, like 70 pages. It's like 600 something pages long.
10%.
But I mean, like I know like 5-year-olds that know the whole thing. Like, because like the school I went to, like all like it's literally it's called a madrasa. Like from 6 a.m. until 12, you just recite and memorize every day, and then like the rest of the afternoon, you're basically reviewing what you memorized.
That's amazing.
Like I have a couple of friends, like I can name some of my friends that they memorized the whole book, but like now it's like the way I look at it, it's like you memorize the whole fucking book, but yeah, that didn't fucking help. Like you still don't know what it means or nothing. Like
yikes.
But they can recite to you the whole thing, like hours, and it'll just go on.
The study I was seeing was showing that people who memorized it literally expanded the brain and expanded the capacity for critical thinking and things like that.
Yeah.
They compared side by side brains, they compared developing brains, all this different stuff. They showed that memorizing Sanskrit increases your mind, your brain capacity physically. And that clicked for me. Of course, this is what Niranjanananda was doing. Before writing these books, he's got these things memorized. So of course.
Yeah. And I don't even think he consciously wrote the books, because in Dharana Darshan, he has the automatic writing meditation. Like I'm pretty sure after I've seen that meditation, I'm pretty sure he just went into trance and started writing.
And we're not dealing with regular everyday brains here.
Coming out of the meditation with a fucking book. Like, open your eyes, be like, oh shoot, Dharana Darshan.
They say that's how Crowley wrote his Book of Lies. he went into a meditative state and woke up the next day with a full book, or rather, it was she was channeling it from an entity. He downloaded the whole book.
That's what the Quran, like the Quran was revealed to like the prophet, and when he would get the revelations, like his body would shake. He basically go into like trance states, and then come out, and he'd have a thing. And that's what the Rishi, that's what the sages are doing when they did like they found the Rig Veda and stuff like not found it, but they received it. Like that's what they were doing too.
Great. So that's what I'm gonna have to do now.
Yeah.
Got it. Now I can write my book.
Man. Yeah. It's yeah. Have you seen that like the little, I mean now he's like older. I think he's probably like in his maybe 20 by now. But before he was like an Indian prodigy, like an astrological prodigy. Like he has YouTube videos up right now, and like he goes in on like Ayurveda. It's like a fucking little kid, and he's just like it's like he has a fucking PhD in Ayurveda.
No,
he has like a videos of all the nakshatras, a bunch of stuff. I'm about to find it right now.
These kids ain't playing Minecraft. They're studying the holy text.
So apparently he's a reincarnation of a Rishi, a Bigya Anand. I'll send you a picture. Or I'll send you a link. But he got videos on like Vedic microbiology. This is his channel.
Oh. I like how they've got beach mantras in their names. Or I guess it's their titles at this point. Damn, 1 million subscribers. No, there is no eclipse on the 26th. What kind of life? All the stuff I'm coming into at this age. What kind of life? Being an expert before you even hit puberty.
Yeah, he's like a record, not like people recognize him as a reincarnation too. So it's like, and like, I guess in India, that's not, yeah, like what the fuck, bro?
Ooh, Brahmi for excellent memory. So that's what it does. World predictions, VORLD. World predictions.
That's funny. Oh man.
Hell yeah, man. "27 videos in the Nakshatra playlist." Push
They in the beginning of those videos, because they teach it to them in song form, like the names of the nakshatras.
Mhm.
So like he'll like sing the nakshatras in the beginning. This is what I'm saying. Like this is when he was a kid, and he's just like reciting the Bhagavad Gita on the Gita. I'm pretty sure he's like 6 or 7, maybe even like 5.
Man.
Oh no, he's 7 in it.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check out what he's saying here about my nakshatras. I haven't really watched any other Vedic astrologer talk about any of this stuff yet. I pretty much just received it from, what Kristen said, what she said, and what I picked up from a few of these books. I've never watched KRS One. I still don't know who that is. Never watched Victor Kara. I think you sent me something by Victor Kara, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, bro. That video, he literally like the sage or whatever he's reading from. So he basically translates a book like that's in Sanskrit, like one of the ancient books, like not like the Rig Veda ancient, but like it was written by one of the rishis. And it literally in that material world one, he literally summarizes like this picture in a whole fucking in a 50-minute, like in those verses. It talks about how Vishnu like separated into the gunas, and then like it kind of describes each of the gunas, and it gives like these cool, like super dope like metaphors for like one of them was basically like the concept of it was like people who don't understand like how like Purusha goes to Prakriti and then the gunas happen, all of that, like the Mahatattva and the gunas and all that. It's like they're like a mouse that's in the clutches of a snake, like wrapped around. I was like, damn, like, that's a good ass metaphor. You know what I mean? Like if you see a snake's grip on like their prey, it's like it is over.
It just gradually tightens.
Yeah. But yeah, that was like a super good video with him.
Okay. I'm gonna be watching that tonight.
But Vitakara is not like KRS doesn't. Like Vitakara, he'll literally translate the texts, and he'll have his like he'll translate it for you, and then he'll have his commentary. But like KRS doesn't do translations of Vedic texts at all.
Cool.
Like I think he has a whole series about like Shiva teaching. Like it's like a text. It's a text that has Shiva teaching about basically all these concepts that we learn about.
Knowledge. think at this point, I'm gonna go back to my studying, drink a little bit of a healthy ass smoothie, and maybe get some sleep.
All right, bet. Hopefully by today I'll be able to I'll be in the books enough to find out who the original is.
Yeah, go at a steady pace. Don't rush too fast though.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll be able to appreciate him more when you do learn these the basics that are in the two that you've got so far.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm gonna stick to the foundation and to build my foundation for a pretty long time before I move on. But yeah.
But just
all right, bro.
Bet, like if you stay on this path, you will definitely find out who he is. Because that's how I did. These
Yeah.
books, like I said, they keep referencing him, and eventually you're gonna see, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. All right, bet.
Cool. The same way that we see all this Western magic came from the Vedic, right? His fingerprint is on NLP, because if it wasn't for him and him alone, this shit would not be here. So
yeah, it's exciting stuff. Yeah. All right, bro. Appreciate you.
Appreciate
all
you.
Right, night. Peace.
Peace. Om Namah Shivaya. My friends, if anybody plays Fortnite on Xbox, feel free to hit me up if you play. Every now and then I get on around midnight. Every now and then. But anyways, that's not as important as everything else. I enjoyed this conversation, as I do every twice a week, Sunday, Monday. And hopefully you are able to leave this talk with a better outlook on life and with tools that you can apply to your experience, right? Not just good sounding words, but actually something that you can work with. Hopefully you also get a reassurance that, change in a positive direction is possible for you, if that's what you're looking for, or whatever you're looking for. Hopefully you find it. So I sincerely appreciate you guys coming to the stream, hanging out. I appreciate even more you taking this information to heart, reading the books, practicing the techniques that are in the books, gaining your own experience, not just taking my word for it or anyone else's word. I appreciate that even more, because that's how liberation happens. That's how abundant life happens. When you're able to do the work and you're able to get the results, right? Not borrowed results, not going off of, well, Trav said this, Paddock said that, so and so said that. Not that. But yeah, I followed the meditation technique. I tried this, I tried that, and this is what I got. And then I come to find that this is what's supposed to happen. Those kind of things, they make you more confident in your personal study. Now, there's nothing wrong with coming to these videos or any other videos or books and learning from other people. Nothing wrong with that. Matter of fact, that's what you're supposed to do. But just keep in mind, at some point, you want to acquire enough experience that you don't have to go back to someone else's experience to validate yours, right? That you don't have to. I love you, and I'd love for you to be watching my channel all the time, but it would be even more awesome if you come to a point where you don't need me, right? Not saying that you do. We all need each other. We all don't. But the point I'm making is do the work. Do the work. Now you know what the work is. So yeah, I love you guys. Again, thank you for coming. See you Thursday. Study, read, practice. Who all we got in the chart here? All right. Night Creatrix. I don't know if you're still awake, but I appreciate you. Peace out, Alex Cuckoo. Peace out, Gerald Sombright. I'm gonna go ahead and dip. Smooth should I, or smooth, not should I, smooth. Ain't seen you in a minute, but One love, bro. All right. So this is TK Trap, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. Peace. Next with this pineapple, peace, peace. Om Namah Shivaya.